You guys are killing me. Good morning, chat. Get on in here. We have so much to talk about. OMG. Megan's got big ovary energons. Penguin overlord. You guys kill me. How are you here so fast? How are you up, you crazy assholes? I swear to God. You kill me. Love you. I absolutely love you. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, imagine my thrill when I got up this morning and I had Nick Rekieta in my ears from the late stream last night. And I hear him responding to the chat about me. And this is so fun, I have to play it for you. Because it just made my morning, I gotta tell ya. It really did. Let's see, I gotta pull this down. Hold on. I don't know why I'm always going to the wrong screen. I've got major boomer tech skills. Please, even though I'm not a boomer. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Here I am. All right, listen to this.
You like our Megan Fox a lot better than Thumbtoe's Megan Fox? Well, yeah. Yeah. Megan Fox from PJ Media is great, hilarious, engaging, charming. Megan Fox from the thing was just, she was just a actress in some movies.
Ha! Do you know how long it's taken me to overcome the other Megan Fox? Do you have any idea how long it has taken for someone to go, not that Megan Fox, the one from PJ Media? It's not always fun to have a name of a famous person. It really isn't. Okay, we have so much to get to. Let me get rid of this stupid music. Hold on. Be gone. All right. All right, we have so much to get to. Holy crap, you guys. It's so much. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the witness list coming today. This is intense list of people. Now, you might recall that I write on PJ Media. I write on PJ Media every day. I write columns. There's one that's going to be publishing today about David Grab-Ass Shane. Very excited about that. Those of you who remember know that David Shane, through his attorneys, sent PJ Media a three-page screamy letter claiming they were going to sue us if we didn't take down the article that I wrote defending him from Me Too allegations. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. Shawnette, she says, I have never stayed on someone's channel all day until bed. I'm hooked. Well, I'm glad to have you here. I really am. I don't know what we're going to do when this trial is over. I am going to be really bummed. But hopefully we'll just keep doing something else. Something else will come up. Don't worry. I still think that I want to do a Dungeons and Dragons campaign on live with the Depp v. Heard storyline. We're going to have vampire hunters versus the Coven of Witches that have invaded the castle or the island. I'm not sure where we're going to have it yet. It'll be fun. Yeah, Cheryl, don't worry. I do follow these trials, and if there's ever one that has, public interest, I'll certainly do it again because this was a lot of fun. But I have to tell you, the break is going to be good, at least for my family, my poor, long-suffering family. Shout out to Mr. Fox because he's holding down the fort here. All right, so what I want to tell you about is the witness list today. I got my notes here. Let's go. Dr. Richard Shaw. I actually do not know who he is. I didn't look him up yet. Let's see. Kimberly Collins, forensic psychologist. So assume that she's going to be rebutting the testimony from that crazy ass doctor we saw yesterday. My God, what was his problem? Seriously, what was that guy's problem? Did you see the lip thing? Because the lip thing, I'm gonna play it, but just a minute. Number 3, a rep from the LA Children's Hospital. Now, that's interesting because I have a feeling that's gonna be about Amber's donation or lack thereof, because she promised them $3.5 million and gave them, actually, only Johnny gave them 100,000 of his money. I'm looking forward to that. I was hoping that they would get someone from the Children's Hospital, and it's coming today. Yeah, everybody get your mega pints of, I've got my mega pint of coffee, isn't happy. I've got the special edition that says isn't happy hour anytime. They were limited. Now the only ones that are there are isn't happy hour any hour, because that was the actual quote, because I made a mistake. But if you are a part of the special limited edition club with me, we have the same stuff. I'm 46. I can't remember things like I used to. I'm looking at your comments. You guys are hilarious. I love you guys so much. Wow, Maura McLaughlin, you're in Ireland. We have so many viewers from around the world. It is so exciting to me to have you here from around the world. We just love having you, and I love your perspectives. I just love it. I love having you here. I love hearing from people. I hear from people in Dubai. What a wonderful thing this internet is. I think I went a little bit heavy on my concealer. I have a breakout here, and it's really hurting me. And now my chin looks really white. I'm not the best makeup artist. I have to do my makeup myself. All right. Who else? Walter Hamada, president of the DC chapter of the Warner Brothers Pictures. Now that should be interesting, because he's probably going to refute everything that her agent said about her opportunities with Warner Brothers. So that's interesting. Oh, look at this. Ghana, Australia. Mary, this is so fantastic. What's the weather like in Ghana right now? My favorite priest is from Ghana, and he actually had to return because he had some kind of visa issue. Boy, did that make me angry. He had to leave our parish and go back to Ghana because he had to get his visa straightened out, and now they've replaced him, and I don't think he's coming back. But he was my absolute favorite, Father Clifford. We miss you, Father Clifford. We love you. Australia, Ghana, the UK, Cotswolds. Is that how you say it? Cotswolds? Or is the S silent? Cotswold? I don't know. Romania, holy crow. Arkansas. Well, you're welcome here too, Emily. I'm in New York. The doctor reminded me of Gonzo. Gonzo, that's a good one. Sam the Eagle came up yesterday, but Gonzo's a good one. Daisy's in South Africa. Fantastic. Love the accents from South Africa. Truly, truly wonderful. And we love Elon Musk. He's our South African American that we love very much. Ghana weather. Let me guess. Hot? We have someone watching in Mordor. Welcome. Did you see Dr. Schmiegel while you were there? All right. Alabama, San Diego, Indiana, Durham, UK, Belgium, Barbados. You guys, this is so cool. How cool is this? It's just great. Stretching all over the world. All right, let's move on. Who else? Richard Marx is coming back to the stand. Now, if you remember Richard Marx, he is the expert testimony guy who was that really well-spoken Hollywood attorney who's a litigator, and it's always super fun to watch another lawyer try to pin down a litigator. He had like 40 years of litigation experience, and Rottenborn had to try and nail this guy down. That was just an unfair pairing. He didn't do well. Richard Marx was a great witness, so they're bringing him back. I'm assuming that he's going to, was he right here waiting for us? Not the singer. This is the Hollywood shark. Richard Marx, who is going to come back and probably do rebuttal to all that, what her career was going to be. My God, did they compare her to Gal Gadot yesterday, or did I dream that? Because that was insane. They compared her to Gal Gadot, to Jason Momoa, to Chris Pine. I mean, it's funny that they didn't compare her to anybody who had, like, one role in a major film, like a supporting role, and then it never went anywhere, because there's a lot of those. A lot. Okay, Mike Spindler is coming. He's an economics damages expert, so I'm assuming that he's gonna rebut the idea that she lost $100 million. Then, Doug Banya is coming. He's an expert testimony witness, and these people are coming in person, by the way, so we don't have to sit through depositions today. So yay! No depositions. At least that's don't take that as a solid word. I mean, maybe they will, but I don't think so, because normally they put the little thing by deposition. None of these had that. Doug Banya is a social media analyst, so we're going to get to hear a lot more about those hashtags, I think. And he's going to be rebutting that egghead that they had on the stand the other day. The guy who looked like Doogie Howser, who went to college at 14. You guys, this chat is so distracting to me. I can't stay on topic because I want to see what you're saying, and I miss so many of your comments while I'm talking, and it sucks because I want to read what you guys are saying. You guys are having so much fun in there, and I feel left out. I mean, frankly, I feel left out because I can't be in there with you. Slow down so I can catch up, please. All right, let's see. Who else? Morgan Knight. Now you're going to love this. You will recall that I wrote on PJ Media a list of things that I would need before I would believe that Amber Heard is not a lying psychopath. And one of those things that I asked for was the witness at the Hicksville trailer park camping glamping site in wherever they were. Hicksville, is that Tennessee? I don't know. I don't know where Hicksville is. Please don't make me tell you. But there's a witness coming, and her name is Morgan Knight. Now, is this witness the witness who Amber claimed Johnny grabbed her wrist and almost broke it? Remember, there were two women. Amber claimed Johnny grabbed their wrists and threatened to break them. It was the flight attendant, and it was the person at the trailer park. Now, let's hope that this is the person whose wrist it was in question. And this is she's being called as a rebuttal witness. And actually, I'm not sure if it's a she or a he, because the name Morgan is gender neutral. So I'm not sure. Could be a man, could be a woman. If it's a man, then it's the whatchamacallit, the supervisor who supposedly witnessed the trailer damage and stuff. But I'm betting it's the one who they claimed had her wrist grabbed by Johnny. All right, number 9, Dr. David Colber. And guess who Dr. David Colber is? You guys are going to be so excited. Hold on to your shorts. The actual hand surgeon that worked on Johnny's hand. So he's going to destroy Dr. Handjob that we had to hear from yesterday, who never treated Johnny, didn't see Johnny, didn't look at his hand, had no idea, and tried to say that it couldn't possibly have done that. A bottle could not possibly have done that injury. Are you guys dying? I'm checking the chat. OMG, can't wait. Yes, brilliant. I mean, are you dying? It's just, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that they're finally calling these rebuttal witnesses we've been asking for. Nicole says, thank you, Jesus. Yes. And you know what I really can't wait to hear? I want to hear how much other shards of glass they found inside that finger. Because I also find it hard to believe there was no glass, unless, I mean, he did a lot of dipping in the mineral spirits. My God, I can't even imagine how that felt. Mineral spirits and the paint. Well, Andrea, yes, Dr. Handjob, that's what he said he was. He was part of a hand club. Remember? He does hand jobs for a living. I don't know how we could describe him any other way. That's what he said. That's what he said. I'm just reporting what he said. Dr. Handjob. Oh my gosh. All right, I have to keep an eye on the clock. Hold on. I'm not watching the court stream. Hold on. I better pull that up. Not that we're going to miss anything immediately right off the bat, but I want to make sure that I see what I need to see. Shit, I just dropped my pen. Okay. Day 20. Is today day 20 or day 21? It must be day 21. What did I put on the card? Probably the wrong thing. Today's day 21. What did I put on my stream? Did I say 20 or 21? I did this yesterday too. I screwed up the numbers. I said 21. Oh, I did the right thing. Finally. Finally. All right, good. Looks like Law and Crime doesn't have their stream up. Oh, yeah, they do. Hold on. Oh, we're getting outside view of B-roll of people. So let me put that up on the screen so we can watch that while I am talking. Yours says 20? Ah, shit. So I did it wrong. God darn it. Ah, I'm gonna have to I can't believe I did that. Again? Ugh. All right. Well, you know what, guys? I'm tired. I'm operating on very little sleep. And I know it's day 21 today, but apparently I just can't get my numbers straight. Now, are you screwing with me? The chat is screwing with me. YouTube is saying 20, Facebook is saying 21. That's bizarre. All right, I'm going to check. Now I'm going into the StreamYard to check my broadcasts because I have to know. I have to know. I did say day 20. Gosh darn it. And I don't think it'll let me stop. I don't think it'll let me change it. Let's see. No, Siri, go away. I don't need you. Why does Siri always pop up when you don't need her? Go away, Siri. Go away. Go away now. She doesn't listen. She never listens. I'm not sure I understand, says Siri. Please broadcast. Yeah, I don't want to edit the start time. No, just all right, never mind. I can't change it right now. I'm gonna have to go in and change it manually. God damn. All right. Anyway. Oh, Wolvenar says stop listening is the Siri command. All right, I'll try that next time. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the witness list. So Dr. David Colber, he's going to be the hand surgeon who actually worked on Depp, and we're going to see that we're going to hear what he has had to say about that surgery and how it happened. And number 10 is Jennifer Howell. Now I know a bunch of you were waiting for Jennifer Howell to actually come into this trial. Now she is the former boss of Amber Heard, and she's the former boss of Amber Heard, and she is the one who wrote like a declaration basically saying she told Whitney that she was lying, that she knew she was lying. So apparently she also had Whitney come and stay at her house when she was running away from her sister because they got into a physical altercation, and Amber was hitting her sister. So this is going to be pretty interesting. And I don't know if she's coming by deposition or in person, but it didn't say deposition next to her name, so I'm thinking she's coming in person. That's 10 witnesses for today. 10 witnesses. Oh, and I found out from yesterday. I know we were talking about this after the trial yesterday. We didn't know if the defense has all this time. I'm sorry, the plaintiff has all this time left, right? And the defense has hardly any. They have like 4 hours left. The defense has 4 hours left, and the plaintiff has like 16 or something like that, or maybe more. We found out from Lawn Lumber and the guys in the courtroom there that means that the defense will not, their time in cross counts towards their full time. So if they want to have their 2 hours left for their closing arguments, they won't be able to cross most of these witnesses, or if they do, they'll only be able to give a couple of questions and then have to go sit down. Now, tomorrow, Kate Moss is being called to the stand. She is going to be testifying by video deposition, unfortunately. All right, look, who's this? It must be Johnny coming in. Is this Johnny coming in? Because people are getting nuts. I do think it's kind of weird, though, this like Michael Jackson feel to this, where there's just thousands of people outside. I mean, it and all this police activity and stuff. It's kind of odd. I mean, I just can't imagine I can imagine going down there to sleep on the sidewalk to get into the courthouse to report on it. I definitely would do that. But there's no way in hell I would take time out of my day to go down there and just wait for for Johnny's car to go by. I guess that means I'm not a true fan. But I don't get it. They just go out there and they stand out there all day, like, they stand there and they don't watch the well, maybe they could be watching this right now on their phones, I guess. Hey, if you're out there in front of the courthouse and you're watching this on your phone, shout out to you. And does objecting count towards that time? If not, they're gonna be an objection overload. Uh That's a good question. It's one I don't know the answer to. I don't know. But we did find out that the cross counts against their time. So they're going to have to be very careful about who they cross and how much time they take. And also, the prevailing wisdom is they do not think this judge is going to award the defense any more time just because they didn't use their time, you know, properly. Why would you punish the plaintiff by giving the defendant more time when you both had an equal amount of time to begin with and you were both allowed your time management? Um, okay, 2K says the closing doesn't count. They get 2 hours on top of it. Okay. All right. So they have 4 hours left to do their cross and their redirects on these next 10 witnesses plus more tomorrow. And I guess Thursday would be their day to close, correct? I think that's how it's gonna work, because there's no court on Friday. I wonder if testimony will still continue on Friday, though, because they have the whole day, right? Because the plaintiff still has a lot of time left. They're not gonna use all 16 hours today. But it's definitely true that the plaintiff has used their time far wiser than the defendant. I think we could say that about a lot of things. Yeah. Elaine asked too many questions about Amica cream. She wasted, at least 3 hours on Amica cream. I mean, did you know she was wearing Amica cream? Did you know she had Amica cream under her makeup? Are you familiar with Amica cream? Remember when Isaac lost it on the stand and just started laughing about the Amica cream? Like, come on. Yeah, I totally do think they will beg for more time if they run out. Yeah, yes, yes, they will. I just because I just don't think they've got their shit together, and I think that they will. Yeah, I do think they will. Hey guys, there's tons of you here. I can't believe we're up to 837 viewers already. Smack that like button the way you wanted to smack that doctor on the stand yesterday when he was doing that weird thing with his mouth. Smack that like button, please. It helps the algorithm. It will help with the stupid YouTube things. I hate saying it, but it's one of those things that we have to do. Because YouTube is weird and they're always demonetizing me too. So if you want to support the stream, if you want to support the show, super chats are open, super stickers are available on YouTube. And if you're on Facebook, well, go to the merch store, buy a t-shirt, buy a mega-pint. We've got new merchandise in there with objection hearsay t-shirts, which are hilarious. Here, I'll show you one if I can find it. Absolutely hilarious. Love these. It says hashtag men too. Don't let these women tell you men are not victims of abuse. That's garbage. And there's tons of stuff in the merch store for you. And I'll drop the link in the chat for you. Go check it out. Support this. Support the show. All right. All right. We're in the courtroom now. Looks like. I'm going to go check my volume. Man, these things happen fast. I feel like this first half hour of the day flies by. It just flies. What if anything? Yeah, yesterday we played with Gadfly. We played the what if anything drinking game. And holy crow, if I had just been drinking alcohol, we would have been drunk. But I wasn't. I was drinking I was drinking orange juice and sparkling water, which is one of my favorite mocktails. And then I moved on to beer. But my goodness, I think Gadfly went through 4 beers in just like 2 hours. It was insane. Oh, don't play the what if any drinking game, kids. You could get hurt. Uh, all right, let's see here. There's Elaine. Sustained Elaine, as we call her. Sustained Elaine is in the courtroom. And they're waiting for their clients. All right, what are we betting that Amber Heard's going to look like today? What's she wearing? Yesterday, she looked like Colonel Sanders. Oh, I should send I got to send the invite to my sister. Hold on. I don't know if she's working today or not, but let's send it to her so she can pop in here if she wants to. Okay, there we go. Amber soup, black cream and white. You think she's gonna wear black cream and white? Oh, is she coming now? Here she is. Gray blazer, pantsuit, braid. Is that a braid down her head? It looks like a braid. Half braid, half ponytail. What's with the hugging of Elaine? It happens every single day. Now, it didn't happen before, though, until everybody said that they clearly look like they hate each other. And they won't talk to one another. So now every time she walks in the courtroom, it's the fakey, oh, hello, Elaine. Nobody's buying it. No one's buying this. Like they didn't have a good relationship until like literally 3 days ago. When everyone was like, yeah, look at how she won't even look at Elaine. Oh, and also there was testimony by one of LawTube who said they heard raised voices. They heard Amber screaming at Elaine about something in the hallway, which does not surprise me because things are not going well for Amber Heard. They're just not going well. So, all right, are we guessing that Tawny, I'm losing my brain cells. Is Johnny wearing a bright tie today? What color tie are we going with today? We know he's going to be in a suit, 3-piece suit probably, as usual. Those ties he has are quite neat. I don't know who makes them, but they're pretty wide. He's single-handedly bringing back the wide tie. My favorite was the one with polka dots. All right, Disco King's going with a blue tie. Judy says, I just got a cold chill. That hug was awkward. Yeah, the swinging the ponytail back and forth was interesting. Tracy says, my daughter used to do this when she was 3. Yes, she was doing this to make it move. That was a little strange. But I don't hate her hair today. I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's strange that she doesn't just stick to one hairstyle. She keeps coming in with these elaborate hairstyles. Oh, there he is. How did we miss him walking in? I didn't see him walking in. So now we have to... Well, he's wearing a blue suit, so blue tie was a good guess because I bet it's blue. Jennifer says it's orange. I didn't see the view from... Law and Crime needs to fix their camera. All right, what else? What else do we have going here? Oh, Stephanie's here. Hey.
Hey, I'm here, but not really here. I'm here, but just to listen because I got to rush and get out the door.
Oh, did you see her hair? We have to talk about her hair.
No,
she's got a fishtail braid, like an upside down braid up from all the way down the back of her head till the nape, and then it's in a ponytail. And she came in swinging it back and forth like this.
Oh my. Wonder what that means. Wonder what the body language experts. I used to do that when I was a little girl and try to hit the boys with my ponytail as I walked.
Yes. That's interesting. It's an interesting thing. And then she hugged Elaine. Then she hugged Elaine and gave her a kiss. You know, like
what? Really?
Yes. Yeah.
I thought Elaine was in the doghouse with her.
Well, they're pretending not to be. That's what they're doing. Yeah, I know, Tony. My title says day 20 because I'm dumb. I do this all the time. I'm sorry. I will fix it.
What day is it?
21.
Oh, I'm not paying attention to what day it is. I have no idea.
You know what? I will try and fix it while we're talking here. But did you hear my witness list? Were you listening to who's coming today?
No, who's coming?
All right. Well, there's 10 witnesses that are going to be on Rebuttal.
Don't tell me it's someone really great because I have to work today. And
it's a lot of someones who are really great. For one, the actual hand surgeon that worked on Johnny's finger.
Oh.
Boom.
So we're into rebuttal already?
Yes. Good morning.
Well, no, I don't know if she's resting yet or not.
My understanding that the defense is resting. Is that correct?
They're resting.
Right, I'm not going to bring the jury out just to take them back in. So when we finish our motions and they come out, I'll let you say that. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do it that way. All right. So based on them resting, you have a motion? And I did receive your memo ahead of time. So I have reviewed that. Okay, I have that. Okay. Yes, sir.
This should be good.
I think it's just gonna be oral arguments.
So they're going to make a motion for judgment.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp. Mr. Depp hereby moves to strike defendant Amber Heard's counterclaims because Ms. Heard has not proven by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman made the 3 allegedly defamatory
They
statements
didn't even
with
try.
actual malice.
Right, but clear and convincing is not my motion to strike standard.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we have cited the standard in our brief.
Thank you.
What's her
Moreover, Your Honor, the court should also strike defendant's claim for immunity and attorney's fees based on Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute, as she is not entitled to immunity under the statute. Because we know that the court has carefully reviewed our motion papers, I will just hit some of the salient points.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would mention, however, Your Honor, that because this is not included in our brief, that there is no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp even saw any of the 3 statements that Mr. Waldman made prior to being served with the counterclaims in this action, which we believe is relevant to many of the legal standards. And as Your Honor is aware, Ms. Heard had signaled for the past week that she was planning to call Mr. Depp
Yes,
in
we
her
were
case in
expecting this
chief.
today, definitely.
And it was our anticipation that she would try to fill what we believe is a gaping hole with respect to the elements of her proof. Again, there's no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp ever saw any of the 3 statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows. 1, publication of 2, an actionable statement with 3, the requisite intent. See Thorpe versus Sanders, 285 Virginia 476 at 2013. The requisite intent for defamation against a public figure is actual malice. That is, the statement must be made with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. See Sanders v. Harris, 213 Virginia 369 at 372, a 1972 case. See also Jackson v. Hartig, 274 Virginia at 2019. Reckless disregard, as Your Honor is aware, quote, is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent person would have published or would have investigated before publishing, ellipsis. There must be sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication, unquote. St. Amant versus Thompson, 390 U.S. Supreme Court, 727 at 731. Your Honor, the evidence shows that Ms. Heard cannot prevail on her claim because she cannot and did not establish that Mr. Waldman made the statements with actual malice. Mr. Waldman testified that he conducted extensive investigation and reasonably believed that the 3 statements he made were true.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard presented nothing
Nope.
to contradict that undisputed fact.
Nothing.
Ms. Heard has no evidence of direct liability because obviously, Your Honor, we need to talk about direct and vicarious liability, but it bears noting that she has no evidence of direct liability and cannot prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman when making the 3 statements at issue. It is undisputed that Mr. Depp did not make any of the 3 statements at issue in Ms. Heard's counterclaim. Moreover, in order for Mr. Depp to be liable for the conduct of one of his attorneys, there must be some showing that he directed, participated, or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the statements at issue. There is no such evidence on the record that Mr. Depp directed or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the 3 allegedly defamatory statements at issue in the counterclaims. Indeed, there is no evidence of any communication or coordination between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. regarding the counterclaim statements or anything else. For this reason as well, Your Honor, Ms. Heard cannot meet her burden of proving that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his employment as our agency on behalf of Mr. Depp. Again, it bears noting that there's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was sued, served with the counterclaims well into this case. It was more than a year after Mr. Depp filed his complaint, and Ms. Heard lost a series of motions to dismiss that she finally asserted her counterclaims, most of which have already been dismissed by opinion letter of this court. Whereas here, there is no evidence of direct liability, Ms. Heard must rely on a theory of vicarious liability to hold Mr. Depp liable for the actions or statements, rather, of his purported agent, Mr. Waldman. Vicarious liability is by definition, quote, liability for the tort of another person, unquote. So to hold Mr. Depp liable for Mr. Waldman's statements, Ms. Heard must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. See Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332, a 2018 case. Quote, vicarious liability is liability for the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability against an employer without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment. See also Roughton Pontiac Corp. Versus Alston, 236 Virginia 152 at page 156. Which standard Ms. Heard has not met? And Your Honor, we cite a string citation to cases from other jurisdictions, which we obviously are not binding on the court, but we believe are influential. We presented those to the court for its review. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence, or ultimately, to prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. And while it is well settled law in Virginia, as Your Honor has pointed out last week, that an agent's knowledge can be imputed to a principal, and this is the Allen Realty Corp. Versus Holbert case, 227 Virginia 441 at 446. Ms. Heard's counsel cannot cite any case law stating that a principal's knowledge is imputed to an agent. In other words, Mr. Waldman must have made the statements knowing that they were false or with reckless disregard as to whether they were false. And Mr. Depp's knowledge cannot be imputed to him. There is no evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman knew the counterclaim statements were false. Indeed, Mr. Waldman did not even know Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard at the time of any of the alleged incidents at issue, and thus had no personal knowledge of what transpired. And this is reflected in the trial transcript that Mr. Waldman met Mr. Depp first in October of 2016, long after the fact. Nor is there any evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman subjectively entertained any serious doubts about the falsity of the counterclaim statements. Quite the opposite. The evidence shows, and it's unrebutted, that Mr. Waldman had very reasonable grounds to believe, and he did believe, and will to his dying day, that Ms. Heard's claim of abuse were patently false. Mr. Waldman testified at length about 29 witnesses he believed disproved Ms. Heard's false claims of abuse. See the transcript at page 6008 through 6012, and I won't run through all of that. But his testimony that two trained police officers, Officer Sines and Haddon, were called to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, and saw no signs of injury on Ms. Heard's face, as well as, quote, Ms. Heard's own witnesses who have testified in various forms at various times that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between May 21st and May 27th, 2016, when she walked in to court with her publicist, her lawyer, her former best friend who no longer speaks with her, for a no-notice ex parte TRO. Some of the witnesses whom Mr. Waldman has cited, they include Laura DeVenier, Melanie Iglesias, who, as Your Honor recalls, was Ms. Heard's makeup artist, who decided to end any professional or personal association with Ms. Heard. Samantha McMillan, Hilda Vargas, Isaac Baruch, Trinity Esparza, Cornelius Harrell, Alejandro Romero, and Brandon Patterson, just to name a few. No reasonable jury could find that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice in making the allegedly defamatory statements. He was not present for the alleged incidents. He has no personal knowledge of any of the alleged incidents. What Mr. Waldman knows is a product of the legal work he did, the sleuthing he did on behalf of Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard cannot possibly show that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice, and her defamation claim must fail. 2, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor, not an employee. It is axiomatic, Your Honor, that a person who hires an independent contractor is not liable for the independent contractor's actions. See Sanchez versus Medicorp Health System, 270 Virginia, 299 at 344. An independent contractor is a person who is engaged to produce a specific result, but who is not subject to the control of the employer principal as to the way to bring about that result. See Atkinson versus Sachno, 261 Virginia, 378 at 284. That's a 2001 case. An outside lawyer retained by a client in connection with litigation is an independent contractor. See King versus Dalton, 895 F Sup 831, Eastern District of Virginia, 1995, where Judge Ellis, a legendary jurist known by all Virginia practitioners, held that, quote, a law firm attorney working with a client is nonetheless an independent contractor and is not an employee of the client corporation. In that case, the employer was a corporation, but the same logic applies when it's an individual like Mr. Depp. That was Mr. Waldman's role. Indeed, clients hire lawyers to obtain specific results or to try to obtain specific results, but they do not control the means by which the results are accomplished. Lawyers, as Your Honor has reminded us, are subject to professional obligations to exercise independent professional judgment. We are not at the whim of our clients as much as we want to serve them. See Virginia State Bar Professional Guidelines, Rule 1:2 and 2.1. And just to quote 2.1, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment, unquote. Mr. Waldman is, as a matter of law, an independent contractor, and Mr. Depp cannot be held responsible for any alleged tort by his attorney, particularly for statements about which he was unaware until he was sued for them. Mr. Waldman testified, and it's unrebutted, that he has his own law firm. He's not an employee of Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp or none of his loan out companies have issued him a W-2. And Mr. Waldman provides legal services to clients other than and in addition to Mr. Depp. And that's found at the transcript, page 6020 through 21. All of that is unrebutted by Ms. Heard. Mr. Waldman's statements, the third reason for which we respectfully submit the counterclaim should be stricken, is that Mr. Waldman's statements were protected opinion. And I won't run through all of that, but very briefly, taken in their proper context, the counterclaim statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion entitled to protection under the First Amendment. See Gertz versus Robert Welchink, 418 U.S. 323 at 339. That's a 1974 case from the United States Supreme Court. See also Shacker v. Bufault, a Virginia Supreme Court case found at 290 Virginia 83, a 2015 case, noting that where, quote, all sides of the issue, as well as the rationale for the speaker's view were exposed, the assertion of deceit reasonably could be understood only as the speaker's personal conclusion, unquote, and finding an accusation of deceit to be opinion. In context, Your Honor, any reporter or any reasonable reader would understand and expect a lawyer associated with Mr. Depp, as Mr. Waldman was, to challenge Ms. Heard's version of the inherently controversial events of the parties' marriage. Just as Ms. Heard's lawyers were quoted challenging Mr. Depp, and Your Honor will remember the context of these quotes that were in a British tabloid where Mr. Waldman's statements were buried well into article in which both points of view were clearly expressed. And Mr. Waldman was clearly identified not as an independent expert on the US Constitution, but as one of Mr. Depp's attorneys. C. Chavez, 230 Virginia 112 at page 119, quote, the most unsophisticated recipient of such a claim, i.e. any reader of the British tabloid, made by a competitor against another could only regard it as a relative statement of opinion grounded upon the speaker's obvious bias, unquote. Mr. Waldman has never did anything to hide his support and belief in Mr. Depp. Finally, Your Honor, and for the rest, ultimately, Mr. Waldman's statements reflect the existence of two competing narratives and are merely his subjective view about
Tina.
Events that he never claims to have witnessed, and there was no doubt about that. Turning to the second part of the argument, which will be more abridged, Ms. Heard is not entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity. As a threshold matter, Virginia Code Section 8.01-223.2, which is, as Your Honor well knows, is the Virginia anti-SLAPP statute amended most recently in 2019, provides in relevant part, quote, the immunity provided by this section shall not apply to any statements made with actual or constructive knowledge that they are false or with reckless disregard for whether they are false. Here, in addition to Mr. Depp's testimony, several witnesses have testified that A, they never witnessed Mr. Depp abuse Ms. Heard, and B, that they observed Ms. Heard without any injuries, marks, bruising, swelling, etc., during periods when Ms. Heard claimed to have injuries, marks, bruises, etc. Such witnesses include, but are not limited to, Isaac Baruch, Kate James, Dr. David Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd, Officer Sines and Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and former U.S. Marine Starling Jenkins. Ms. Heard's request for anti-SLAPP immunity should be stricken, and even if there were disputed facts as to that, the anti-SLAPP immunity does not apply because the defamatory implication of Ms. Heard's statements are not solely relating to a matter of public concern, as is required under the statute. As has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed, and Ms. Heard put her name to it. What he is suing about here are the three statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact, he was the one, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU, and he made it also to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and
Thank you,
confined his
Martin.
arguments to those directed in the motion, but like we saw with the last motion to strike, He's now directing his arguments to something other than what's at issue here. And I would object because I think making an argument not to you, but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and to everyone's time. And it also threatens to undermine the integrity of this process and risk the jury being influenced by outside factors.
Well, it's his argument. I'll allow him to do his
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say, what Mr. Depp is suing about are the three statements. And it's very clear, despite the pious opening statement that about the First Amendment, that with the testimony of Terrence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Heard were conspiring to make it very clear that those three statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted to time this thing with the release of Aquaman, which was her first film of any significance in terms of popularity, and to do that. That's very clear. So the charade that this had something to do with public policy is risible, and that is not why the anti-SLAPP protections were enacted. They were enacted to protect the rest of the article, not what Mr. Depp is suing about. As generally analyzed by the courts, a matter of public concern is one which relates to, quote, a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, unquote, as opposed to a matter of only, quote, personal interest, unquote. That's Connick versus Myers, 461 U.S. 138 at page 146. Instead, the defamatory implication at issue in each of the three statements at bar relate to the personal grievances between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, which does not rise to the level of a matter of public concern with broader implications for society beyond the two litigants in this action any more than Mr. Waldman's statements. I mean, adding the gloss of public policy might immunize the statements that relate to public policy, but those are not at issue here. Mr. Depp agrees with those statements. We're talking about the three statements that they very intentionally and very cleverly put in to make it clear the implication that it was about Mr. Depp. They had lawyers from the ACLU working around the clock with Eric George to be as clever about this as possible. And Your Honor remembers the testimony of Mr. Doherty about the consternation at the ACLU when they realized that USA Today and everybody else who read the article knew darn well that this was about Mr. Depp. This cannot be protected by the anti-SLAPP statute. It is a cynical runaround. And I think now that we have the undisputed evidence from the ACLU in the form of the testimony of Terrence Doherty, who is not only their corporate representative, he was their general counsel. He is a brainiac lawyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. And he referred to testimony of a woman at the ACLU who said she had nightmares about Ms. Heard, and he expressed no concern about that. Now, that was either because they knew about that was either a reference to this game they were playing with the op-ed or the conspiracy they had to cover up her failure to make the donations. The donations became pledges, but we have evidence that she refused to sign the pledge card. So she's caught either way. Simply stated, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing Ms. Heard for making statements about society in general. I think that's very clear from the record evidence. Mr. Depp is suing her for publicly naming him as an abuser by implication and forever tarnishing his good name, an act that, coming from an ex-spouse, is fundamentally personal in nature. For that reason as well, Your Honor, Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute is not applicable. And based on the foregoing, Your Honor, Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the court should grant plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaims and also strike her claim that she is immune under the anti-SLAPP statute. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Guys, he's looking at
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
monitor. He's not falling asleep. He's watching the
As Your Honor
monitor.
knows, the trial court is required to accept as true all the evidence favorable to Amber at this point, as well as any reasonable inference a jury might draw therefrom, which would sustain the counterclaim. That's the correct standard here. I'll address the actual malice argument first, the agency argument. Your Honor, there's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could determine that Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent. He made those statements. The statements referred to him as Mr. Depp's attorney. As Your Honor ruled on Friday with respect to the jury instruction conference, an attorney is an agent of his client. Mr. Waldman testified that he's been Mr. Depp's attorney since 2016. He freely admitted speaking to the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, and he refused to answer question after question about that agency, so we can't use that as a sword now. Mr. Chu puts a lot of emphasis on the fact that Mr. Depp allegedly didn't see the comments that were made that are the subject of the counterclaim. But as Your Honor well knows, whether he saw them or not is not the standard for agency. There's also evidence that Mr. Depp met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Waldman prior to the defamatory statements being made and released. I believe that was in February of 2020, just 2 months prior. Mr. Waldman also concocted a story that Amber was being investigated for perjury by filing a perjury complaint against her with the LAPD. He disregarded any evidence that he didn't believe would fit in his narrative, that would fit in this story that he was speaking about on behalf of Mr. Depp. And after Mr. Depp lost the UK proceeding, after Mr. Depp was ruled to be a wife beater by the court in the UK proceeding, the court there found him to be a wife beater. Mr. Waldman then got an overseas tabloid to run a story claiming that Amber was being investigated for perjury, which simply wasn't true. He walked into the LAPD, filed a complaint for perjury against Ms. Heard, found a media outlet that doesn't follow the two-source rule, and then he had let the world believe that the LAPD was investigating Ms. Heard for perjury. That's a shameful and a sickening example, Your Honor, of the lengths that Mr. Depp, through his agent, Mr. Waldman, would go to smear and to defame Amber Heard, and that continued in the 3 statements in the counterclaim. Your Honor has heard evidence, I won't go through all the evidence, but Your Honor's heard evidence from Ron Schnell, who's traced the negative hashtags toward Amber Heard online associated with those defamatory statements, and noted the staggeringly high number of them that were associated with Mr. Waldman. Under the principles of the agent-principal relationship in Virginia, Your Honor, when Mr. Waldman made those statements, he was standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. They are one and the same for the purposes of those statements. As Your Honor discussed at length on Friday, Mr. Waldman made these statements with actual malice. There's plenty of evidence from which the jury could infer that, and his own, both from the actual malice from Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's own reckless disregard of facts that didn't support Mr. Depp, and his attempts to manufacture false evidence that did. As Your Honor found in the hearing, I believe it was on March 24th, after Your Honor denied Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment, Your Honor said, as to malice, a fact finder could reasonably conclude that Mr. Waldman made the statements with malice because Mr. Waldman has no personal knowledge of the party's marriage and still made the statements at issue. Nothing in this case has changed that. If anything, the evidence has only made it more clear that that is an inference that the jury can and we believe will find. So, Your Honor, there's no basis to grant a motion to strike on this agency argument. On the actual malice argument, the evidence shows that not only was Mr. Waldman Mr. Depp's agent, but that the two of them conspired to falsely accuse Amber of creating a hoax and falsify evidence that they believed supported their theory and what they wanted to achieve. As Your Honor well knows too, I won't go through all the law, but both agency and malice can be inferred through circumstantial evidence. There's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could infer those. Moving on, Your Honor, to the independent contractor, the court's already rejected this argument, ruled that an attorney-client have a principal-agent relationship, and as Your Honor said on Friday, there's no evidence in this case of anything otherwise. As to the argument that the counterclaim statements are statements of opinion, the court has already found twice that they are not statements of opinion, both on January 4th, 2021, in its opinion letter denying Mr. Depp's demur as to the counterclaim statements, and at the motion for summary judgment hearing in March of this year. As the anti-SLAPP argument, the court again has already ruled at the March 24th, 2021 opinion that the statements are as a matter of law regarding matters of public opinion. The court has already ruled that. Therefore, the only remaining issue for anti-SLAPP is whether the intent element of immunity is met. As we discussed on Friday, the intent element of immunity is substantially the same as the actual malice standard, which the evidence in this case easily allows a jury to find in favor of Ms. Heard on that. I won't go through the litany of evidence that supports that Mr. Depp is an abuser here, but I'll touch on a few things that relate to Mr. Chu's argument. One, Mr. Chu was totally
litany of
misrepresenting
evidence that
Mr.
none of us
Doherty's
have
testimony.
seen.
There's not a single piece of evidence, Your Honor, in this case suggesting that Ms. Heard and the ACLU were somehow conspiring to achieve a defamatory implication to Mr. Depp. That's simply not what Mr. Doherty said. Mr. Chu's feel free to argue that to the jury, but that's not what his testimony reflects. Your Honor, there's also plenty of evidence that's been adduced both in Mr. Depp's claim and in Ms. Heard's counterclaim that show that absolutely that the counterclaim statements are 100% false. There was no hoax perpetrated. Mr. Depp is an abuser who abused Ms. Heard. She did not conspire with her friends to create a hoax. She did not create a hoax herself. And
Prove
just
that.
very briefly,
Prove it.
some of the evidence that's come up since the last motion to strike, Your Honor, that Mr. Chu conveniently disregards in his brief are the testimony of Rocky Pennington, testimony of Josh Drew, testimony of Elizabeth Mars, all of whom completely corroborate Ms. Heard's account of the events of May 21st, 2016. The testimony of Melanie Iglesias, who testified that she covered Ms. Heard's bruises with makeup right after the December 15th incident, that provided ample testimony to support that Ms. Heard often would cover her bruises that were caused by the plaintiff, in this case, by Mr. Depp, with makeup. He ignores the evidence of Christy Sexton. He ignores the evidence of Io Tillett Wright. He ignores the evidence of Whitney Enriquez. All of these witnesses and others have testified extensively about
None
Mr.
of them
Depp's
saw anything.
abusive behavior toward Ms. Heard. Physical
They
abuse,
never saw
emotional
anything.
abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's own writings, recordings, pictures, and videos confirm that. The list goes on. There's abundant evidence in the record, Your Honor, from which the jury could, and again, we believe will find that Ms. Heard is not liable for defamation to Mr. Depp, and therefore, by definition, she has not acted with actual malice, and based on the court's rulings on March 24th, 2021, she would be entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity, which would permit her to ask the court to award attorney's fees against Mr. Depp. So with that, Your Honor, I'm happy to answer any questions the court has.
That's
but
fine.
that
Thank you,
covers it.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I will be brief in deference to the court's time and the jury's time. What Mr. Rottenborn said about Mr. Waldman's allegedly going to the LAPD about perjury is a complete non sequitur. If they thought that that were somehow improper conduct, they could have included it in their counterclaims. They included everything else but the kitchen sink, and most of it was thrown out. There was nothing in there about Mr. Waldman going to the LAPD. So that is a very clear non sequitur, red herring distraction. Number two, when Your Honor ruled on summary judgment on the issue of the counterclaims, Your Honor was dealing with a different standard and a different evidentiary record. At that time, Mr. Waldman had not testified, which is material. Mr. Waldman has now testified for purposes of trial. We have his trial testimony. It's very clear that he did not act with actual malice. They didn't even argue that. So that's pretty clear. And again, this is consistent. The third point is that it's all about games. They didn't sue Mr. Waldman on the three statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that. And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem and after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr. Depp's lawyer the required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get a TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well, they didn't. I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a monstrosity. But she did stiff the sick and dying children. It is gamesmanship.
Yes, she did.
And that's what she's doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient. In a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements, and they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you.
Yep.
And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to believe that. It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point with which I agree, which was that with respect to each of the three statements, Mr. Waldman was clearly identified, even by the tabloid that printed these, well within articles that had both sides represented, that he was Mr. Waldman's attorney. Even the reader of a tabloid understands that when you're getting statements from attorneys, it's going to be forwarding their client's point of view. Mr. Waldman is not the only attorney who has spoken out. Robbie Kaplan, who was Ms. Heard's second attorney. So Ms. Heard started out with Eric George. He made comments to the press.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is so much further beyond what Your Honor is addressing.
I'm finishing up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm finishing up. My point, Your Honor, and it's on point, is that Mr. George made statements supporting Ms. Heard's position. Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting her client's position on the merits, and so did Mr. Waldman. But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements by partisans. So for the reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike, or in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least, take these motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, in this matter, I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence as to her counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel. First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike. Having said that, we went down that legal road on Friday as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have. As to independent contractor, again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike. As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are issued in the counterclaim, ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment. So that argument will not be part of the motion to strike. So when assessing a motion to strike, the court accepts the favorable evidence adduced as true towards the non-moving party. The court cannot reject any inference from the evidence favorable to the non-moving party unless it would defy logic and common sense. When there is any doubt and question, the court should overrule a motion to strike. Agency may be inferred from the conduct of the parties and from surrounding facts and circumstances. When there is no direct evidence, circumstances may, and usually are, relied upon to determine whether an agency relationship exists.
She's going to give it to the
A
jury.
principal is liable for the tortious acts of his agent if the agent was performing his principal's business and acting within the scope of his agency. If an agent's tortious act arises from their agency relationship, is enacted in part to service the principal can be held liable for the tort. Here, the alleged tort is defamation. Besides demonstrating the agency relationship, the defendant must prove Mr. Waldman published an actionable statement, meaning a statement that is both false and defamatory, with the requisite intent. As to agency, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney at the time of the alleged defamatory statements were made. Mr. Waldman does not deny this, and neither does the plaintiff. Moreover, Mr. Waldman made the allegedly defamatory statements about the defendant during the proceedings of this action and interacted with the defendant once the statements were made while still representing the plaintiff. Taking the surrounding circumstances as a whole, an agency relationship can be inferred, and thus a scintilla of evidence regarding agency must be turned over to the jury. In addition, the jury may infer that Mr. Waldman made these specific statements to a third party to serve as plaintiff by portraying defendant as an opposing litigant in a negative light. It is not disputed that Mr. Waldman published statements and that there is a question as to whether statements are false, and both parties disagree and have presented conflicting evidence as such. As to actual malice, Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements after he met with his client. In addition, there is evidence the plaintiff was with Mr. Waldman at a meeting in February 2020 with the Daily Mail online. Further, defendant claimed that she met with Mr. Waldman where he threw the paper containing the counterclaim statements within them. Consequently, there is more than a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror may infer Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements while realizing they were false or with a reckless disregard for their truth. It is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The Fourth Circuit and the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other preliminary matters before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was pretty
Okay.
much expected, though, because, again, all right, so she denied the motion because the jury are the fact finders, and what she is saying is there could be there's evidence here that could suggest he was the mouthpiece for Johnny Depp, and in that case, that's the jury's responsibility to decide that. Stephanie, are you still there? I think she's working.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear that?
I'm here, but I'm about to go. Yeah, I did. I figured they were going to lose because you have to look at the light. You have to look at the facts in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which in this motion was the defendant. So, I mean,
So yeah, you have to give the defendant all of the I guess what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word?
all
Oh,
of the
shoot,
breaks go to the defendant.
Right. All of the breaks go to the defendant in this situation, but that doesn't mean that the jury isn't going to side the right way. I mean, I personally think it's silly, but I could see why this judge would do it because she's very concerned, I think, about being seen as a fair judge and not having this overturned on appeal, too.
Well, I was just going to say it's definitely the safer move for an appellate review. Hi there. Good. Okay, so
Yeah,
I
it's
gotta
a
go
safe
because I'm
move
heading
for
into the office.
okay.
I'm doing mediation.
All right. So yeah. So it is a safer move for the judge anyway, because judges don't like to have their decisions and their court cases overturned on appeal. If she should lose this case and then she goes to an appeal and the judge threw out her counterclaim before letting the jury take a look at it, that might not go well for the case in an appeal. However, if she loses and it goes to appeal, but the appellate court looks at it and says, well, you had every chance with this jury. Your counterclaim wasn't thrown out. The jury decided they didn't think you deserved it. That's going to be far less able to be overturned in an appellate court. All right. So, I mean, Well, they're discussing right now with their sidebar what they're going to do, what witnesses are being called, in what order, etc. That's what they're doing. Now what? Well, now the defense is resting their case. Ooh, Whitney's looking a little rough this morning. Jeez, I almost jumped. The witches of penthouses 1 through 5 are represented in the gallery today by Whitney, who also lived off Johnny for free. And just drank that wine and lived in those penthouses and had a good old time on Johnny. Holy crow, that face. I give advice sometimes to people when they're on camera. When you're on camera and you're on camera, resting bitch face is a real thing. And one of the things you can do to stop resting bitch face is just to make sure that when you are have a neutral face, that you turn the corners of your mouth just up slightly. I'll show you how it's done. This is my face when I'm on television. This is my normal face, but this is resting bitch face. Horrible. This is the face I use when I'm on television. Much different, but I'm not resting my face. You have to actually pull your muscles, your little face muscles up like this. I practiced that in the mirror, by the way, because I saw myself on some interview once and I was like, holy shit, I have bad resting bitch face. This is bad. And so I had to learn how to control my face. So that's something that everyone should learn how to do. Learn how to control your face for when you don't want to be judged on the expression that's on your face, because people do judge you on the expression. Now, all these people in the gallery, they have, some of them are smiling. Some of them just have their resting face. This poor lady right here has bad resting bitch face. It's not her fault. Doesn't mean she's actually a bitch. It just looks that way. Because when you relax your face, you kind of do this frowny thing, and that looks like you're angry. So Whitney has the mean girl, I'll put a hex on you face. That's funny. I just wanted to say again to Martin, thank you so much for the super chat. Martin says, you have become a staple of my mornings and afternoon. The best live coverage. Appreciate what you do. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. I love to hear it. I love, love, love my audience. And I also starred this one for later. 7-foot penguin overlord with gravy says, I'm simping for justice and women to face the consequences of their actions. Amen, 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 sir. Or ma'am, I am with you 100% on that one, because man, I'm simping for justice too. Although we can also simp for Johnny and his good-looking ties. That is also allowed. All right, where is Mr. Gadfly? Well, he woke up a little late this morning after that the what if drinking game. So we're going to give him some time to get here. Thank you, 7-foot penguin overlord with gravy. It's sir. Call me sir. Yeah, I will, sir, from now on. I know what I was going to tell you. So I can tell you which witnesses are going to be live and which ones are not, because someone, Larissa, sent me the list. So Dr. Richard Shaw is going to be live. Dr. Kimberly Collins is live. Candy Davidson Goldbraun is from a deposition. She's the representative from the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Walter Hamada is going to be a taped deposition. He's the president of DC-based film production Warner Brothers Pictures. Richard Marx will be in the courtroom live. Mike Spindler, who's the economic damages expert, will be there live. Doug Bania, he's the social media and internet analytics expert. He will be there live. Morgan Knight will be live. She's the witness of the Hicksville incident. Dr. David Colber, he will be live. He is the hand doctor of Mr. Depp. He is coming to rebut that testimony of Dr. Handjob, because he actually did do surgery on Mr. Depp's hand. Jennifer Howell will be a taped deposition, former friend and boss of Whitney Heard. So that's how that's going to go. Thank you very much, Larissa, for sending that to me. I appreciate it very much. By the way, don't forget to hit that like button on YouTube. You know, how many people are on YouTube right now? Let me see. I'm going to shame you. We're only at 213 likes, but there are 315 of you in the chat right now. Now, I know there's 100 of you who have not hit that like button yet. Why? Do you not like this stream? Is it my hair? Did I? Is it my hair? I did just get it done. Do you not like my hair? If you like the stream, hit the like button. We're at 227 now. We can get up to at least 300. I know there will be at least 15 of you who are too lazy to move that thumb over to the little thumbs up icon. But 100 of you should be able to do it. 248. We're at 248 now. Come on, let's get it up there. All right, now back over to, where was I? I didn't punch you, I hit you. Why don't you understand? I love that song. It's been going through my head all day. I would like to play Camille for you right now, but then I won't know when the judge comes back. So we can't do that because we can't be late. But we'll do it at the first break. We'll play Camille again because, man, Camille's a good song. A really good song. All right, I'm checking the chat. Checking the chat. Kate Moss is tomorrow. You guys are asking, what about Kate Moss? Kate Moss is up to be the first person on the witness stand by video deposition, sadly, tomorrow morning. I wish she was coming in person. Man, would I like to see her catwalk up to the witness stand. Come on, why isn't she here? But it's great that she's showing up by deposition. Yeah, Tammy, the witches of Penthouse 1 through 5 were fine with Johnny's behavior as long as they were getting to squat freely. Yeah, I think we saw that. Hit that like button. Thank you for hitting it. A bunch of you are saying, I hit it. Just hit it. Hit the like button. Just do it. Don't argue with me. All right, so here's something else. I was going to show you something on Twitter. What was it? Oh, there's something going around where you guys, hey, Jen, thanks for the $2 super sticker. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for your support. There's something going around on Twitter with Dr. Schmiegel yesterday. Dr. Schmiegel did something really bizarre on the stand, and during the first break, I'm going to play it for you, but he did this really weird mouth movement. He was like this. It was so bizarre, and it's going around on Twitter, and it's hilarious. I didn't catch it live yesterday, but I saw it, like the TikTokers, they're on top of it, man. They are on top of it. And then there's also audio of him whispering something to Elaine that a bunch of you think sounds like, am I allowed to lie on the stand? That's what it sounds like. But when I listened to it and I turned the volume up really high, it sounded to me like he said something like, is there anything I'm not allowed to talk about on the stand? But a bunch of you think he said lie on the stand. Now, he might have, but if he said that to a lawyer, which he was saying it to Elaine, and then Elaine said, yes or no, you can lie about whatever you want, she could lose her law license. So I am very skeptical that she said that. I'm very skeptical. I think it was something else. I think he was saying, is there anything I'm not allowed to talk about? But I could be wrong on that, but maybe we'll play it later and you can tell me what you think. Neely says his mouth movements look like classic tardive dyskinesia, which is from long-term antipsychotic meds. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, Pam, I will play the audio of it, but we just have to wait till we get to a break. Because if I stop sharing the court stream, darn well they're going to come right back in, and then I'll be late coming back in. So we'll wait until there's a official 15-minute break, and we will have time to do it. Because when I'm sharing a screen, I don't have two screens here. So when I'm sharing a screen, I can't see what's going on in the court stream. Okay, somebody just said, Mary says, I think he was talking about swearing. Maybe. Darlene agrees with me. He didn't ask about lying. That just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I wouldn't think he would. And especially if he did, I think Elaine would be like, no, you can't lie on the stand, because she's an attorney. That she would be in serious trouble if she said that. And I doubt that she wants to lose her law license. Blah says, very good point. I read 6 psychiatrists on Twitter saying he's abused drugs. His physical symptoms show. Well, allegedly. We don't know. But it was a really strange thing. To me, it seemed like maybe a neurological tic. I don't know. I don't know. It was very odd. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that, except like homeless people sometimes. Like I've seen that, like weird mouth movements. Make the chat subscribers only. Okay, can somebody please tell me how? I did it the other day, but now I don't remember how I did it. So I know that will get rid of the porn spammers. Yeah, I know. If someone can tell me how to do it, oh, maybe I could just Google that. All right, hold on. Let's Google it. Man, I wish we could play a song right now, but I'm worried I'm going to miss the court. All right, I'll tell you what. Since they are serious, I'll keep the volume on, and then I'll know when they come back. Hold on. I feel like they look like they're wrapping it up right now, though. So by the time I get this done, I feel like they'll be done. Hold on. If you have not gone to Gadfly's YouTube channel and subscribed to him, you need to. He's hilarious, and he has been entertaining us with the best meme songs for this trial that anybody's ever seen. And, okay, we'll take them out. We'll share this instead. Let's hear a little Gadfly. Let's take a little dance break, shall we? Since the court is not going. Here we go.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in the sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in his eyes. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends. And right down there, you're lying on the stand, let you down. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, but think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. Sunlight will make you glow. Cut the light.
I cannot stop singing that song. I cannot stop singing it. I love it so much. I think it should be a top 40 #1 hit. I think it should be playing on every radio station ever. If there's a Grammy Award-winning category for, meme songs, it should win. And guess who's joining us right now? Gadfly, the author, the songwriter of that song. He just popped in. Hold on, I'll bring you in just a second. I am trying to get the court stream back up. Come on. There it is. All right. Gadfly, welcome to the program. I do
Thank
love
you.
Gadfly. Yes, I do. The chat's like, you love Gadfly. I do.
I hate him. He sucks. I hate him.
Who doesn't love Gadfly?
I
All
broke
right.
my guitar today.
Oh, shut up.
I'm just
That's
trying
awesome because then when I want to sing like a little ditty of one of your songs, you can accompany me. When I'm like, I didn't punch you, I hate you. I expect you to just pop in.
I don't remember how those songs went.
Oh man. I'm going to look at the chat to see what they said because I was busy turning on sub mode only on YouTube because of the porn spammers. And so
I don't have a hangover. That is
that's
false.
defamation.
It's defamation.
I may have said that. I may have said you might have because you
Oh, I
were
know.
sucking down those beers. And
Oh, I heard.
I heard. I've already called my lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh my
I've already
gosh.
called Elaine the best lawyer around.
Elaine Breederhoft or whatever her name is. Breadhoft. Breedhoft. She's definitely not unbreaded. I know that. She's breaded for sure.
Bread huffed.
Breadhoft. Boo. Gadfly sucks.
He does. I hate that guy.
Oh my gosh. Hilarious. All right. So I'm looking at the chat to see what the reaction was to that song because I think we had a bunch of people who had never heard it before too.
I
Everyone
can
loves it.
turn my own audio down. Don't make Megan do it.
Your audio's not too high. Don't listen to the chat. They lie about.
I'm listening.
They lie.
What should I do next, chat?
Yeah, no, they love it. They love it. The whole chat is on fire. They love Camille. And I so hope that she has heard it. I sent it to her. I emailed it to her. And I'm hoping that she opened it. Because dang. Yeah, I did it. I managed to turn on subscriber mode. It was in the under the edit tab. So how was your night last night? Did you have any when you were laying in bed trying to go to sleep? Were you thinking about this trial?
I listened to the trial and fell asleep while listening to it. I was watching
Did you hear
another stream.
anything
No, obviously it wasn't that important if I did, because I can't remember it right now. I think that I heard the Hollywood experts say something that I don't remember.
The Hollywood expert? Oh, well, did you hear who's going to be there today? Did you hear my list of rebuttal witnesses that are coming?
I did. I heard. Well, in the courtroom is going to be. Did you say the DC guy's deposition?
Yeah. Well, he's Wait, is he? Hold on.
Or Warner
He's
Brothers
from
guy,
Washington, D.C., but he is the president of Warner Brothers Pictures. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant. Whenever I meant DC.
You meant the District of Columbia?
No, I meant the superheroes.
You meant DC Comics?
Yeah.
Well, they said maybe that's what they meant. Maybe they didn't mean he's from the District of Columbia. He's the DC president of Warner Brothers. Could that be?
I think that's what the Hollywood expert person said yesterday, is that he is the president of DC live action
at Warner Brothers. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I said that wrong. It's a good thing I have you here so you can correct my stupid mistakes. And
what's his name?
His name is
Daryl Hannah. What'd you say?
Walter Hamada.
Okay.
Hamada. So yeah, Google him. You'll find out.
Yeah, he's the president of DC Films.
All right. Well, then I made a mistake, folks. He's not from Washington, D.C. When I hear D.C., I hear District of Columbia, not comics, because that's just me and my stupid mistakes with the comics. I report on comics, but I don't know anything about them. The only thing I know is that the people writing comics now are ruining it with woke crap. Actually, it's not true that I don't know comics because I was a big fan of the Archie comics when I was a kid. So I sure know a lot about those anyway. But I don't know a lot about the DC ones and the Marvel ones. I was more of an Archie comics fan, and I really hate what they did to Archie too. My God, I was in a comic book shop the other day because my kids really like comics, and I picked up one of those the new Archie comics, and like it's just everyone's gay. It's just all gay. The entire world of comics is now gay, and I just don't get it.
I like when Archie fought the Predator.
Was Jughead with him on that?
I think so. I remember seeing it in a comic book store one time. And I was like, cool. That's crazy.
I have, you know what I have? Speaking of comics, you guys, all you comics fans are going to be really jealous right now. I have, oh shoot, they're not here. I guess my daughter probably took them. But I have a bunch of signed Batman comics signed by Chuck Dixon.
All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Is he an artist?
He is the writer and the creator of the Batman villain with the thing on his face. What's the thing on his face? You know, the villain that has the big thing on his face. What do you call that guy? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
You don't? The villain, the new one that has the mask. Somebody in the comments.
Oh, you're talking about the Riddler?
No, not the Riddler. The one in the
Saying.
movie.
The Riddler's in the movie.
Not that one. The one before that. The movie before that. Bane. Thank you, Bane.
With the thing on his face. Okay.
You know, what is that thing? I don't know what it is, but it's a thing. It's like a mask on his face.
Yeah. He has like well, in like the comics he had like, you know, super gas that would turn him into roided out luchador guy.
Yeah, and I guess Chuck Dixon wrote Batman comics for many, many years. Like he's pretty famous.
Oh, that's okay.
I interviewed him once. And then he sent my kids a bunch of
ladies and
comic
gentlemen. I
books.
apologize.
Really
We have a few
nice
housekeeping
guy.
matters to take care of, but thank you. You can have your seat. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, on behalf of defendant and counterclaimant Amber Heard, we rest.
All right, thank you.
Finally.
All right, rebuttal evidence.
They're done.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Walter Hamada of Warner Brothers.
All right, Mr. Hamada.
Oh, he is there.
Your Honor, just to clarify, this is by deposition, so we may need that.
Okay, okay.
I apologize, I should have provided notice.
That's all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think we could-
Thought he was about to walk in.
Yeah, so did I, but I was like, wait a minute, they said deposition. I'm changing the ticker.
Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. The defense has rested.
Thank God. And they are running out of time to do any kind of cross. They are running out of time, seriously.
Yeah.
And I found out that the cross counts against their time. So they're going to have to be very careful. Oh, my camera's screwed up again. Okay, I'm turning off the camera.
I can turn mine off too, if you
It's
want.
fine. It does. I don't care. It's up to you. But I'm just going to turn it off because yours is fine. It only does it to mine. Mine's the only one that freezes. It must have something to do with the host camera and sharing the stream. Because as soon as I share the stream and it gets big, it starts to glitch out.
Do you work for Warner Brothers Entertainment, Inc.?
Yes, I do.
Can we have a picture, please?
My title is President of DC-based film productions for Warner Brothers.
Based.
What, if anything, you did to prepare to testify for Warner Brothers as to topics 2 through 18?
I did not do anything to prepare for this, other than the meeting that I had with the attorneys.
Did Warner Brothers have a contract with Amber Heard to perform in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was we had an option agreement for her for Aquaman 2.
Do you know what it is?
I'm running to get
It
coffee.
looks like a standard contract between an actor and the studio.
And which actor was involved in this? Which actor was a party to this contract?
Amber Heard. It's a contract for Amber Heard for the role of Mara in Aquaman and its sequels.
Which studio contracted with Amber?
Mara.
Warner Brothers.
When did you come to be the president of DC?
At the beginning of 2018.
Mr. Hamada, Was Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Was Ms. Heard ever rehired for Aquaman 2 by Warner Brothers?
No.
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2?
No.
Why not?
We, as a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies, and
no pay increase.
Prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated, and one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals, and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there is a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which
before it was written, yeah,
in 2018, I would say. So, and from there, beyond normal development, the role the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson. So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, it was the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
Boom, got it, bro.
Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Just the movie's not about you. Get over it. God.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran.
Who was the director?
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there. And would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way?
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to
This must be so horrible for
audition
listeners.
other actresses for the role of Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
What role, if any, did Ms. Heard's dispute with Johnny Depp have in Warner Brothers' delay picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
Would Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
At any time from the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up her option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran.
So
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack Snyder at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition today?
No.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about scripts. Did you review any of the drafts of the script for Aquaman 2?
Did you hear it all, Megan?
When?
I missed just the end and when Elaine took over, so I don't think I missed much.
When was the first script for Aquaman 2?
Basically, get wrecked, Amber.
I cannot tell you. Probably in 2018, the latter part of 2018 would be my guess.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the script.
Surprised it's not more.
All right. What, if anything, did Rob Cohen say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and that it's sort of movie magic and editorial, the ability to sort of put performances together, and with the magic of, a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry.
It's all about the music.
And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the, characters on the screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so...
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was difficult for for
Well, for
no,
one,
because
she's a terrible actress.
it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
And we didn't see it.
Now, you used the term fabricated a number of times. What did you do to fabricate the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Well, those are just, it's editorial. And a good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, pick the right moments, and put scenes together. Again, score is a big, the music in a scene makes a big difference. It can make a happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort of it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound design, music, etc.
And what do you mean by fabricating, though? I mean, were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best music? Just let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what we do in post-production. That's what filmmakers do. This is on any production. You're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others. This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to, James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works.
Not going to help her with her career going forward.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the combinations together to make the most successful production.
Well, finally, we can see him.
Tell you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247. And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2. Is that correct? And Aquaman,
and Aquaman, what's it going to say? You suck?
That's correct.
All right.
Is that George Takei?
James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018.
Aquaman.
You rated really high with the audience, exclamation mark. You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber?
The chat is simping for Hamada.
That'd be a test screening. During our post-production of the movie,
he looks like the
test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
And they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had, that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that says there was any chemistry issues
I love the
between
chat.
Amber Heard and Jason Momoa in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason came back and James Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
Yeah, he's Aquaman.
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Objection.
What, if
in
any,
place.
issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Oh my God, just wrecked. Totally wrecked.
Yeah. It went smoothly because James Wan is a competent filmmaker.
Your Honor, we
that's been in
call
the industry
Dr.
forever.
Colber next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach.
All right, they're going to approach. All right, Gadfly.
Yeah,
This is
what's up?
some kind of testimony right here. So we got the head of DC, Warner Brothers, saying she just had no chemistry, had nothing to do with Johnny whatsoever. Her claim is totally wrecked. She lost
Destroyed.
nothing. Do we not believe the head of DC? Is he on Johnny's payroll? Do you think?
Yeah, he's on Johnny's payroll. Yeah, he doesn't get paid more money than Johnny will ever make in his life.
I think my
Well,
favorite
no.
part. I think my favorite part was him saying, we know it when we see it. It's something stars have," and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, I wasn't there. Sorry. Now, this DC guy is paid very well. He doesn't need anybody's money for anything ever. It's hilarious that he was like, I don't even. They're like, "Have you talked to Zack Snyder?" And he's like, and he laughed, and he's like, "No, I haven't talked to Zack Snyder," because no one at Warner Brothers likes Zack Snyder because the internet got so annoyed and wanted the Zack Snyder cut, and they were kind of all being assholes about it. And we got it eventually, and it was better than the original version. So cool. But that's why they kind of killed the Zack Snyder verse.
By the way, I watched the 55 seconds of Justice League this morning. It's on YouTube. You can look it up on YouTube. And Amber Heard uses an English accent for her two lines that she does not use in the Aquaman movie. So, and it's really dumb too. It's incredibly dumb. I can't believe someone said, "Yeah, go with that accent. Yeah, do that."
Well, to be fair to Amber's dumb English accent, Elizabeth Olsen had a Russian accent in Age of Ultron, and progressively it's gone away to the point where they even made a joke about it in WandaVision. Where they're like, are you Russian? And she goes, "It comes and goes."
It comes and goes. Yeah, well.
So she's not the first person to have a dumb accent in a movie. That stops.
It's pretty bad though. If you want to see it, it's on YouTube. You can look up the clip of Amber Heard in Justice League. It's like literally 55 seconds long. And it's funny. It's fun. And again, like, movie magic is something very interesting because, yeah, I bet they can make anybody look good. They can make anybody with the music, the score, and the lighting, and the smoke, and everything else that they do. They can make anybody look like they're doing well. But as far as, and you can tell in this courtroom right now who has it and who doesn't. We have an A-list actor on one side and a D-list actress on the other, and just their entire energy is different, which is the thing when you say she's got it. That's what it is. When you say he's really got it, he can command a room, he can control a room, everybody's eyes are on him. That's that thing. That's that je ne sais quoi you can't put your finger on. That's why some people become mega stars and some people don't. Amber Heard was never going to be on the track to be a mega star because she doesn't have it. And now we've heard, and we've been saying this for days, by the way, and now we have the president of DC Warner Brothers saying she doesn't have it.
And I mean, let's be honest, in any other circumstance, an actor would be so happy with Amber Heard's career. I mean, she's getting paid still millions of dollars to be in a giant movie. She also gets to do smaller movies that she's still paid very well for.
She's working. She's a working actress.
A working actress, and people hire her, and we're hiring her, and then they're like, you know what? Why would we hire her? Plus, it's no secret that movies now are super indie, pretty much, or super block.
Uh-oh, did I lose you? I think your screen froze up. Crap. Hate it when that happens. Well, anyway, he'll pop back on, I'm sure, eventually. Hold on. I'll take him out of the thing. Your screen froze up. I'm not sure why. Maybe you're having a Wi-Fi connection, but Gadfly is frozen. Frozen in time. Look at him. Totally frozen. And now his camera won't even pop up. Frozen Gadfly. She's going to end up in porn. That is a very sad possibility. And I hope for better for Amber Heard. I hope that she ends up on like Survivor or Big Brother, because I think that's her future. I think her future is going to be on a reality show. Hey, she may even get her own reality show, but I think that's about the extent of what she's going to have going forward. Maybe they'll do a bachelorette with her. I would watch the hell out of that. Wouldn't you? If they made her the bachelorette, oh, I'd watch the hell out of that show. Yes, I would. Amber Heard as the bachelorette, be fantastic. Yes, we may be having succubi interference. Just hold on. The stream will be Gadfly will be returning when the curse has lifted and his camera works again. And we're waiting for that with bated breath. Here he is. Is it fixed? We think we had maybe succubi interference.
Yeah, she cast a spell on me. But basically, all I was trying to say is that, like, yeah, there's big movies and indie movies, and Amber's not a really great enough actress to be in like super artistic things, and she's not a name enough to be put in giant blockbusters. So there you go.
I was just telling the chat that I would watch her as the Bachelorette. I would watch the hell out of that show.
Oh yeah, nice.
I think her future is going to be in reality TV. And I think it would get huge ratings if we would watch this shit show on a reality type scenario where we watch her date a bunch of people and like who wants to take this ride? Who wants to try this dragon?
Yeah.
And I think that would be fan-freaking-tastic television. That's what I think.
I think you're right. I like that. But yeah, and Elaine's whole like questioning in that deposition being like, but you said that she tested well. It's like, well, yeah, but that was you can fix a movie that wasn't going well in editing. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can try your hardest and you did everything right and actors did have good chemistry and the movie turns out bad. I mean, there's not an exact science to all of it.
Who really wants though to deal with, well, these two actors don't have good chemistry and we have to do all this extra work in the editing room to make it look good. Nobody wants that. There's like construction going on outside my window. What the hell is happening? What are they doing? There are people, there's like a huge machine digging into my grate. Do they know? This is bad. This is bad news. I don't know what they're doing. And it's, of course, during the live stream, and it's so loud, you can probably hear it. There's like beeping. They're digging out.
I actually can't hear anything.
Oh, good. Because there's like beeping and like banging. I don't know what's going on, but they're never here. So I don't know what's going on. It's bizarre. They're digging out some kind of trench in front of my house. No one called them either. I don't think it's my property. I think it belongs to the state. All right. But now I have to deal with that in my ear, which sucks. Okay. Everyone's happy to see the cat or hear the cat, Malmo.
She's here.
Aw, Malmo. My daughter is texting me nonstop.
She just turned up my volume. Stop it.
Who turned up your volume? I
My
didn't.
cat.
Oh, the cat.
She rubbed her
that's
face
so
against the
funny.
little volume control.
That's so funny. I have a daughter. I have 3 children. Yeah, I have a 16-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 7-year-old little boy. So I have 2 girls and a boy.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
All right.
I apologize again. We have a few things to take care of. We're just going to go ahead and take our morning recess now for 15
now?
minutes. Not discuss the case.
Already?
Do not talk to anybody, okay?
Wow. What is
Do
going
not do any
on?
outside research. Sorry, that was the same thing.
All right. All right. So I said that on the first break we were going to do something. Hold on. Let me
Oh,
turn
no.
the mute button on.
Oh no.
Where's the mute button? Where is it? There it is. Okay. On the first break, I did say we were going to play Dr. Schmeagol from yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Because were you thinking I was going to play your song again?
I thought you were going to. And I
You're
was
like,
gonna be
I'm so tired of
no.
this. You're like, I'm so tired of it already. I've heard it enough.
Kill
No,
it.
but you should
Cancel
go to
Gadfly.
you should go to Gadfly's channel and subscribe, like and subscribe, because he has some really awesome stuff. So I was going to show you a few things that I saw This is hysterical. Hold on. Please pull this up. This dude, there's something wrong with this guy. Hold on. Now I gotta share the screen. So we missed this yesterday when it was live, Gadfly. We missed the this weird guy on the stand. We saw him, but we didn't see this moment. And
Yeah,
even
I
Johnny
saw it
saw
later.
it. Even Johnny saw it and was like, what the hell is this? You guys, this is so
Did you look
funny.
at that one when you were comparing this processing speed?
Look at Johnny's face.
You have to answer questions.
Look at his face.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka as a. You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece? Whether isn't he dead? Yeah. So the answer is no. He does not use it.
God.
He never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was. And that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess you are saying that the whole, I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
We've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy.
Oh, I hated this part.
What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
And counsel for
No,
Mr.
is
Depp came
Camille a
back and
narcissist
said,
too?
Camille goes,
"Are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed?"
yeah, you eat candy. Everyone who buys Skittles is a narcissist.
So great. So great. But those mouth movements, holy crap. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Eating candy like a psychopath.
Yeah, doodling and eating candy.
Yeah, Amber was eating during her deposition. She was like shoving mouthfuls of stuff in her face. What the fuck? My husband eats candy. I better have him checked. This doctor reminds me of Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Yes, Dr. Doofenshmirtz won the lookalike contest yesterday by quite a big margin. I think it was like 65% of you said Doofenshmirtz over Sam the Eagle.
True.
I mean, all kids are narcs.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. This is just nuts. Did you see the lawyer eat candy? Crap, my son eats candy all day. He's probably a narcissist.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, drawing and eating candy. Yeah, I like the fact that Camille then reached for the candy and popped it in her mouth. Like, yeah, call me a narc. What is wrong with these people?
I mean, it's just dumb questions. That's why it's like those questions that she was asking the DC person. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, I feel like you're asking questions that are going to make Amber Heard look so much worse. And that's all that it amounted to.
I know.
It's like, well, you're saying it was fabricated? I mean, basically, movies aren't real, right? So yeah, it's fabricated. We didn't actually swim with giant sharks that could eat us. You realize that? It's like, what are you talking about?
And then when he said that he evaluated Johnny Depp by watching Pirates, I about lost my shit. Like,
In commercials. And he's like, well, in interviews when he's not in movies. Dude, he's still acting in those.
and then also when he said that the earpiece, so on redirect or on cross, Johnny's lawyer said, did you know that there was music going into the earpiece? Now, I missed that yesterday. They said he wasn't getting lines through it. He had music in his earpiece. Would that make a difference to you? And then he goes, oh, I know he did get his lines. Well, how do you know? If we're telling you right now he had music in them, how would
Well,
you know?
I heard
Well, so now I guess it's true. So I found out that it was true. I didn't realize this from earlier testimony, but I guess Johnny does have ADHD. He's been diagnosed with it. So this is very, very usual for a person with ADHD. I do it myself, to have music or some kind of white noise in the ears when you're trying to concentrate on something, because I don't know what it is about our brains, but our brains have to do two things at once. We can't do just one thing at a time, which is why the noise outside right now is absolutely distracting the shit out of me, because I can't block it out. And if I was sitting here working with all that, I would be blasting music in my ears so I could pay attention to my writing. When I was in grade school, before anybody knew what ADHD was, and all the teachers just thought I was a jerk, I had to have my mother used to make them allow me to have headphones, like a Walkman, to wear to listen to music when I took tests, because I could
Right.
not take a test with all the background noise. Like people, I could hear people writing with pencils. Like just that noise of people writing on with pencils would drive me absolutely crazy, and I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the test. So it's very usual and very common for somebody with ADHD to want something in their ears while they're doing something else. It's a focuser. Some people play with things. I have fidgets. I don't have one right now at my desk. I will sometimes play with my rosary, though. I will sometimes play with, I have fidgets, not fidget spinners, but I have like the things that they're like little gears. Yeah, and it's something that you have to be doing something else. I don't know how to explain it other than to say our brains work really quickly, like almost like a Ferrari speeding so fast past so many things that it's almost like a slowing down sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So, and I'm seeing that a lot of you in the chat have experience with this. And I'm gonna go tell those guys working on the road, just get the hell out of here. Seriously, it's making me nuts right now. So if you see me like constantly looking out the window, like I'm just I'm trying to figure out when they're gonna leave. Because yeah, this is gonna make me crazy. I cannot take background noise. I have to have music or white noise to focus. And I do two things at once. So it's interesting that Johnny has the same thing. He's doing the same thing. All right, there was something else. There's something else on Twitter I wanted to show you. So let me go and check it out. I dropped it in our messages for Gadfly. He's probably taking care of the cat at the moment. All right, this was funny. This is hilarious. I think I put this on the artwork for today's live stream.
alive.
There he is. He's back. All right. I put this on the live stream artwork because it's so funny.
I do like that. Sorry, I'm tweeting out that we're streaming. I'm trying.
Oh my gosh. Well, at least I didn't boomer the stream this time.
That's true.
So that's good. Hold on. I'm going to find Rakita, because Rakita's stream is so funny right now. His Twitter is hilarious. Hold on. He tweeted something out that I retweeted that made me laugh so hard. Where was it? Man, he's going crazy today. Where did it go? Rottenborn just did. Now, this was during the motion to strike there, or motion to dismiss her counterclaim. Rottenborn just did. Objection, Your Honor. I'm a cunt and don't want the other side to make their argument.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did when he was objecting. Like, oh, he's playing to the cameras.
What?
Shut up and let the guy make his argument.
Yeah. What's your actual objection?
Yeah, he didn't have one. It was
I don't
just,
have one.
Your Honor, he's playing to the cameras, and I don't think he should be allowed to do that.
He's
What?
been talking for too long and he's making good points, and I don't appreciate it.
And I don't appreciate that he's wrecking our defense, Your Honor. He's wrecking our case.
Objection.
Objection. Oh my gosh. I don't think anyone should feel bad about anyone stiffing the ACLU. Yeah, 100% agree, Mr. Chu. He said that, and I loved that. I made a comment then. I'm like, yeah, screw the ACLU for what they did. They did something terrible.
Yeah.
What else has he been tweeting out today? His Twitter is usually fun to watch. Yeah, he knew the judge was going to deny it, just like I did.
Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, like what you said on the stream earlier, I was listening to the whole thing. I was here in spirit. But yeah, I mean, she has to, and Stephanie said that too, like she has to be a little, just to kind of be fair, you know? It doesn't want to seem like she's one-sided. And maybe she's not. Maybe she like doesn't know which way to go, and she's just like an honorable judge. It's like, it's up to the jury. Whatever.
Yeah, in Virginia, I guess the statute's really clear that if there is any question and there is a jury, those matters of fact go to the jury. So if there's any possibility that a jury could find that Waldman was speaking on behalf of Johnny Depp, then it's not the judge's job to make that call. It's the jury's job. So,
yeah.
And it was technically, it was probably the right call for the judge. Because this is such a high profile case, you're not going to find a lot of judges who are going to be like, yeah, dismiss. You know, maybe if it wasn't televised, she would see the writing on the wall and be like, they didn't prove it. You know, they really didn't. They offered no evidence that showed Waldman was a mouthpiece for Johnny Depp. I didn't see any. Did you? I didn't see any.
No, I mean, I guess you could argue the most bit of evidence is that they went to a Daily Mail interview together, but that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
Because what was the Waldman stuff posted in the Daily Mail shortly after that? Like, I don't know.
Ricada says, it took 9 minutes of testimony from Walter Hamada to destroy Amber Heard's claims about Aquaman contract. Yep.
Oh, this is a good point. I wanted to bring this up. So whenever she's like, oh, I signed a contract for a multi-picture deal. Yeah, but that could mean anything. Like in Thor 2, there's a very small moment when Loki turns into Captain America as like a joke. You know, it's just like a little joke, but that counted as one of Chris Evans' contractually obligated movies,
right? And it's almost like a cameo.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh well, we don't really have another movie for Chris to do, so we might as well just do this one, and it counts towards one of them, and then we're all in the same boat, you know? Yeah.
T. Roy says it's 10:46 and I can't get Camille out of my head. It'll do that to you. It's a bop, man. It's a bop. I highly suggest downloading it into your Apple iTunes and blasting it in the car with the windows down. It's a good bop. All right. There's another one on here too that I liked. Hamada just compared Amber Heard's lack of chemistry with Malmoa to, it's like saying what makes a movie star. Ouch. No chemistry, no star. Yeah. That's brutal. That was brutal for her. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Really bad. Oh, you know what? I'm going to play this again because this was so fun. I woke up this morning and I always go to Ricada's stream, the night stream from last night. I usually fall asleep listening to, and then I'll watch it again. I'll watch it in the morning and catch up. And I'm watching it this morning and this is what I hear.
You like our Megan Fox a lot better than Thumbtoe's Megan Fox? Well, yeah. Yeah. Megan Fox from PJ Media is great, hilarious, engaging, charming. Megan Fox from the thing was just, she was just a actress in some movies.
Eat shit, Megan Fox.
Thumbtoes, Megan Fox.
Eat shit, Thumbtoes. How
Poor
great
Megan
is
Fox.
that? How great is that? Man, I love you, Ricada. I love you.
I agree, Ricada.
I'll tell you what, it has taken me years to overcome the other Megan Fox. For one, I had the name first. I'm like that guy in Office Space whose name is Michael Bolton. I swear to God. I'm like, having a famous name sucks. And I've had it since I got married. We married 21 years ago. And obviously that's Mr. Fox's last name. And when she became a star was years after that. Like, when was her big breakout? It was like Transformers, the first movie.
It was probably Transformers, yeah.
Okay, so when was that?
Her Star is Born moment, you mean?
Yeah, her Star is Transformers.
2008.
All right, so that was
8
years after I got married. And because I was married in 2000. So like almost a decade after having this name, someone comes along and becomes famous with it. And it has been a nonstop nightmare for me ever since. I
Yeah.
can't go to the grocery store and show anybody my credit card. I can't call the phone company and tell them what my name is, not without hearing, really? And I always tell those dudes in India that I am her. Yeah, always, every time. You have to, because then they do nice things for you. Yeah, if they're too dumb to figure out why Megan Fox is calling to get on a payment plan for some phone issue, then it's not my fault.
If they're too
but-
dumb to realize that two people can have the same name, it's like
I know, but I'm finally overcoming it. There's finally a group of people who's like, no, not that, not the other Megan Fox, our Megan Fox.
Yeah.
Me.
Good, as it should be.
It's happening. It's happening. So that was a lot of fun. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, what else is going on? What's going on? Let me see. Let's look at Twitter. Let's see what's trending on Twitter.
Is court back? People say court is back, but they're always
No,
wrong.
it's not. It's a minute and 5. Here, we'll pull it up. We got a minute left.
You're all wrong.
I mean, I don't know what stream you're watching. We're on Law and Crime, so we've got 56 seconds left, but thanks
Could be
for the
delayed.
reminder.
I sent you that one Twitter thing. Did you ever watch it on stream? It was a
Not-
while ago,
What was it?
a couple days ago.
I'll check the thing. What was it though?
I don't even remember. I just remember we said it was funny and we should watch it on stream.
We
so I
should.
knew what it was.
I don't remember. I just said it was funny.
I'm still going up. Oh yeah, the cat has hands thing.
Oh yeah, we played that.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, we played that.
And then Amber's lawyer laughed.
Yeah, Rottenborn has had a hard time keeping his face straight on some of this stuff. Like, I think they must know how ridiculous it is. And oh, by the way, there was an article about Rottenborn and about what a gentle soul he was by the corporate media. Thanks, corporate media, for telling us, Ben Chu and Rottenborn are trending right now. Should we see why? Ben Chu is trending. The top tweet says, she stiffed sick and dying children. Ben Chu bringing the fire, roasting Amber Heard with truth. Now let's go over to Rottenborn and see what the top trending tweet there is. Rottenborn just did. Objection, Your Honor, I'm a cunt. And don't want the other side to make their argument. Ricada for the win. He's the top trending Rottenborn trend.
Nice.
The DUI guy says judge looked pretty unimpressed with Rottenborn when he quoted that Johnny Depp has been called a wife beater, and he said that 2 times. Both times,
Yeah.
the judge looked down at her computer. Yeah, I hate it when they do that, but they're allowed. By the way, you guys in the chat were like, he should sue him for defamation. You can't. During a trial like this, you are not held responsible for anything you say. You can, unless it's perjury, and even then, they usually don't.
Yeah, not really.
No, but during a trial, the lawyers, what they say is completely protected. They can defame you all day long, and you can't sue them for it because they're trying to convince the jury that you did this thing. So that's their only play here. They can't be like, he's an alleged wife beater. They're just going to say this man is a wife beater, and they
Yeah.
can't be accountable for that.
Yeah, they could say this man is a penguin in disguise,
Yeah.
Maybe
Right.
he is.
They can say anything they wanted to, except for perjury. They can't lie. They can't knowingly lie. And actually, lawyers, though, can, I think, because they're not under oath. They're not on the stand. So I don't think there's anything keeping them from lying. I think lawyers, and lawyers lie all the time. All right, I need to put the sound back on. Here we go.
Thank you for subscribing to my channel, Ashley. I appreciate it.
DUI mentioned me this morning? Shut up. Really? Oh, well, where on his stream this morning? I'll have to go and pull that. I'll have to go pull that video too, so I can keep a running record of how much LawTube is liking me, because that's fun. That's fun.
That's great. I still have on my computer a Twitter video that Paul Bettany sent me one time. And
Yeah.
I was so happy. And he was like, it was during Civil War. He said my
Cool.
name and he was like, thanks for voting for the right team. I was like,
Cool.
hell yeah. Thanks, Vision.
I thought speaking of Paul Bettany, that reminds me of the other guy that was in that they were saying Aquaman was supposed to be a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and what's his name? Crap.
Patrick Wilson.
Patrick Wilson.
Mhm.
And so again, Amber just wrecked, totally wrecked. It wasn't supposed to be a movie about Mira and Aquaman. It was a bro comedy.
Yeah, because my girlfriend said this just a little bit ago. She was like, I like Jason Momoa, but he's not like, you're not really gonna go see a Jason Momoa movie to watch him fall in love with a girl. That's like, he's not really that kind of person, you know?
Probably not. No, you want the comedy, you want the laughs.
Yeah, you want his good vibes and him being there and punch
like
some
a-
stuff and
He's
do
like
some
a
cool
surfer
things.
dude. He's got that surfer dude vibe, and like you want those jokes. Yeah.
You don't want to see him tied down with his wife having a baby. Get out of here. Yeah,
Get outta
Aquaman
here
2.
with
Come
that.
watch them give birth for an hour and a half.
Oh man. Oh man.
I don't know what Amber's on about. She's like literally just like, why isn't the movie about me? Is basically her argument.
The other Megan Fox's career seems to be going downhill, and her and Machine Gun Kelly seem to be Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob Weird. Yeah, ever since she left Brian Austin Green, she's been really weird. Really
Don't
weird.
ever talk bad about Angelina Jolie ever again.
Well, when she was young, she was a little odd. She seems to have cleaned it up quite a bit in her later years.
Maybe.
Remember when she was like, she had vials of Billy Bob's blood around her neck and stuff? I mean, it was weird. She went through a weird time.
I know what you're saying. I agree with everything you said, but I love me some Angelina Jolie.
I like her too. I like her too. As an actress, I really like her. She definitely has it. She's got that thing. And I loved her in Maleficent. Thought she was brilliant in that. I think she's brilliant in most things that she does. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. But that weirdness with the blood drinking stuff, it's like, it's not cool.
You know,
Not cool.
every once in a while, you just gotta date Billy Bob Thornton. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, Billy Bob Thornton apparently got him some amber too, if we are to believe the
I believe
writing
it.
on the wall, the actual writing on the wall.
Yeah, I believe it.
The actress Megan Fox is crazy and weird. Basically wears nothing in public. Her and her new fiance drink each other's blood. Ugh.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's gross.
We saw her at the airport. She was wearing a hoodie.
Yes, true.
Okay.
She only dresses like naked when she wants the paparazzi to take her picture.
Sir, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. I'm just trying to get you on the big screen. We're waiting for the jury. Just give us a minute, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for the sub, Carolyn. Appreciate it.
All right, I have to go drop something off to my daughter at school. I'm gonna go mobile and I'll be on, and but I'll be back. It won't take me
You can
long.
be seated. All right, your next witness.
We called Dr. Colber.
All right, sir, if you could raise your right hand.
And I will try hard not to boomer
You
the
swear
stream.
to tell the truth under penalty of law.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would just object that Dr. Colber appears to have a stack of documents right in front of him.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down, and any documents you have, if you could put them away and just testify from your memory, okay, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, your question.
Good morning, Dr. Colber.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
David Allen Colber.
And
Their
what is
whole
your
expert
profession?
witness was able to have a whole binder of notes.
I'm a plastic and hand surgeon.
And how long have you been a plastic and hand surgeon?
Been in practice for 26 years
Where do you currently work?
at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center
How long have you worked there?
for the past 26 years.
Do you know the plaintiff in this action, Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I had taken care of him when he had injured his hand.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March of 2015.
And what type of treatment did you provide to Mr. Depp?
He had a fracture of his finger with soft tissue loss. And so we reconstructed his finger.
When did you perform the first surgery on Mr. Depp's finger?
I believe it was around March 20th of 2015.
And what was involved in that surgery, just briefly?
Debriding the vitalized tissue, putting a hypothenar skin graft, restore some of the soft tissue loss that he had, and then also putting a pin in because he had a displaced distal phalanx fracture.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery? I'm sorry, I think the audio cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat your answer?
It was injured and had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
And can you please describe to the jury what a plaster splint would look like?
So it's like a cast, but you don't want to put everything circumferential on it because of swelling after surgery. So I believe in Mr. Depp's case, it was like the two fingers. I think the third finger was the one that was operated on. So these two fingers, the third and fourth finger together, and it's a splint with plaster on the top and on the bottom that goes around the hand to protect it.
How mobile was Mr. Depp's hand when it was in that cast?
Well, he couldn't move his third and fourth fingers because of the bulkiness of the splint. Typically, post-operatively, it's a more bulkier splint right after the surgery. So it's not very, it gets in the way.
Could Mr. Depp grab someone with that cast on his hand?
He could attempt to grab someone. I don't know how successful he would be. He had his index finger free and his thumb free, but the other fingers were probably not being able to move.
He pinched Amber.
How long was the pin in Mr. Depp's finger?
About 11 or 12 days.
And how was the pin removed?
It was removed under local anesthesia in my office.
How long did you ultimately treat Mr. Depp for his hand injury?
For several months.
And why was that?
It was a bad injury. It required a few more little office procedures to clean up the tissue. He had an infection as a result of the injury, so he had to be on antibiotics for some time until it finally completely healed.
Do you recall when the infection developed?
It was a few weeks after the surgery, and that's when I took out the pin.
When was the last time that you saw Mr. Depp?
Sometime in 2015. I don't recall when.
And when was the last time that you spoke to Mr. Depp?
The same, around 2015.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Colber.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Colber. So you said that this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th.
Rottenborn is the only frozen one. Yeah, it's a long crime stream, guys. It's not Megan's stream. Their sound went out for some reason.
Oh no, don't tell me. I literally just left the house. I cannot believe this happened. Crap.
I mean, the video's going, but there's no sound. Let me check their stream just on YouTube itself.
That's so weird. There it is. Came back. That happened yesterday too.
And regardless of whether Mr. Depp could have grabbed someone with the hand with the cast on, he could have grabbed someone with the hand without the cast on, correct?
Correct.
Michelle, can you pull up Exhibit 400, please? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right.
The internet objected to Rottenborn talking. That's what happened.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Colber, I'm just going to ask Michelle here to just scroll through these pictures, and I'd ask you to take a look at them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of foundation for these photographs.
They're already in evidence.
With respect to the questions to the witness.
They're in evidence. Thank you.
Michelle, if you could go back up to that, stop right there. Is there anything about the cast that was put on Mr. Depp's hand on March 20th, 2015 that would have prevented him from doing this damage to Ms. Heard's closet on March 23rd, 2015?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, he had his other hand available. So.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
That was it. Good Johnny
Dr.
knock
Colber,
over
how many
thing.
fingers were in the plaster portion of Mr. Depp's cast?
Three, at least two were, and the third one and the fourth one.
And why did you?
Because it's not fully, plaster doesn't go around the entire hand because you allow for swelling. So there's plaster to protect the fracture. So there's a little plaster on it, but it's on the top and the bottom, but it's not completely circumferential. So there's soft spots to it.
And where are those soft spots located again?
Usually we put a piece of plaster underneath the fingers and on top, and then the sides of the fingers, it's soft so that the fingers can swell after the surgery.
Could Mr. Depp have hit someone with the hand that had the cast on it?
He could have hit someone with it. It probably would have injured, damaged the cast.
Did you ever notice any damage to Mr. Depp's cast when you treated him after the surgery?
I don't recall. But nothing that comes to mind.
Could Mr. Depp form a fist with the cast on?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Colber.
All right, thank you, sir. That completes your
I
testimony.
wanted to
Thank you.
hear, though, was there glass in the wound?
Right.
What was the wound
Your next
like?
witness.
Were there any injuries, other injuries on his hand? Why
Plaintiff
didn't
calls
they
Richard
ask?
Marx, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Marx.
I don't think that was as good as it could have been.
Sorry, just a reminder that you're.
Why didn't they ask him, what about how did this injury happen?
Just give us a second.
Did they, and I missed?
Sir, you've already, just a reminder you're
No,
still
they
under
didn't.
oath. Okay, sir?
Maybe they already know that the hand doctor's going to say that he didn't find any glass in the wound or something. I don't know. They
But
don't
why
feel
not,
like asking.
Why not ask him about the broken glass doing it? Because if he's the one who said it was a wound of velocity, it would be great to hear it from his own mouth.
He did say something about it, but yeah, I don't know. We might have to go back and recheck it.
Maybe I missed
Right.
it because I was trying to get out of the house.
Yeah, and maybe if there's a better stream that had the audio not cut out, then we could listen to it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. Okay. Again, that could have been. Yeah. part of it.
It was also like the audio was messed up even in the courtroom a little bit. So it
Yeah,
was kinda-
because the doctor was not using headphones. Listen to all you
Morning,
noobs
sir.
out there. Wear
Yes, ma'am.
headphones when
Thank
you're
you,
on a
Your Honor.
Zoom call. Otherwise, you're going to have an
Welcome
echo.
back,
and
Mr.
it
Marx.
sucks.
You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly remind the jury who you are?
I'm Richard Marx, and I'm a full-time entertainment transactional attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals. And I'm very much distinguished from the other side's expert who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
This guy sounds like
Are
Jack
you
Nicholson.
familiar with the
I love him.
testimony of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes.
Have you been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
Yes.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Well, my opinions are that she's very slick and smooth, but she's not an expert in deal making. Her assessment of damages is built on nothing, and it's wildly speculative.
Are you familiar with
Built on
Ms. Arnold's
nothing.
opinion that it's customary for an actor to renegotiate the fee for a subsequent picture option in a multi-picture contract when a film is successful?
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase in their salary for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not, sir?
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement, it's a multi-picture agreement, and it's the nightmare for people like me. The test is going to take place, let's say, for 10 actors the next morning at 9, and you have to fully negotiate a contract that might cover 4 movies and have it signed before they're allowed to test, so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract. There's no renegotiation. So you've got a contract for a multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and you negotiate the first movie. And normally, if they get the part, they're the chosen one. They're the Stars Born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary, because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies. In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If Warner Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option. But if they did cast her up front, that they had agreed to more than double her salary, like 2.25 times to get to the $1 million. These are large bumps, if you will. If an actor is on a series, say, they go and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%, not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons that they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
What's the significance of the test part in a test option agreement?
The test significance is that an established actor usually wouldn't test. They'd be offered the role. Ms. Heard was in a group of actors that needed to be tested to see if the studio wanted to hire them. And then if they hired them, they would be locked up for potentially 4 movies at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she gets to $2 million. and Aquaman 3, you get to $4 million. These are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
In your experience, what is customary for negotiations of multi-picture deals?
Well, I think what happened in this case was customary for negotiation of multi-picture deals. And by that, I mean that you assume success. The reason you go from the first Justice League movie where Miss Heard played Mira the first time, the reason you more than double her salary is you assume success. So you've already built in the bonus that Miss Arnold was referring to, a renegotiation, if you will, for the third movie. Instead of doubling her salary, Miss Arnold said it would only be fair to quadruple her salary. And that's just not the way these idiosyncratic contracts work. They're a very small portion of the contracts we deal with.
Most movies are not franchises.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2 could have been renegotiated to around $4 million?
I am.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I've said, that would now be after a healthy first payday. It's more than doubled, and now it would be quadrupled. That's not the way it happens. Walter Hamada, who is the president of that part of the studio, said it doesn't happen. They're not going to do it. Miss Arnold, for some substance, says, well, Jason Momoa got to do it, but she doesn't give us any of the details. We know that Jason Momoa was in a movie before the Justice League. He played Aquaman in a movie not with Miss Mira in that movie. So he had a history before the first movie with Amber Heard. He played Aquaman. We don't know what his contract, the state of it was when you got to Aquaman 2, and she says, unsupported, that he renegotiated. We're not sure what he renegotiated to. But I can say that at the end of the option period, when you've only got one option left and you want that star in more movies, you may renegotiate, but it's not a gratuity. It's, we'll give you more for the last option if you'll give us 3 more options. It's a give and take. And unfortunately, Miss Arnold didn't give us any of that background or those building blocks. And then I think yesterday she said, and the other actors renegotiated. And again, we don't know their salary history. We don't know their contracts. We don't know anything except she's asking you just to believe her as what I refer to as a professional expert.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold's opined that but for the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would have earned $45 million in the last 18 months and then the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to address some of the components of that one by one with you, Mr. Marx. Are you familiar with her testimony that Ms. Heard would continue to make films for approximately $4 million each following Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million. What Ms. Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million, which I disagree with. And I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the $4 million I have a disagreement with. But even if it was at $4 million, or if it was at $2 million, the 4 or 5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects. Every actor has a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy a journey. Their lowest quote might be for the Independent Passion Project, where they'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum. To assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at this, her last fantasy quote, would be to assume that those are also those type of movies, playing another character. And Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard's breakout moment, her Star is Born moment, is Christmas 2018. If that's true, and I don't think it's true, those moments don't normally happen to supporting cast, but if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect, if you represented producers, production companies, to flock in to take advantage of this hot star and to sign them up. And we have from Christmas 2018 to spring 20, where there is none of this activity. The Star is Born phenomena didn't happen. Ms. Heard starred in one series of 8 episodes, and she earned a healthy fee, $200,000 an episode. But that's 5 times less than the million Miss Arnold is tossing out, supposedly based on Jason Momoa's quote. She doesn't prove it or give us facts. And Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor. He's been in a series where they shot 78 episodes, 44 episodes, 21 episodes. He played Conan the Barbarian. He was in Game of Thrones. It's not a comparable.
Unresponsive to.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Mr. Marks, we'll get to some of those issues in a moment, but I want to take you back for a second. I believe you testified a few minutes ago that your understanding is that the last option in a multi-picture deal might be renegotiated under some circumstances. Do you have an understanding of whether Aquaman 2 was the last option in Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers?
Oh, no. Aquaman 2 has not even been released, and Warner Brothers has a 4th option for Aquaman 3 or another movie where Mira appears, that character, and they've agreed to double the salary again. So it's in success, and that assumes that they recast and that they make the movie.
Are you aware of Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made several $1 million on endorsement deals, such as the one she had with L'Oreal?
I'm aware of that testimony.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Again, this is a business of personalities. We didn't, after the breakout moment that Ms. Arnold talked about, Christmas 2018, we didn't see endorsement deals flocking to Ms. Heard during that 16-month period before Adam Waldman made a few statements in the London Daily Mail, I believe it was. We didn't see those endorsements coming to her. We didn't. What Ms. Arnold shows you is these non-comparable actors, they had endorsement deals, but she doesn't show you when she describes the breakout moment and why she's comparing Amber Heard to these, what I call uncomparable actors, but she's making the comparison. She's saying, well, they had all these deals, why wouldn't she? But for the statements that happened 16 months later, and I guess my primary question is what happened in the 16 months, even if you believe 3 statements in the Daily Mail are the stake through the heart of this Stars Born moment.
Do you have an opinion about Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made $1 million an episode in a couple of streaming series following her A Star is Born moment?
Yes, I heard it. I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
Well, After Aquaman 1, this is a major coup. Amber Heard got that role. She tested for it. She could have been the other 19 actresses or 10 or whoever else tested, didn't get it. She got the role, and she got her salary doubled for Aquaman 1 to $1 million. Now, Ms. Arnold wants you to believe that that $1 million would translate into, she'd get that for each episode of a series. We know what she got for a series. She got a series in that period after Christmas 2018, before spring of 2020. She got a series. It was 8 episodes, and it was $200,000 an episode. And Miss Arnold is from somewhere in a glib way saying she got a couple series and $1 million each. And I can tell you, as someone in the trenches, rarely does an actor get $1 million for a series episode. And again, in those 16 months, there were no offers for series at $1 million an episode. In fact, her only series is the 200,000. And if you look at her resume, the series that Miss Heard were in, I think the longest one ran 8 episodes. Jason Momoa, if you were to believe Miss Arnold, and somehow Jason Momoa's agent broke their confidentiality in the agreement, and he had a series at $1 million an episode. If you're to believe that, Jason Momoa has had a series with 78 episodes, with 44 episodes, with 21 episodes, with 18 episodes, with 21 episodes. He was in, again, there's not a comparableness there.
We spoke a few minutes ago about the test option agreement. What's the significance of the option part of that agreement?
The option part of the agreement gives the employer, the studio, the option. They don't have to do anything. They have an option to either employ you at a very healthy salary to play this role or not. They can recast the superhero role. You just have to think of how many actors have played Batman or Superman. They can do what they want. And indeed, since there's no contract, they only have a choice to exercise their option or not. They might say, we're not exercising unless you reduce your compensation. Who knows what the negotiation would be? But it's not a contract until the studio exercises the option, and they don't have to.
What's the alternative to an option agreement?
Well, the alternative is most agreements in Hollywood, you're hired to play the role. Or once you exercise the option, then it becomes, for that picture, an agreement like others in Hollywood. You are now hired to play that role. So most contracts are guaranteed, you're hired to play the role. In an option agreement, once they exercise the option for that movie, it becomes a guaranteed contract.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard was released from her Aquaman 2 contract and then subsequently rehired?
I heard that testimony.
Is that consistent with your experience in the film industry in connection with these multi-option contracts?
No.
Why not?
Again, studios don't do things they don't have to do. As we heard Mr. Hamada, the president of the studio, say, you either exercise your option or you don't. They exercise their option. He denied releasing and then rehiring. And in my experience, in almost 5 decades in the business, doing this type of work, not talking about it, not consulting. I mean, I have, I heard Ms. Arnold say she'd been an expert 100 times. I'm a transactional lawyer. I do this occasionally. Basically, it's not a contract till they option it, and they pick up their option, and at that point it's guaranteed contract, and then different rules apply to it.
In your experience in the industry, do studios typically comment on those types of actions that they're taking with respect to options?
No, just like Mr. Hamada said, they don't need to comment on it. They either exercise the option or they don't. In Hollywood, silence is the default. You play no card before it's time. And the cards there were exercise the option or not. And I was surprised by Mr. Hamada under oath, basically saying that there was this discussion of chemistry. That
objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think it was an in-court statement this morning, I believe, Your Honor. That's fine.
It's the same hearsay that you were. It's hearsay like yesterday. I mean, it's hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Thank you.
I didn't hear.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, here we go.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr.
Oh,
Marks.
I'm surprised to hear Mr. Hamada say that they talked about chemistry. That would normally be behind closed doors because it can't help your relationship with the actor. You're either going to exercise or not. And that was quite a bit of candor from someone at his level. And so, therefore, I take it at face value. I think he felt that he was under oath and he was telling the truth, but it wouldn't
objection,
be.
Your Honor, is.
I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Marks, are there circumstances where a studio would be more likely to say something about not using an actor again in a franchise?
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
Once they've exercised the option, once the contract is guaranteed, the studio still has the right to pay the actor, but not play them, pay or play them. And that is a rare condition because you've hired the actor, you've got to pay them, but you say, go home, we're recasting. In that situation, after you've exercised the option and the contract is guaranteed, if you pay off the actor, that's normally commented on. That becomes a bit of information because it's not normal.
Is that circumstance different from Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers for the Aquaman movies?
Oh, yeah. Ms. Heard's contract, again, it was just an option. Either we exercise it or we don't. And if we exercise it, she's in the film. If we don't, she's not. Until we exercise it, we have our right to recast or not make the movie. And even after we exercise it, we still have a right to recast and not make the movie. We just have to pay her salary.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
What's
This
your
should be
opinion
good.
of those actors?
I love this guy. He's such a good witness.
Yeah.
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor,
comparable.
hearsay.
I believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court earlier this week.
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony
What?
some days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
Yes, she did.
You can cross-examine over.
Look at Elaine was just rolling her eyes at the judge.
Again,
Holy crap,
they
look at
are
her
not
face.
comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman.
Look at Elaine.
Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name. Ana de Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout, it was as a nude poster. She's been an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now, Ms. Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable
Yeah.
because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She just she set him up as a comparable and then said what Ms. Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing, but we could see, if you know the business,
Objection, Your Honor.
that he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
He was.
All
He
right.
knew that
Let's
was
sustain the
beautiful.
objection.
That's why
Next
he
question.
interrupted it.
You were just speaking about Mr. Momoa as a comparable. Are you aware that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience who was able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's
What
your
a joke.
response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Miss Heard. He was Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in. He played Aquaman, not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up, something to build on, which if she was a negotiator in the trench, the studio negotiator would say, okay, so show us, where's the comps? Let's talk numbers, because ultimately that's where we have to get to, not just because you say it so. We just don't believe you. You've got to show us.
Yeah.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the negotiation of the terms of a film agreement with an actor?
Well, first it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another. But for deal makers and negotiators, the best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings, precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million, obviously he has another price for that movie. But the best predictor of future earnings is past earnings. And I didn't see any, Ms. Arnold talk about past earnings at all, except the earnings in this rarefied superhero 4-picture deal, where instead of incremental increases, which you normally see, it was multiples increases. And then when you get on a series, the big renegotiation was when the network has no more options. Until then, the actors on the series get 5, 10, 15 small percentage raises. They don't get multiples. They get the multiples if it's a success and the studio wants to continue making the series and they want to keep these characters. That's when the renegotiation happens. Here, even if we believe Ms. Arnold, after Aquaman 2, there was still an option waiting at a big price, double the previous payday.
What's the significance of the timing of the Waldman statements to the opportunities Ms. Arnold claims Ms. Heard lost?
Well, the argument, as I understand it, is that Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard lost all these opportunities because of those losses were caused by Adam Waldman's statements 16 months later. So I think the timing.
Sure.
Sidebar. I think that this guy is so great. He's such a good witness. I haven't had much to say during it because he's so good at explaining things in layman's terms to the jury. He's so understandable. This is not like her expert we heard from yesterday. He's just very credible. The guy's got 50 years in the business. If he says she wasn't going to make that kind of money, I don't know. I believe him, especially since we see her career with our own eyes. Like she's not a superstar.
Yeah, he seems to be the most credible person that has said anything about Hollywood so far.
Also notice how he doesn't appear biased. He doesn't come off like that weird doctor yesterday, like he's got a bone to pick with anybody. He's just like,
Mr. Marks,
here's
what's your
how it
overall
works.
assessment of Ms.
That-
Arnold's opinions
She got
in this
that money
case?
because it was a superhero money or superhero
My
movie.
overall assessment of her opinions is that they're not worth the paper they're not written on. She knows something about our business, but not about negotiating deals. She may have gotten someone at the Endeavor office to breach confidentiality.
Yeah.
She never
Objection.
laid
It's
out
now gone beyond the scope.
the building blocks.
Objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marks.
Look at
Thank
him.
you.
He's objection, objection.
Beyond the
It's beyond the scope.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about?
I'm
Okay.
glad you
Arnold's
got that
opinions,
out there. That's what I was
My
thinking when she
opinion, as
testified.
someone who's made deals as a deal maker for almost 50 years, is that she calls herself an expert, but she's not. She doesn't have the
Swiveling in
background. She
your
doesn't
chair,
have the
dude.
day-to-day knowledge.
Rotten
And
porn. It's
her
self-soothing.
testimony that I heard
I don't think that's Ron. I
did
think it's the other
not
guy that
back
nobody knows.
up her bottom line.
Oh yeah, the other.
If you
guy.
want to get those figures, you
other
have
guy.
to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces. It does not hold up under scrutiny by someone who makes deals.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go. We don't ever know this guy. Oh, I thought that was Rottenborn. It's not.
No, that's the
Sounds
little
like
kid.
him.
That's the little kid. That's two kids stacked on top of each other in a
God,
suit.
if he drops all
Good
those
morning, Mr.
papers,
Marks.
I will laugh. Yeah,
Good
you're right.
morning.
It's not him.
It's the guy that
So
objects to
you
his own
agree
question.
that studios use comps to negotiate deals, correct, with actors?
Sometimes they do.
And you have an issue with the comps that Ms. Arnold used, correct? As you testified to.
I have an issue with the comps that she says she used that she didn't disclose.
Boom, got her.
Comps being the actors that you just talked about. She did disclose, she disclosed the actors.
She disclosed the actors and budget figures from their movies. She never disclosed their salaries and salary history as comps.
You're not offering a different set of comparators that should be used, correct?
I'm saying if you are going to,
That's not my question. Are you offering a different set of comparators than what Ms. Arnold used?
I'm not here offering comparators. I'm saying what she offered are not comparators.
That was my question. You're not offering comparators, correct?
No, I would say that Ms.
That was it. That was
Heard's
my
comparisons are where you
That was
look.
my question. Motion to
Do
strike
not-
after the.
Oh,
Do not.
all right.
He
Strike
almost
after that.
objected
Just
to his
answer
own
the
question
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah, you're a deal.
He got
you're
it
a deal
right
maker,
this time.
correct?
Motion to strike. They keep putting
Yes.
this guy
What
up
actors
against
have you
this
negotiated
litigator.
for in superhero movies?
This lawyer's very itchy. He's constantly itching his
Well,
face.
recently, I've acted,
fair, I
I've
am too.
negotiated for
It's that season.
Chris Pratt in a
Allergy season.
superhero series for Amazon.
Yep.
I've negotiated a deal for Michael Douglas, not in a superhero movie, but a historical
Can you imagine
movie.
Michael Douglas in a superhero
I've negotiated
movie?
recently.
He is in a superhero movie. He's an Ant-Man.
Rudd and Will
Oh, yeah.
Ferrell on an Apple series. Billy Crudup
That's not a
on an
superhero.
Apple series.
He's
Those
the
are the
original
recent
Ant-Man. He has
talent
a scene.
deals.
What actors have you negotiated
Oh,
for in a
right.
superhero movie?
How dare you?
dare I?
As
I
I
don't
sit
know.
here now, I can't
Ant-Man was a good movie. I
remember a
like that.
superhero movie
Fun. It's fun. times.
that I've negotiated. I've certainly negotiated over my career
Objection. I throw myself out.
franchise movies. and fantasy movies.
Your Honor, so it's no, you haven't negotiated with for any actors for superhero movies, correct?
So you would define like, I don't know, Jungle Book isn't a superhero movie. It's more of a fantasy.
Okay, so no, correct. Your answer
Okay,
is no.
all right. So as I sit here, I can't think of a Marvel type superhero movie that I've negotiated. Although I know there's one or two in there.
Now, you testified and you agree that Mr. Malmoa negotiated his multi-picture contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
Yeah, what is this lawyer saying?
I
It's a
heard
different contract
Mr.
for superhero
Hamada
movies.
say there was a
Superhero movie
renegotiation,
contract.
but no facts were pro-offered, such as he didn't have an option. His options were out. What he was earning and what he renegotiated to, and he is Aquaman man. So yes, I did hear there was a renegotiation.
And you understand that his salary went from $3 to $4 million to $15 million.
If you tell me that, I haven't seen his contract and I haven't heard any testimony under oath that that's where the leap was.
Now, Ms. Heard's contract.
Did he get more?
Ms.
Did they
Heard-
get more options for when
Ms.
they made
Heard-
that leap? Did they get more options?
Ms. Heard's contract was a talent option contract, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that for if there's an Aquaman 3, Ms. Heard would have an option to receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
And if they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Would you agree that the money Amber was making on Aquaman 2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
3 doesn't exist.
I would think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies, but not necessarily studio movies that aren't superheroes. That could be standalone. That could be other type of studio movies.
But for studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
If I was Ms. Heard's agent, that's where I would start. Assuming everything was equal, the budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things being equal.
You agree that Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Ms. Heard, wasn't it?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Ms. Heard, correct?
For her, it's a breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble. Absolutely.
And she was the female star of that
No,
movie,
she was not a
correct?
star.
I believe so.
I wouldn't call her a
You would
star.
agree that for all of the actors Ms.
Female
Arnold
lead.
listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
She didn't give us the raw materials to look at, but I'll take your word that all those unrelated actors in unrelated films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up.
Yeah,
And
Will
you're
Dafoe
just
wasn't
Miss
known
Arnold
for-
when she went from 1 to 2.
In your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
What, if any, is the starring lawyer?
But a female star in a breakthrough movie in a superhero movie, can you identify any actress who's not gotten another studio movie after that?
Well, after Miss Heard's breakthrough in 2018, she did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already, she already
Okay.
had the option for Aquaman 2,
All right,
correct?
so she did. Miss Heard did not get any movies after 2018, long before the
So she's the
Adam
example.
Waldman statement.
Other than Miss Heard, can you identify any actor or actress who's not gotten another studio movie after their breakthrough in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to research that, and I can't.
I'm sure if he
That
did, he
would
could
be
find
a
one.
normal thing.
And
What
You're
about that
not
girl that was an
providing an
Ant-Man?
alternative
She didn't get her
number
own movie.
for Ms. Heard's damages, correct? For the jury.
Correct. I'm not providing an alternative
Evangeline
number.
Lilly.
I think, she's been more than adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been providing
More people know
another number.
Evangeline Lilly than Amber Heard,
That's all. I
anyways.
mean, my question was, you're not providing another number.
But she didn't get her own movie.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer of the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay.
Ha ha. You lose.
All right. No further
All
questions.
right. Redirect.
That was all you got, bro?
Mr. Marks, in response to some questions from Mr. Nadehaft, you were discussing some franchise and fantasy movie agreements that you've negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done, but I negotiated all the contracts for Pinocchio, if you will, that was produced. Is Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie? And by the way, I may have negotiated contracts and ultimately the film wasn't made. But as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others, but there isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhaft's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for a streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
I believe they have, but don't quote me because, that's not my genre.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You can, you're free to stay in the courtroom or.
So
or you can
remember
leave,
the
okay?
green girl in
Thank you.
the movie with Star-Lord
Your
with
next
Chris Pratt?
witness.
She
Well,
didn't
that's
get her
Zoe
own movie.
Saldana.
She didn't get her own movie based on that
Plaintiff calls
character.
Michael Spindler.
Well, obviously not. Most
That's
people
a
don't.
superhero movie. Well, the questioning is stupid. Like everyone who's ever seen a superhero movie is now
Testify
thinking all they're
previously
thinking
correct,
about
Mr.
on the
Spindler.
jury is.
All right. Just a reminder
I
that
know
you're
a lot
still
of
under
women in
oath. Okay, sir?
superhero movies that didn't
Right,
get
thank
their
you.
own movie.
Yeah. But Zoe Saldana was famous before that anyway. So it's like all these people really aren't comparable. You're taking
Yes, sir.
Amber Heard.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Thank
Good
you.
morning, Mr. Spindler.
Gamora.
Good morning.
That was her name. Yeah.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm
Margot
Michael Spindler.
Kidder.
I'm a forensic accountant.
Superman.
I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications. I'm with B. Riley Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and
interesting.
restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Walton?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
All right.
Okay. Sidebarring again. I think this is the guy who's going to testify about economic loss, right?
Yeah, probably.
Let's see,
I'm
I've
just,
got
I'm
the
just
list.
like, I don't get
Spindler,
why.
economics damages expert.
Okay, cool. I just don't get why they keep mentioning like. Well, they're saying Amber Heard hasn't done any studio movies, period, not even superhero movies, which that's fine. But even like Star Wars, which all of those movies made more than Aquaman did, and the new trilogy of Star Wars, most of those actors aren't really doing a ton of stuff. You see them every now and again, but really Adam Driver is the only one that is, and I guess Oscar Isaac are really the only two that are working like consistently.
Okay,
Both of them were working before.
we brought up Margot Kidder because she played opposite Superman. She was in the Superman sequels, yes, but that's not the question. The question is, did she get her own movie out of it? Like, no, she didn't. And she did not become anything other than Lois Lane in the 3 movies. She got optioned into those movies, just like Amber got Aquaman 1 and Aquaman 2. And there's an option out there for her to get Aquaman 3. And we'll see if that happens. I'm betting it won't. But the argument is she would have become this big, huge superstar with her own starring movie. Mira was going to get her own movie. Yeah, no, that doesn't always happen.
Thanks, Mr.
Nonsense.
Spindler. Now, you indicated that you had listened to Ms. Arnold, and she testified on behalf of Ms. Heard relative to economic damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported, and it is unreasonable.
There were multiple elements to that analysis, both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Okay, well, first of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations
Number one
or
on
support
IMDb because of
for
this.
where those numbers come from. And she still, to some extent, appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right. What is the type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well, I think, and as you heard from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a
Facts?
basis for
What are those?
anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked at Ms. Heard's prior compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013
Those are
through
some
2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis is anchored in fact.
Say
I don't
that
believe that Ms.
1,000
Arnold
more
has
times.
done that in her analysis. So here we've got some actual data, we've got some historical compensation, and as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis for future anticipated earnings. In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold herself said that she had hoped to be able to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
All right. Were there any years in particular that you focused on in your analysis as to Ms. Arnold's testimony?
In terms of the historical compensation?
Yes.
Well, for 2013 through 2019 in total, her compensation was around $10 million for all those years combined. In 2019, the last of those years, her compensation was somewhere between about $2.6 million and $3 million. Now, that's a good year. That's known as a clean year.
What do you mean by a clean year?
Well, for example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film. So in 2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success, and you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Waldman statements that occurred in April of 2020. So 2019 is clean of all that.
What did you understand Ms. Arnold's methodology to be?
Her methodology initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified, and theoretically, the compensation that they earned, although she doesn't identify what that compensation is or provide any support for it or any calculation.
What is your opinion of that methodology from an accounting perspective?
That methodology was unsound. It's just unsupported. There are no numbers. There's no data that she provided and support for that.
I like this guy better than Amber's expert, I gotta say. I don't know if it's because he's a man
What
or if it's
methodology
because he's not
did you
bullshitting.
understand Ms. Arnold to
because he has
adopt at the time?
facts.
Right.
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages, although it's still a little bit unclear to
All
me,
right,
a
I'll
little
fix
bit
the
vague.
ticker.
But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
All right. With respect to the television series portion of her analysis, what do you understand that methodology to be?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right. All right. Welcome John Della Rose to the stream, everybody. He's here. He's one of my favorite content creators, comic book experts, comic book creators, and among other things. I dropped his Kickstarter in the comments for you guys to check out for his latest project. Welcome, John.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, I just launched this morning, and we are just making conservative alternative culture. I hope one day I can get a movie, and if I end up in a trial like this, I will use my future potential movie earnings as damages if it doesn't exist, even though it's completely arbitrary and made up.
What do you think? You know, you're big into the superhero. You know these superhero movies. You understand how this goes. Would you call Mira a breakthrough role for her that should have led to her own franchise based around this character in the really bad wig?
Unlikely. Aquaman is like a C tier character, and so the movie propelled that character up a lot higher than it would have been, and it's mostly because of Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa is a very, very popular actor, and all the ladies really love to look at those muscles for sure. But
For sure.
Amber
We totally
Heard
simp for him here. We simp for him. No joke.
And Mira is really a tertiary character that a lot of people don't even know and wouldn't remember if we weren't being, bombarded with it on the trial right now.
Ignore my camera, by the way. StreamYard has it completely off on the timing. Why does my banner keep disappearing? I'm trying to create a new banner for you guys for the ticker, and it keeps disappearing on me. So let me write this down because now I guess I have to pay attention to what I'm doing. This guy's name is Mike Spindler. What is he? What does he do? He's an economics damages expert for Johnny up in here wrecking Amber's case.
He's talking facts. That's what he's talking.
Yeah, using facts.
Hello to Gadfly and Stephanie, by the way.
Hello. Happy to see you again.
Likewise.
All right, the ticker's going up. Scroll across, add banner. There we go, finally. All right, yes,
Yeah.
the chat has gotten very used to the ticker, and if the ticker's not correct, they get upset with me. So what do you think, Gadfly? What are your thoughts on this so far?
I mean, the last witness was great. I'm glad that he was there to actually talk about Hollywood, like as a human being who works in Hollywood, instead of just random people being like, "Yeah, Amber should have made $2 billion in her next movie." It's like,
Yeah, why
what do you
48
mean?
million? Why not just $100 billion?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with John. I mean, I didn't even know who Mira was, and Aquaman was such a C-list character that their Entourage has the infamous joke of making an Aquaman movie, and it was a joke because no one thought an Aquaman movie would ever be made because it's Aquaman. But then they made an Aquaman movie, and Jason Momoa helped it, have some credibility instead of just being fish boy, because there's a lot of Aquaman hate in the world. But
There is, but I think he pulled it off. I think Momoa pulled it off, especially because he's got that bro energy that everybody loves. He's so,
The earnings from
it was
television
perfect. He was the
shows.
perfect person for the
What
role.
was
It's nice to
Did
see
you
a strong
analyze
male
what
lead.
historical
I gotta
earnings
say.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
I only saw it because of Mira.
Oh, yes. During 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a television series at $200,000 per episode.
All right. What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right.
My camera's so
With
screwed.
respect to her movie roles,
It's just so
what
behind.
were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a 4-picture deal. The first film was $450,000.
For 55
Then the
seconds.
first Aquaman was
Yeah,
$1 million
55 seconds, exactly.
fee,
We timed it.
base fee. Then $2 million for Aquaman 2. And presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Okay. Why do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts.
Facts.
You want it to have a sound methodology,
Say it again.
and you want to
Say it
come up
again.
with a reasonable result. So if you take a
Facts
look
and
at,
reason.
for example,
Objection, Your Honor.
the analysis
We
that Ms.
object
Arnold
to
did,
facts
it didn't
being
appear to
presented
be.
in this
Let's
case.
just look at the analysis that you're doing. What you said, I think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
Because that provides a sound basis for coming
reality?
up with something with reasonable certainty. There's
Why are
AICPA,
facts
or American
important
Institute
here?
of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty. And those are the basic elements of it.
It's hilarious.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Well, Johnny's would like bring the microphone next to Amber's ear and go, and why are facts important?
I love this. 450,000 for 55 seconds is outrageous. She should be thankful that with her poor acting skills, they even paid
Hello
her at
again,
all.
Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
Agreed. But you know,
I'm going
it's
to ask you a
Hollywood.
few
Some of
questions
the pay is
that
crazy.
may refer to the
I'm available if
statements
anybody wants to pay me that for
Amber's
55
counterclaim
seconds.
against Mr. Depp. When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can both be on the same page what I'm referring to when I say that?
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
Objection.
Sorry, there's an
Factual
objection, sir.
hearsay.
Hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
I love the chat. The chat kills me. You guys are so funny, and I hate it when I miss your comments because some of them are so great. You guys are having so much fun in there. I'm jealous that I can't be in there myself because I only get a few.
I want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was going to read a couple of them. I like this one when I was driving. I feel like we're all sitting in Megan's house twiddling our thumbs.
Yeah.
Sorry you got locked
Meg.
out, by the way.
What's for dinner, Megan, by the way? What's going on?
Tonight, I am going to be making Spanish rice with ground beef.
That's amazing.
It's going to be good. And John De La Rose, he's John of the Rice, and he knows about rice, doesn't he?
I'm a fan. And what's interesting is my family actually were sheep farmers, and I don't know where the name came from. So
It's a great name, though.
yeah.
So, Mr. Spindler, when I refer to the Depp-Waldman statements, you understand me to be referring to the statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide a rebuttal opinion to Ms. Arnold's part of Ms. Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You're not providing opinion on whether Ms. Heard saw Mr. Depp, correct?
That is true.
You're not offering an opinion as to what any of the underlying facts relating to whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
You're not offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that you want your analysis to be accurate in the facts, right?
Anchored in facts.
Anchored in facts. You'd agree that what an actor earns in one period isn't necessarily
Anchored
reflective of what he or she
in
may earn in
facts.
future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there
an
can be some
increase in the
variability.
number of roles,
Yes.
an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was speaking, I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in one period may not be reflective of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
The number of roles or the particular project itself, yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for an endorsement. As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
It can.
So
it depends.
What Ms. Heard earned from, say, 2013 to 2019 that you testified to isn't necessarily reflective of what she might earn over the next 5 years, correct?
Not necessarily. It is a good indicator, though.
And you'd agree that from 2013 to 2019, in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings from 2013 through 2019.
And you'd agree that that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes.
Now, you're not a causation expert, right? You're just a damages expert.
That's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements, correct?
Who could do that?
Yeah, I've not done those.
Even trying is stupid, which is why that expert was so dumb.
About whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
That was not part of my work.
Yeah, no.
And you don't have an opinion on the impact that additional exposure or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
No one. He doesn't have a crystal
Correct.
ball.
I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
You've never
Which
served
are
as
all
an
bullshit.
expert witness before to calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified thereto.
So the answer to that is yes, I have. What are you talking about?
And there's never been an instance in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation
He
against
just
an
asked the
actress,
same
correct?
question.
Against an actress.
Correct.
And you're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had
No,
on
that
Ms.
guy's
Heard's
coming
career,
up next, I think.
Correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach?
No
There
further
you
questions.
go.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, in fact, that guy's name is Doug Banya, and he's up next. So look at him laughing. Look at him.
Yeah. He's like, that's not my job, dum
I would
dum.
like you guys to completely
Okay.
notice
All right,
how
thank you, Mr. Spindler.
professional
You can have a seat
Johnny's
in the courtroom,
experts
or
are
Thank you,
in
everyone.
comparison
Thank
to
you.
Amber's, who make fools
All
of
right, your
themselves
next
on the
witness.
stand, calling Johnny an
Plaintiff
idiot,
calls Doug Banya, Your Honor. Okay.
spitting,
Can you spell it last name? for me?
making weird facial
B-A-N-I-A.
movements, having their hair stuck up so they didn't even look in a mirror before coming to court, looking like they just rolled out of a dumpster. Yet Johnny's experts are all like very matter of fact. Here's our facts and opinions. We're not emotional. We can answer questions. We can admit when things, don't look great or whatever. But like they don't fight with her attorneys. Not like her experts who constantly fight with Johnny's attorneys like they're in a boxing match, and it makes them look totally biased and unprofessional. Just saying.
And they're career expert witnesses, which is like super lame. Where Johnny's like, Amber's team is arguing and thinks it's a good argument to be like, and how many of these have you done? They're like, occasionally, not
Just
that
a reminder
many.
that you're still under oath.
I'm
Okay,
like, well,
sir?
see.
Thank you.
It's like, no, that's the opposite.
All right, this guy's name is Doug Banya.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya. I am from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants based in San Diego. I value intellectual property. I provide litigation support in infringement and defamation cases, as I'm doing today. And I use internet and social media analytics in both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
Yes, I was.
Have you formed opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold?
I have.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of a correlation between the Waldman statements and the hashtags and the spikes of those hashtags on Twitter. Second, based on my
We can get another Amber Turd on the public record or on the
Check the ticker.
investigation,
Check the ticker.
I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Miss Arnold came up with are not comparable with Miss Heard. And then thirdly, Mr. Schnell and Miss Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing any economic harm to Miss Heard.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit. You're familiar with the testimony of Mr. Schnell that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2018 and June 2021?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those particular 2.7 million tweets?
Yeah, so essentially Mr. Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from
Here we go.
Justice for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is an abuser,
Nice.
Amber Turd,
Yes.
and the hashtag we just don't like you, Amber. So then he used those hashtags and he searched through, using the Twitter API, searched through various tweets and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those tweets?
Yes, I was given that exact, the data that Mr. Schnell used on a hard drive. So yes, I dug into that data as well.
Imagine
What
it
was the
being your
purpose of
job
your
to
analysis?
analyze Amber Turd.
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue of the case today at this point is, were these tweets, did they contain the Waldman statements? That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones, and if any, contain the Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is a UK tabloid, and Mr. Arnold was quoted in three of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and on June 24th, 2020. And my understanding that those quotes, sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are the only remaining in this case.
Did you analyze the timing of the tweets that we were talking about as compared to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
All right. Well, yeah, the chat is noticing that Johnny's experts are just so much more professional. And everybody is flipping out that we got Amber Turd on the court record yet again. If you could have seen me, I also threw my arms up in the air, but my stupid camera's frozen all the time, so you can't see me.
That was good, though. That was the fifth time.
Yeah. John
You should go for a
Doe
6.
had to step out and take the dog to the groomers, but he's coming back. So he left his icon up. He's still in the stream, but he's coming back, which is great. Stephanie Kimbrough, my sister and attorney. I'm not sure she's in the room, but I'm not sure if she can speak at the moment. But hopefully she's listening so that she can comment on this. You guys are now saying that the witness looks like Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You know, everybody Johnny puts up there is like this affable, nice
1293 will just be marked for
people.
identification as demonstrative.
Whereas Amber's are like literally
published to the
Smeagol
jury.
from Lord of the Rings. It's so funny.
Mr. Banya, can you explain to the jury what this demonstrative shows?
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing. This is the summary data that there are tweets that are running from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the four hashtags that I discussed.
All right, I'll make the poll.
Whenever I get an assignment such as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral online, where there's economic damages involved and there's a lot of data involved, I like to take the data and
Wait a minute, they went down.
30,000 foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements. So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period.
Oh, my Lord.
Really, these are just observations. And for me, there were red flags that I made note of. And then I just continued with my analysis.
What other work have you performed in connection with forming your opinions about the purportedly negative tweets?
Yeah, so now I realize that 35% are irrelevant and 2%, only happened during this important period. I just continue to dig into the 2.79 million tweets that Mr. Schnell provided.
And Tom, can we take that one down?
Backing it up with
And
facts
Mr. Banya, have you
and
prepared
reason.
another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Yes.
All right, so explain to me. I was making a poll. What did it say?
Only 2% of all those tweets were during the Adam Waldman stuff. And 35% were before Adam Waldman even said anything.
I'll give you time to look at it, sir.
Man. Oh, boy. Oh, you cannot make this shit up.
I know.
Oh, I can't wait
So-
for the cross on this one. How are they going to
Yep.
get around this? Facts
He
are
literally
funny
showed the
things.
data that it wasn't even what he made. It was what their witness made. And there's like, well, this is dumb.
All right, plaintiffs.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
Oh, with the echo.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay. All right, plaintiffs exhibit 1294 will be marked for identification as a demonstrative and will be
What the hell? Fix your echo.
Mr. Banya, can you explain what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, this is showing the various spikes
I'm going to laugh through this whole thing.
as it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Schnell
I gotta
Come on.
testified
big screen.
about. This
Go
is
for number 6.
actually an edit or a demonstrative
Oh,
that
look at
he
this.
used in his testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. I don't know if you remember his testimony or
No
any
one
of his
remembers it.
demonstratives. The other 3 hashtags did spike at the same time, but a very small spike. So what I'm showing you here are the 6 top spikes in Mr. Schnell's analysis. And what's important here again is the very first spike and the largest spike again happened before the Waldman statements. So what I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements. So this number one spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior to the Waldman statements. So it's irrelevant to the case.
Amazing.
And then the second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here. This is the time in which the Waldman statements happened.
Oh
and you're
God,
going to notice,
that
as we
is-
discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very interesting for such a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm.
Wow.
There's no spikes in this area. And actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here, and then the third one came out in June. There's actually a downward use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates to the Waldman statements and any spikes here as it relates to the hashtags Mr. Schnell chose.
Did you analyze each of the spikes that are depicted here?
Yeah, so what I did is I looked at the 6 different spikes, and you're going to notice that each spike represents a month. So the second spike, is July 2020, and so on to the 6th spike going to April 2021. And what I did is, I don't know if you remember in my last testimony when I went into Google search, and I'm able to go into Google search, I went in and I typed in Amber Heard. And then after you hit search, you can use the tool and you can go back in time. And I chose each 6 of these dates to go back in time to see what was the media talking about back then? What was the general public being fed as it relates to Amber Heard back during those spikes?
This should be interesting.
And what I found is none of them. Well, actually, I analyzed the top 3 search results because they represent 50 to 70% of what people click on.
Yeah.
And I realized that none of
switching
them
the
had
audio.
anything to do with the Waldman statements.
Wow.
Are you aware of Mr. Schnell's testimony that the tweets using the 4 hashtags he looked at were mathematically correlated?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So what Mr. Schnell is saying,
Yeah, he
which
brought
is
the
relevant
receipts.
to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose, they tend to go up and down together. And that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation analysis he did had to do with.
How do you know that the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
Can I clear this at all?
Let me get my next
Oh,
graph
yeah.
full of facts and
Um,
evidence. To
Well, first
me
of
show
all, I
you.
know because that would happen right here.
My PowerPoint.
Get my PowerPoint
When
out.
Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here.
Yes, you would.
And then you would see maybe a little noise down here. And then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike. That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements and this hashtag use. And then I've actually provided evidence that there's no correlation because I analyze each of these spikes and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Is mathematical correlation the same as causation?
No.
Why not?
I mean, correlation is simply a relationship between the 2 or more variables or 2 or more things. In this case, the correlation question is, when the Waldman statements were published, at the same time, did you see a correlation with spikes in these hashtags? And again, can we clear this?
Again, I've got more drawings.
You see none of that right here. It's actually a downward
Let me
trend.
show you
There's
more.
no spikes. There's no correlation. So,
Downward
again,
trend.
Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of any correlation.
What correlation opinion did he provide during his testimony?
Well, he provided the correlation that the 4 hashtags, spike together. But again, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements, and the facts that they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the case because the case is about the Waldman statements.
So what is causation then?
So causation is where one thing causes a change in the other. So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard to have economic harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career? And again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of this. Ms. Arnold provided no evidence of this. And as a matter of fact, during Ms. Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was.
Yeah,
she was asked, the difference between causation and correlation, and she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words. When it comes to damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating damages.
They just sound
so
the
there's
same.
no
They're not
causation
the
that's
same.
proven here. Therefore, a damages analysis is not appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion that he agreed with?
Well, he agreed that he failed to link the spikes in the hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman statements.
Did he try to do that?
He tried to do that. But again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman and looking at the word Waldmanian, and then trying to say that 25% of the tweets included those two terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
We can, I think, take that one down, please, Tom.
I think that one's done enough.
Mr. Bonney, what other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony?
Again, the assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweet. So I continued to dig in, to the data. I believe the next step is, now that I've excluded, the 35% that was before the Waldman statements because they were irrelevant, I wanted to really analyze from the April 2020 forward to see if any of those tweets, contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects that analysis that you did?
Of course I did.
Yes, I did.
Let me approach it then. All right.
Here comes more facts, more analysis, more numbers that you can't refute. Man, this guy's blowing it out of the water. It's working.
Just
Any
everything.
objections?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, we'll mark it for identification as plaintiffs 1295 as demonstrative and publish to the jury.
Amber's going to have to switch to box wine. I love this comment so much.
So, Mr. Bonney, did you consider the content of the statements made by
more.
Waldman as part of the work that you did?
Yes. Yeah, so here I reviewed the Waldman statements again. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to determine what, if any, tweets included the Waldman statements.
Ooh, what if any?
So what I went back to the Waldman statements, and I came up with key terms and key themes for those Waldman statements, which are listed here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with a 1.2 million tweets because we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements started. And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms, which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. You know, it was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet, because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweets, likes, or shares. So therefore, I eliminated any of those, and it came down with 95 unique tweets. And then what I did from there is I analyzed those to determine if any of these terms were in there. And I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
Just 5.
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And, you know, because I am rebutting Miss Arnold, you know, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags. Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back and admitted, no, none of these tweets have anything to do with the Waldman statements. They don't include the Waldman statements. You know, these hashtags are only hashtags that Schnell, in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Miss Heard.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
You know, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, you know, the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic. I don't know if you want to break now or push.
All right, it's going to be a little while, I assume?
A little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
I think she may have done it strategically. That's a good place to stop for lunch.
Yeah. I think it is. And I don't think
Yeah,
we
hey,
have...
jury, chew on that.
Yeah, chew on that while you eat. Let's take this out of here. Let me mute the stream so it's not screaming in my ear. And then let's stop sharing it so my camera will work. Because we're going to lunch now. Let me also change the banner so that I don't get yelled at. We are on lunch. Where's my lunch banner? I do have a lunch banner in here. Where's Court is on lunch? There we go. All right. And now I think my camera will actually work. So Stephanie, Stephanie, can you talk yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Thoughts?
Well, I wasn't really listening very carefully because I'm busy trying to catch up on stuff.
All right, let me catch you up.
But
Johnny's expert witness
what I
just laid
did-
down some facts that destroyed Amber's claims and her witnesses.
Yeah, I heard him say, I think I heard that little bit where he was talking about doing research on the negative spikes of the tweets, like hashtag Amber Turd, and how those numbers went up before Waldman did his thing. So that kind of ruins her whole case.
He only
on that.
found 5 tweets. Count them 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that referenced Adam Waldman's statements. 5.
5 total?
Out of 1.2 million.
What?
Yeah. What? Exactly.
So how are they gonna establish causation?
They didn't. Her
didn't.
witness didn't even know what causation meant.
Oh boy. That was that woman with the dark hair? No, who was that? Who was her?
Yeah.
Was that who it was?
The woman with the dark hair. She kind of looked like a man in a wig. I'm not trying to be mean here, but that's what I saw. She wasn't very good. She didn't have numbers. She didn't have facts on her side. And yet Johnny's team came with all the facts and the evidence again, as usual. It's like being shown. It's like when Amber says, I was beaten in the face repeatedly by a guy wearing a bunch of rings. Here's this picture of this horrific abuse. And then there's nothing there. Every one of her witnesses has been like that.
Yeah, this is so interesting. I can't believe we're coming down to the final stretch here. It's almost over. I just can't even stand it. And what's going to happen? What's going to be happening? I hope you have figured out what your programming is going to be while we await a jury verdict once it goes to the jury.
We will have no problem with programming during waiting for the jury. We'll just look at Twitter and talk to the chat. The chat has so much to say. And I was gone for a while, so I have some chats to put up actually. I I'm going to say it again. I love this one. I already read it, but I'll read it again. Martin says, "You've become a staple of my mornings and afternoon, the best live coverage. Appreciate what you do. I may even read it a third time." I like that one. Iron Man says, "We're still friends, right? I enjoy your channel. I will super chat when I get home, but cannot from work. You're my favorite. You should add a join for a month. I'd pay." I don't know what that means. I don't know how to use YouTube. I have boomer tech skills, even though I'm Gen X.
No, your tech skills are way better than boomer tech skills. Mine might be like boomer level tech skills. I have zero tech skills. Like,
well,
none.
I'm the one that killed the stream yesterday with my fat thumbs. So that was not good.
Yeah, that was
the
bad.
chat loved the witness who was Marx. Everybody loves Richard Marx. He was really great. Did you get to hear any of that, Stephanie?
No. No. Who is that?
He was the Hollywood litigator. He came back today as a rebuttal witness, and he just
okay.
destroyed.
Is that the guy
destroyed
who
that
said
witness.
he forgot more than he forgot more things that he's
Yes.
done because he's been
Yes.
I did hear a little tiny bit of it.
I love misbehaving when Gadfly was locked out. She says, "Gadfly's locked out like I was locked out when Megan made dinner last night. Not even a butter roll." And I'm going to do it to you again. I'm going to make Spanish rice tonight. Maybe I'll take you to see that as I do it.
It ain't right.
It ain't right.
Marx was, "What a bruiser. Amber is thoroughly humiliated." It's not looking good for her.
Every witness is like, I'll say, I don't think the hand doctor really mattered one way or the other. He wasn't super
Guys.
helpful to Johnny.
No, he didn't say anything, and they didn't ask him
that
anything.
guy was not impressive, I didn't think. But even worse for Amber, that psychiatry guy who came on yesterday with the hair.
Schmiegel.
Dr. Doofenshmirtz, whatever. Is that what the chat
The chat
ended up
decided
saying?
it was Dr. Doofenshmirtz, yeah.
Okay, that guy, I went back and watched a couple of clips where I could actually see on my phone, a bigger, picture of him and his expressions, and his whole demeanor was just absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. It reminds me of those scenes from Overboard where we're hearing from the psychiatrist, that he's like playing show tunes on the piano, and he's like asking her, "What motivated you to get up and give those people those drinks?" And just like the psychiatrist comes off as such a weirdo, that's kind of how this guy just came off so bizarre.
Everybody's stream, everyone who was live streaming it was like, "This guy is so weird." You do not want the general public thinking that your expert witnesses are weirdos. Definitely not. Tracy says that's her next job, a makeup artist for horror movies, because she knows how to do bruises. Yes, she does, I think. It seems that way to me. John Delarose, you're back from the groomers. How was that trip?
I'm back. And I just want to be clear, I'm not sending my dog to get LGBT groomed. He's just getting a haircut. So
I'm glad you made the distinction.
yeah.
So he's not getting transed today.
Is he getting?
No,
he's not getting pink toenails.
No, he's not. My dog's not going to a public school. Correct.
An actual dog groomer. We probably just lost 100 people in the chat, but that's okay. I forgive you.
It sucks they took that word. Like, now I hate that culture has changed that word. It really just means like, getting a haircut, trimming your beard up, I mean, geez.
Not indoctrinating 3-year-olds. Okay. Allison says, "Megan, can Amber," and by the way, it's Megan without an H. I don't do the H. "Can Amber, when she wakes up and realizes that her story has been totally debunked, approach Johnny's team for a deal before the jury goes out?" Yes. She can settle at any time before that jury is deliberating. She can settle right now during lunch. They can meet.
And she should.
Yeah,
Let's be honest about this.
And she won't. Let's
And she won't, but she probably should. They're just getting shellacked at every turn.
Wendy says her side always takes too long. I hate them. If you are feeling this way, Wendy, so is the jury. You can bet. We heard testimony yesterday from a woman inside the courtroom. She has a YouTube channel. She's called Farron Balanced, FARAN Balanced. And she was on with Ricada last night, and she said Jury, I think it was juror number 2, completely checked out. She said he is completely gone. He's
Is that
rolling
the one
his
who
eyes.
took out his hearing aids?
No, it's a different one. So now it's another one,
Because
completely
that's a
checked
real
out,
bad sign.
rolling his eyes. She also said the one juror she was really worried about, who they call the Catholic school mom, they were all worried about her, thinking, which way is it going to go? Does she have a daughter that she thinks this could happen to, or does she have a son that she thinks this could happen to? And either way, it's going to go really bad. But she said that she started smiling at Johnny's lawyer yesterday when he started attacking Dr. Doofenshmirtz. And he said, or she said, her smile remained there for the entire time, and they believe now that she has a big crush on that attorney. So the jury, it's not looking good.
I think that the Hollywood expert has a crush on that attorney also. I think they were flirting a little bit.
The Hollywood expert
Wow.
has a crush on which attorney?
On
We've
Johnny's
got
attorney.
daytime soap opera going at this point.
She was
Yeah.
flirting with him. She was.
Yeah.
The one who was like,
What,
oh, so you're an expert in movies now, or whatever she
What's
said.
the
and then she
standard
smiled
with
at
this
him.
case? Is it just like 7 jurors have to go one way or
No,
another?
so
How's it
they
work?
have 7 jurors, only 7 total, right?
Oh, total.
That's
Okay.
that's all they have, and they have to be unanimous.
They
I
have to be
thought
unanimous.
because
Okay.
I thought because it was preponderance of evidence that they would not need to be unanimous, but apparently in Virginia the standard is they have to be unanimous. But it's not looking like there are any jurors who are feeling any kind of empathy towards Amber. They won't even look her in the eye, according to witness testimony inside the gallery. We've had Law and Lumber, Runkle of the Bailey, DUI guy, and now Fair and Balanced, and they're all saying the jury is not registering with her at all. They're not connecting with her. They even have their backs to her. They are, when she's on the stand, or even any of her witnesses, they are turned towards the attorneys and they're looking back over their shoulder at the witness. All the attorneys are saying you do not want to see this when you are watching a jury. They should be focused on your witness. I want to hear today from them inside the courtroom, and I'll do that after the stream. Were they looking at Johnny's witnesses? Were they facing Johnny's witnesses today? And I would bet they were. That Dr. Doofenshmirtz person makes people uncomfortable. You don't want to face him. You don't want to make that eye contact because dude's weird. Slurping out of that.
Doofenshmirtz is a rough name too, I gotta say.
It's not actually his name, but his name is Spiegel. Like Smeagol.
Yeah.
Schmiegel.
Schmiegel.
My precious.
Yeah, we've been calling him Schmiegel. He's good guy, back and forth to Mordor. When Stephanie disappears, she's usually working, so just she'll come back if she can come back. Lana says, Megan, you have the best entertaining coverage of all. Love you. I love you too. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. The chat is crazy. I can't keep up. Who is that vape guy? You want to know, Julia, who was the vape guy? Was he JD's witness? Yes, he was. He was the doorman, or he had a bigger title than that. He ran security at the building where they had the penthouses. And I'm not remembering his name off the top of my head, but he was freaking hilarious. We love him. Hearts out to vape guy.
Yeah, his response video was hilarious also. Did you see that he posted on TikTok?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
He posted one. He said people said I was unprofessional on the stand, but fuck you, they didn't pay me.
Hey, you know what? He took it for as long as he possibly could. He really did.
Yeah.
I mean, Elaine kept him up there with the most ridiculous questions, and it was just nonstop. So I personally thought the vaping and driving away was the perfect ending to that deposition. Yeah. Ryan says Tara Reid's going to be a bigger star than Amber after this trial.
Wow. Nice.
It's possible. Nicole says Aquaman always sucked. I thought it was hilarious when I heard they were making it until Malmoa was cast. He made that movie. I think he made that movie.
100%.
Electronic Progression says Mira should go back to the bottom of the sea. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, I like that. I was going to say that I wish we could have someone who was who believed Amber, who was like a lawyer that was in the courtroom and could tell us what they see from the jury. But unfortunately, those people don't exist. So I can't really do that.
According to the mainstream press, though, Amber's winning. Let's do what
Oh,
let's do that. Let's go over and look at the headlines because you guys are gonna love this.
Is
My
the press really that disconnected from the people? Because even like the liberal people I know are saying that Amber Heard is obviously lying here.
All
Like,
right,
so
well, let's
I
go and look.
yeah.
Let's go and
Yeah,
see
I
what the
keep
news
saying
is.
Amber brought the world together, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, the people, but you know the media lies, right? You're aware that the media lies to you
I'm
all
aware
the
of
time.
this.
I don't think that's
Oh,
possible. The
okay,
media?
well, here it is. Here's 2 hours ago. Judge denies Johnny Depp's motion to strike Amber Heard's $100 million defamation counterclaim. So what is that? What do you think that sounds like to you?
It sounds like they denied it rather than her saying like, "Oh, we'll give it to the jury."
I faced this actually, and because I actually had a defamation trial that I went through for about 2.5 years. And I'm a science fiction writer for anybody who doesn't know. And the World Science Fiction Convention libeled me. They called me a racist bully on their website and then banned me from their convention. That harmed me and, of course, made it so that I couldn't get published by any mainstream publishers. And it was an outright lie. So over the course of this, they actually lost the case. They spent over $100,000 against me, and it turned out they defamed me, and they didn't have any evidence that I was a racist or anything like that. So during the course of this, the same thing happened to me because you file a motion to strike. That's kind of a normal thing over the course of a trial at the beginning of things. And that's just so you don't have to face the jury. You don't have to deal with it. There's no trial. There's nothing about that. And the motion to strike really is only there, like, if they just like misfiled everything, if they screwed up, if like, for instance, if they didn't show up at all and even file a counterclaim, that's when the motion to strike would happen. And since like that standard's really difficult to
They filed
attain.
theirs in this one.
Yeah.
Johnny's team filed theirs because they said they never proved that these statements did anything to her, that Waldman's statements
Right.
affected her in any way. They didn't prove it. And I think they're right. They didn't. But because this case is so heavily scrutinized and it's in the public eye, that judge isn't going to take a chance that it's going to get overturned on
That's
appeal
true.
because she struck
But
that
it's
motion.
normal. It's normal that
It is
the
normal.
motion to strike would fail. So
It
yeah.
is normal. They rarely prevail at that part of the trial. You usually have to just go through it. All right, let's look at what else is on Google. Amber Heard's attorneys rest their case in defamation trial. Okay, that's pretty neutral. DC film chief denies Amber Heard's Aquaman claims. Aquaman 2 claims. That's a bad one for her. So that looks good. That's the Hollywood Reporter. Deadline says Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Warner Brothers executive says concerns over casting her. That's not good for her. So today we're having a few better headlines than we did yesterday. Yesterday's headlines were really insane. What Zendaya and Ana de Armas came up, or why they came up in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, Entertainment Weekly. That's kind of neutral.
That's chasing an algorithm for a headline right there because they're trying to get all of those celebrity names into the SEO search. That's a little trick for the media.
Nobody clicks on headlines. Newsweek says fact check: was Amber Heard in Blade Runner 2049 as video suggests? I didn't even hear about that. So
No.
that's just garbage. NBC News says Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial live updates. Judge dismisses Depp's attempt to throw out Heard's countersuit. Well,
I mean, that is true, I guess.
true, but
It's
also
accurate, but it does frame it. You're right. It does frame it like Johnny Depp is losing, and that doesn't mean anything.
it should have said judge sends question to jury about that.
No one's going to click on that.
But right, they're
No one's going to click on this.
Heard's team changed course on Johnny Depp testimony. I don't.
Oh, because they
understand
didn't
that.
call him to the stand.
Oh yeah, right. Because they said they were going to, and then they didn't. Mr. Fox is texting me. What is it? What is it? Is it good? Is it bad? What is it? It's what is this? Sorry. Talk amongst yourselves.
That USA
What's
Today
going
one
on?
looks pretty weird.
Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, and who we choose to believe. # believe all women. No.
Yes.
Oh,
It
you
just
guys,
seems
you're not
like
going to
that.
believe this. You're not going to believe this.
Yes.
I got money from a settlement. Somebody sued Facebook in a class action, and I just
And you won.
I won. I got $397 from Facebook.
Oh, that's great. I wish I was in on that.
It had something to do. I don't even know what it was about. It was a privacy litigation class action, in a settlement. Wow. All right, I'll take it. Almost 400
Cool.
bucks I got from the evil overlords at Facebook.
Yeah, I was
All
gonna
right.
say.
Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, and who we choose to believe. Okay, well, that's kind of. I'm sure it would be pro Amber Heard. Should we read that one?
Yeah, I want to see
how
what they
bad it is?
say. What does USA Today? They have their finger on the pulse of the America. Let's do it.
Yeah, not usually. Let me make sure that I'm sharing it properly. Yeah, you can hear it. You can see it. Boy, the pop-ups make this reading very difficult.
I saw trauma and abuse in the little tagline up top.
I should archive this. I should archive it so that we don't have to watch this, because the pop-ups are going to be absolutely incredibly hard to get through. So let me archive it. There's probably one that's been archived. Yep, 18 hours ago. All right, did the screen change? Do you see the archive version?
We do.
Okay. All right. Critics of the live stream defamation trial between actors Johnny Depp and Amber Heard say it's too bizarre to offer teachable moments. They say it's entertainment, a sordid spectacle, a mess of rabid fans and exploitative influencers. Oh, that would be us, I guess.
Yeah, I'm part of that.
Influencers.
Hit that like and subscribe button, everybody.
And visit the merch store.
Yes.
The grift is real and the grift is important. Please support
You should
the
have a
grift.
Megan Fox merch store.
I do.
Just based on that name, you do?
I do. Yeah. You haven't
really
seen my
do?
merch?
No, I've
You
never
haven't
seen
the
your merch store.
Oh, well, look.
I'm
what
not
we
paid
have.
to say that either.
Look.
Yeah.
Objection,
What kind of merch do you sell?
hearsay. Objection, hearsay, men too. We've got it in everything. I've got mugs, mega-pints. I've got travel mega-pints. We've got all types of merch. I even have Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour? Mega-pint me. We've got Make
Yes.
Americans Friends Again mugs. We've got Keep Calm and Sue Everyone, which is my motto that I live by. Mega-pint stickers, t-shirts. Look at this one. Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega-pint. Justice for Johnny. We have it all. And you
I
can
wonder what
find
my
that.
wife would think if I got a Megan Fox pillow.
I have one. There's one in the merch store.
I see it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So getting back to the article, you can visit the merch store. The link is in the description of whatever video you're watching, whether on Facebook or YouTube, it's there. All right. They argue there's too much energy spent analyzing how this event fits into the culture, reflects it and refracts it. Oh, fuck off.
Who's they?
Who's they?
Critics of the live stream defamation trial.
How can there be too much energy spent analyzing how this major event fits into culture and reflects it and refracts it? What are we supposed to do? Sit around with tape over our mouths?
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about it.
But many experts in violence, I can't stand these people. These are the people who drive me absolutely fucking crazy. Many experts in
violence,
moral reasoning. Who are those people? Who's an expert in moral reasoning besides priests and people who studied theology? Exactly. Who are these moral reasoning experts? And domestic abuse say the case is an important cultural moment. It is. It shows who we believe, how we believe, and the lengths people go to convince themselves their beliefs are true.
I agree, but I feel like we're not talking about the same thing, USA.
Yeah. I know where this is going, and it's not going our way. The question about why we see different things in this case is deeply influenced by the moral judgment that we make first, or also the shitty corporate media that influences your thoughts on a daily basis. I just threw that in there.
Don't forget that. Yeah.
The judgment kicks in a number of motivated processes. When you already want to believe something, you need less evidence to keep believing it, and you're more willing to accept any evidence that is in favor of it without thinking more deeply about it. Well, that sounds like Heard fans to me, because she has no evidence on her side. Johnny has all of it. Now, this was said by David Pizarro, a professor in the Department of Psychology at Cornell University, who studies how biases affect moral judgment.
It's possible he's talking about Amber and they're
Maybe.
framing it in a different way.
When you're presented with information that goes contrary to what you believe, then you actually start thinking more deeply about it in order to argue, to counter-argue. Depp is suing Heard, blah, blah, blah. A public figure, blah, blah, blah. According to Pizarro's framework, if someone makes a moral judgment that Depp is likely an example of a man falsely accused, they will look for information that confirms that belief and evaluate it less carefully.
Wait. But that part's not in quotes, though. This is what I'm trying to defend David Pizarro.
Oh, yeah,
He
right.
said he didn't say that.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't say that, and it's not in quotes, so we don't actually know if he said that. Well, let's keep reading because maybe he said other things.
Maybe.
Which they have to wear. The same process occurs for the person who makes the moral judgment. Heard is likely an abused woman denigrated by the culture when she should be believed.
Wait, what?
What? The same
You know,
process.
I actually think she probably was a victim of abuse at some point. It's just Johnny Depp is not the person who did it to her. I mean, she is in Hollywood, and there were Weinsteins in Hollywood, and Amber Heard grew up in that environment. So, you know, I mean, we're speculating, of course, these aren't facts, but you know, just knowing what happens in those Hollywood circles, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, stop it. This can
Yeah.
look like Depp supporters using audio of Heard admitting to slapping Depp as incontrovertible proof that she was the relationship's primary aggressor, while downplaying audio where he said, "Shut up, fat ass," to Heard after she told him to put his cigarettes out on someone else. Okay, first of all, I do not believe that saying "shut up, fat ass" is violence or abuse, and it's not evidence of being abused. And I also don't believe that he put his cigarette out on her. He testified that he flicked a cigarette and she claimed the ash landed on her and then accused him of putting his cigarette out on her. I
That's a
believe
big difference.
That's a big difference. He's the one with the cigarette burn mark on his face. Can she show us a cigarette burn mark on her body? We haven't seen
No.
one.
Haven't
But
seen
he
it.
has one. He has one. She said a lot of things in those recordings to make it sound like he was abusing her. And I think on purpose. It depends on who's
think so,
recording
too.
on what she says. There's no evidence that he ever put a cigarette out on her. So no, sorry, sir. We just don't believe that story because there's no evidence that it's true. And saying "shut up, fat ass" to someone, that's not violence. That's not domestic abuse. You can
Words are
always
not violence. I do have to get going again. I'll be back in a couple
hell.
hours here. I'm sorry.
Can you come
work.
back?
Yes,
I
I'll
know.
try to be
Come
back
back.
around noon
All right.
Pacific here, guys.
Check
So
out
thank
John
you.
Della Rosa's Kickstarter for his new project. What is the new project, please? Oh, he didn't tell me. That's okay. I'm going to put the Kickstarter back in the link and you guys can go in the chat, and you guys can go and check that out when you can. And hold on, I got to copy it. Copy. Here we go. Visit John Della Rose on his YouTube channel as well and subscribe because he does a lot of fun live streams that you would probably like. Okay.
I'm going to defend David Pizarro again.
Okay.
Because I don't know him.
Okay.
Because they're quoting the audio tapes, not necessarily David Pizarro saying he agrees
True.
with them or that.
True. He could have been totally screwed by this interview.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because his only things, like, can you scroll up to like his only quote they really used?
Yeah, his real quote said, "The question about why we see different things in this case is deeply influenced by the moral judgment that we make first. That judgment kicks in a number of motivated processes. When you already want to believe something, you need less evidence to keep believing it, and you're more willing to accept any evidence that is in favor of it without thinking more deeply about it." And I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
That's true. And he also said when you're presented with information that goes contrary to what you believe, then you actually start thinking more deeply about it in order to counter argue. He actually said nothing about either of these two people.
That's what I'm saying. And I doubt he would because he's trying to, save his own face. I mean, he's a psychologist. He's not trying to get involved in too much drama.
Right. So then experts in domestic violence say toxic, unhealthy relationships, again, experts without identifying them,
Exactly. No quotes here.
can include bidirectional violence with no primary aggressor, and abusive relationships with a primary aggressor can include victims who use violence as self-defense or as a way to try and reassert control. No single audio clip can paint a complete picture of the dynamics of a half-decade-long relationship. What? Everyone is, broadly speaking, watching the same trial, albeit interacting with different snippets, tweets, and takes. We're not interacting with snippets, tweets, and takes. We're interacting with the full trial, every minute of it. That's what
Multiple
we're doing.
times in my case because I've listened to it on other streamers.
Me too. Me too. Because as soon as I stop this stream, I head over to Rekieta Law and I listen to all that. And then I will back up and listen to their takes during the trial. So I rehear the trial again. And all of our audience here is watching the trial in full. We are not watching in snippets, tweets, and takes.
Yeah.
Moving on, but coming to vastly different moral conclusions about what the evidence shows. Now, I would say that 75% of us have all come to the same conclusion, and that there's a small 25% pocket of people suffering from some kind of delusion that do not see.
You think 25? I don't even think it's 25%.
Yeah, it might be 15, maybe 10. Maybe 10.
Oh,
I forgot to check the poll. I forgot to check the poll about what's Amber drawing. Satanic hexes. I had satanic hexes, poop emojis, Amber Heard is awesome, or horse drawings. Satanic hexes won by 39%.
Well, yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate.
I always feel like clarifying that I'm not a Johnny Depp fan, really. I've liked him in some movies, but before this happened, like we could go up from the very beginning when that first video was released of him like slamming cabinets and stuff. My reaction was like, seems like a drunk asshole. You know, sorry, you got to deal with that, Amber, because I don't know anything about Amber Heard.
When I saw it, I was like, okay, he's demolishing his own cabinets, breaking his own glassware, and I don't have a problem with that because I know men. I've known men my whole life. I've seen my father lose his shit, not on me, but I've seen him attack a door. I've seen him clear a counter. I've seen him throw stuff, not at me or anybody else in the house. I've just seen him do stuff like that when he's angry. And I've seen my husband put his hand through a wall once. You know, when bad stuff happens, men like to hit things. When bad things happen to women, we usually crawl in bed and cry. That's like the usual. We don't usually hit stuff. Some women do, but mostly men like to hit stuff. I didn't see anything upsetting in that video. I just saw normal male behavior when they're mad.
By drunk asshole, I mean like in that specific moment. I just mean like you'd like walk away from that person, you know?
You would walk away. Yeah, that's exactly what you would do. Deirdre says they do that so they won't hurt a person. I agree with that. That's something that someone who's not an abuser would do because they're not beating on a person. And also, when your husband or your father or somebody is acting like that, that's the time you turn around and you leave the room. You go and give them their space. Never follow the bear into the cave. You're going to get hurt by the projectiles that are flying. Don't do it. Or you're going to get hurt by the words that are going to come out of their mouth that they don't mean right then there at that moment.
Well, at that point, I hadn't even heard that Amber was claiming abuse or anything. I literally just saw the video randomly because I don't really like keep up with a lot of like tabloid stuff and drama. It wasn't like anything that I was really paying attention to.
She also tried to make it look like he was mad at her, saying, "What did I do? What did I do?" And she knew damn well that it was about his meeting with the financial advisors telling him he lost $600 million. It had nothing to do with her. She knew darn well it wasn't about her, but she tried to make it about her for the video. Okay, let's move on. This is not a criminal case deciding guilt or innocence, but a civil one deciding whether Heard was allowed to publish her op-ed. Oh, no. That's not what this is about, USA Today, you idiots.
Allowed?
Allowed? No. It's not about whether she was allowed to publish an op-ed. She's allowed to publish whatever she wants. What she is not allowed to do is publish defamatory statements inside that op-ed. This whole case is about one paragraph with like 2 or 3 sentences. That's it. Nobody is suggesting that she's not allowed to write an op-ed about anything she wants. What she wasn't allowed to do is write false and defamatory statements about her ex-husband or anybody else for that matter. So no, USA Today. This is written by someone who doesn't know shit about Shinola.
Yeah.
Reactions to the case online and off, from TikTok videos to Depp's giggling trial audience. So they're trying to make Depp's fans look stupid, to the people taunting Heard as she walks into court, making her sympathetic, are colored by biases, assumptions, and personal experiences. You mean like yours? Who wrote this? You mean like your biases? Alia Destagier?
I wonder what else she's written.
What a name. Okay. Mixed in are the contingent of social media users. Oh, here it comes. From body language analysts to Bachelor alums, many of whom may use the trial to gin up attention for themselves, often contributing to misinformation about trauma and abuse. For God's sake. Nicole Badera, a sociologist who studies sexual victimization and perpetration, says many people who have experienced domestic and sexual violence are avoiding the trial, which may also be contributing to bias.
Wow. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh,
That's what it is.
so those of you in the chat, by the way, who have experienced violence, you're not here. You're not paying attention. If you were paying attention, you would be on Amber's side, is what this is saying.
Yeah. If
Can
you were
you believe
watching,
this
you'd agree
shit?
with her.
But you are watching. You are here. We know Elaine from our chat, who is a victim of serious domestic violence, who sent us a picture of it. We know that many of you are here who have experienced this, and you don't believe her either. Don't let these people gaslight you. You believe what you believe because you saw it with your own eyes and you've experienced it, and you know what abuse is. Badera says survivors who can't watch the trial but who may want occasional updates are likely also being fed pro-Depp content. Yet it has nothing to do with the fact that all the content is pro-Depp, because that's what the evidence shows.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's what I was trying to say is like going into watching the trial, I didn't favor either of them one way or another. I didn't really know Amber Heard other than she was in a couple of things, I guess. But then after watching some of the trial, I came to my own conclusion that it was pretty obvious that Amber Heard was lying about all these things, and they had evidence to the contrary of everything she said. And so it's like you can't I hate when people frame this as like a bunch of Johnny Depp fans come in. Johnny Depp's made nothing but bad movies for the past like 5 years, in my view. So I don't care about Johnny Depp as an actor. I care about someone getting defamed and getting lied about this hard in public media and trying to ruin a man's life when he didn't do anything to you. That's what matters to me, not his acting abilities.
Tina says, yeah, right. I'm invisible and not paying attention whatsoever. On the contrary, it's brought the community together. Yeah. And I'm looking at the chat now to see your reaction to being told that if you're a victim of domestic abuse, you're not here, you're not watching. I'm
Right.
here and I survived, says Roma. Amber is the abuser. Thank you for that statement. Thank you for being here. And we're sorry that you went through that, but I'm happy you survived. Matthias wants to remind me. Thank you, Matthias. You did remind me about something I said to remind me about the two source thing. Rottenborn gets up and says, they didn't use he went to a paper that didn't use the two source standard. Let me tell you something about the two source standard. I work in the media. There's no such thing as a two source standard. Go look at the New York Times when they print their bullshit with unnamed sources say. That's what they say all the time. And they do, especially when it was about Trump. Oh man, any Republican in the White House, the New York Times will be like, unnamed sources in the White House say that Donald Trump watches gorillas on television. This was literally a story they told. This is literally
What?
it. Oh yeah.
I've watched gorillas on television.
They put gorilla TV on for him to watch just gorillas in the wild for 4 hours a day. Unnamed sources say. You know what another unnamed source says story was about Donald Trump? Unnamed sources say that he gives his guests 1 scoop of ice cream while he gets 2 scoops of ice cream. Hashtag 2 scoops, hashtag 2 scoops. Man, we had fun with that one. I remember that one being like, are you kidding me? So please do not believe people who tell you that the mainstream press uses 2 sources before they print shit. They literally make it up. And then they say, unnamed sources say, Donald Trump gives himself a larger salt shaker than the other people at his table. That literally was another one. I did not make that up. It sounds like I'm making these things up, but no, these are things that the New York Times and CNN will go to print with and say, unnamed sources say that Donald Trump wears a Speedo at the White House pool. Now that one I did just make up. I made that up.
Even still, who cares? But I could get rid of both the ice cream and the salt thing. I mean, for like big tables, you often have 2 different salt shakers and pepper shakers, and they might be different sized. And for ice cream, I only want 1 scoop. Some people like 2.
Yeah, and he's a big ice cream fan, just like but when Joe Biden is eating ice cream, the press is having orgasms reporting it to us every damn day.
Well, this is why I'm getting angry at these things, is because they're framing it as if me and you are the 2 biggest Johnny Depp fans in the world,
Right.
and we never believe a single woman, no matter what they say. As a woman, that makes sense that you wouldn't believe women.
Which is
Yeah.
so false. For the women here in my chat, I believe you. Andrea, I believe you. She says, I think a lot of us who's watching are survivors of domestic violence, and we're here to support Johnny. Yeah, because we support victims. We are supporting victims, and we need to see justice. Thank you, Roma. Justice for the victims of domestic violence. We are not seeing what everybody is saying that some people are seeing. We're seeing the truth, pro-truth content. Thank you, Angie. That's what we're doing here. We're trying to provide a different point of view than what you're getting from the corporate press, because you know damn well they're not giving you the right. They're not giving you the truth. Look at this article we're reading right now. It's full of bias. It's full of prejudice. And she has the nerve to turn around and tell us that we are suffering from our personal biases and influence, and that, oh, come on now. Come on. I just get mad when I see how they lie.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, and if me and Megan were talking about other things, we'd probably disagree on a lot of it. I like to bring that up as well. But the one thing we agree on is the truth of something. And we like to see that truth is presented.
I agree. No,
It's
I
like-
totally agree. And I hate Republicans. Let me just put this out there. I write for conservative paper, and I'm a conservative person with conservative views. I hate the GOP. They're worse to me than Democrats. They're worse because they should know better, and they don't. And they spend like drunken sailors. They increase the size of government regularly. I'm a small government kind of person. I don't need all these big departments of mini true and all this other crap. And Republicans never fight. They never fight for small government. So they're useless too. So, I hate those people too. And one of these days, maybe, you know what? We should have a whole stream, Gadfly, on all the things that we disagree on. Because everyone's like,
love
you
to.
guys just agree on everything. But let's not. Let's do one where we find stuff we don't agree on. It might be harder than you think, to tell you the truth.
Maybe. I think I could bring up some.
Because I'm
I mean,
one of the only pro marijuana, pro LSD mushroom, pro Republicans, or I'm not a Republican anymore, conservative, that you might find. I actually see that there's uses for such things, and I differ in that way. I'm more pro freedom. I'm starting to become, in my old age, I'm starting to become an anarchist. Like, throw out all the rules. Just, we don't need any of these rules. COVID did it to me. COVID lockdown did it to me. I was like, that's it. I'm not following any of your signs anymore. I'm not following your rules. Like, forget it. We have this, by where I live, there's this lake, and the town put all these boulders on the beachfront. So you can't go in, you can't use the beachfront unless you go into their little beachfront that you have to pay for. And during COVID, I'm like, no, fuck you. We're swimming off the rocks now, because they closed the beach entirely. Well, now since they did that, everyone swims off the rocks. Everyone said fuck you to the government. Everyone. And that's what we should be doing, by the way. That they should get sued for putting those rocks on a public lake. They should get sued, and they should have I'm just mad. They should be sued and dragged through the streets for that one. Don't put rocks on the people's property. The people own that lake. You know who really owns that lake? The Native Americans who still live in this area own that lake. And is it okay to put rocks up on the beachfront so that our native population cannot go to their lake, which used to be a sacred lake for them, by the way? I would sue them so hard on behalf of the Native American population here. Fuck the government. That's right, Dolly. Fuck the government. That's what I'm here to tell you. That's my entire message. Fuck the government. Sue the government whenever you can. Keep calm and sue everyone, especially if they're in the government.
Yeah, I think we agree on a lot of that. but I think we probably disagree like on social issues or something like that, I don't know what it would be, but we'll find something.
We'll find it. We're going to do a whole stream where we'll just find it. Yeah.
Yeah. And guess what? I don't care who disagrees with me.
Right.
I'll still be friends with them, because who cares?
Right. Well, the old school liberals, who really, if you're a liberal, like a freedom loving liberal, don't call yourself, it's not, you're not a leftist, you're a liberal. Like small government, old school liberals were also small government, right? They were pro free speech. They were pro, they were like what the ACLU used to be, pro freedom, pro, pro everything. Now they're just anti everything. They're like pro big government, pro lockdowns, taking our freedoms away, like forcing you to do stuff. Like that's not what old school liberals were like.
Not at all.
And it's really weird that the Democrats have like gone so wacko into what I would call fascism. Frankly, I call it if you're advocating to lock people in their homes and not allow them to open their restaurants and forcing them to wear stuff on their faces, like you're a fascist, dude. That's what you are. That's not freedom. That's fascism. And I don't care what virus is running around. Don't say monkeypox to me. I don't even want to hear it in the chat. Don't you dare type monkeypox. I refuse. I refuse to even acknowledge that. Nope, nope, nope. We're getting right back to the article now.
Yeah.
Let's see what else this woman has to say. On social media, coverage of the case is overwhelming pro-Depp. Okay, fine. It's unsurprising that the people who were on the front end really excited to tweet about it, to make TikToks about it, to create an entire following about it, are the ones who are going to have the least amount of personal experience with this type of violence. Bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Bullshit. I have a lot of experience with this type of violence. I am a journalist who investigates family court, where all the domestic violence is happening. I have been very pro domestic violence education for those court professionals who don't seem to understand or know what domestic violence is. I hate the silver bullet techniques. I know what they are. I talk about them. I write them. I have a 27-part series on family court and domestic violence issues. Don't you tell me I don't know about it. I do know about it, and I've got an entire list of people behind me and all these people in the chat and people who follow my writing who are victims of this stuff. So no, not and Rekieta Law and all those lawyers, are you going to tell me they don't know about domestic violence? My sister, she practiced family law for years and years and years. Years and years. So yeah, Jennifer, I agree with you. This writer is not a credible journalist at all. She didn't do any investigation into this. Did she call me? Did she call you? Did she find out how much we know before she decided to say that everyone doing this doesn't know jack shit about domestic violence? I have spoken to the head of domestic violence organizations, Barry, what's Barry's name? Barry Goldberg. I think his last name is Goldberg. I have had them on my program. I've had debates between men's rights activists and others who are on the women's side. I personally believe that all victims ought to stop looking at this as a gender issue and come together and fight domestic abusers. Wait, I'm checking the court stream. You guys are asking me. Did they call her back? Hold on. Well, let's go back to court. It might be back on. Hold on. Stop screen. Share screen. But yeah, I think all victims need to come together and fight this shit together. Hold on. Where is it?
Yeah.
Did they call this woman back?
The work that they wanted
Or
to do.
was this earlier? Because it's not
So
saying.
combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the
No, this is yesterday. She's still in her
Is it still
KFC outfit.
yesterday? Is it still yesterday?
Yeah, she has her KFC outfit on.
Oh yeah, right. KFC. Okay, that was yesterday. So yeah, this gender thing, this war between men and women, it needs to stop. The war between men and women needs to be over when it comes to this domestic violence issue, because both sexes can be abused. And if the two factions would just talk to one another and realize they have so much more in common than they don't.
Absolutely. I will say that 99% of the people, even if you don't like their attitude socially or whatever, if you're having a beer with somebody, you're going to get along with them. And unless you start bringing up politics and, what everyone always says, politics, religion, and money, if you stop bringing up those things, then most people get along pretty well. And when it comes to something like this, I mean, this is an issue of abusers and victims. It's not an issue of man and woman, because that's crazy to me to say that.
That's what they're trying to turn it into, and because it's divisive,
Yeah.
and this is bringing people together, and nobody in the mainstream press wants the people of this country to be together, because then they wouldn't sell papers. They wouldn't sell their divisive articles about you're right and I'm right and you're wrong.
But we could do the same thing. We could give a liberal spin to this. We could say, well, you're discounting every homosexual relationship domestic violence case because you're saying it's between men and women. So what about that?
Yeah, right. Right. True. There's a million different ways to look at things, and all of them are valid. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
The conversation is valid. You do not see me or you saying people who support this narrative for Amber should be silenced and shut up, and they're harming men victims. We're not saying that.
No. I wish they had good arguments so I could talk to them.
Right. So that yeah, that would be nice. I never want to silence other people. I want more speech. I want more debate. But they are always trying to silence us by calling us, they're saying we're taking part in the abuse of Amber Heard. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. They're trying to silence TikTok. They're trying to have TikToks taken down. They're trying to have people's humor taking down jokes. They'd probably come after your meme songs, to be totally honest. They're including and lumping in all of this stuff that we're doing as part of the problem. Well, I don't see it as part of the problem. I see it as part of what makes America great, that we're allowed to have these conversations, that nobody's kicking in our door in the middle of the night to drag us off to a gulag for saying the wrong thing about some powerful person. My God, what a wonderful thing it is to be an American. What a wonderful thing it is to be able to speak like this. And you should hang on to it with all your worth. And every time you hear somebody say, you shouldn't say that, you shouldn't say, this should not be allowed, you should distrust that person immediately and think to yourself, well, why? Why can't we say it? Well, I don't have to agree with what's being said. I can actually hate what's being said and still say, well, you still got to have the right to say it.
Yeah, I disagree with that article we just read, but I'm not going to go to Amazon's servers and try to destroy it. Like, come on now.
Yeah, we're not trying to cancel this woman for saying what she said, for writing this article, although she should make the distinction that this is an opinion piece. This is not a news article by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not sharing it so that I can keep an eye on the other stream.
Yeah.
But I want to continue reading some of it because this is interesting here. Some of the most prominent domestic violence organizations, which advocate on behalf of victims of any gender, say it's not their policy to take a position on specific cases. But they have criticized, so they won't take a side. That's interesting. But they have criticized reporters and social media users for sensationalizing trauma and perpetuating victim-blaming narratives.
That's assuming trauma and victimhood.
That's assuming it even happened. Yeah, right. We're saying we don't believe it happened. And because if we did, we certainly wouldn't be trying to sensationalize it. These narratives can make it harder for victims to seek help. Well, I think Amber Heard's narrative makes it harder for victims to seek help. But I would encourage everyone to still seek help, whether or not you feel that she's damaged the cause. And don't say we have damaged it, because she's the one making the false claims that are obviously fake. Fake claims. Obviously, fake claims are obvious.
Yeah. It's just like if someone wants to look at this stream and be like, well, here's why I disagree with this stream, blah, blah, blah. And like what this person's saying right now, they think or what they say someone else may have said. They think that, it's bad for the public overall to be doing it. But it's a public thing. You're allowed to say anything you want about the president. You're allowed to say Republican or Democrat. All clear. Right. You can say whatever you want about anybody. Who's a public figure, especially.
Whatever you want.
This is a public case. Johnny chose for it to be public and played for the entire world, and anyone can watch it and anyone can say whatever they want about it. That's all.
Yeah, who determines what I can and cannot say? And that's the big question in America that we're always debating. Who determines? And that's why we have such a problem with big tech and their censorship and kicking people off their platforms. So who determines what free speech is? Mark Zuckerberg? Jack Dorsey? Yes. The guy at Amazon? Those are the people you want to choose? Jeff Bezos? You want those guys? So somehow they just became the arbiters of free speech? No, I don't want anyone determining who can speak. I want all speech, even the hateful stuff. And guess what? You have a block button. You know what the block button does? It makes it so you can't even hear those people speak that you don't like. And that's the appropriate response for speech you don't like. I block people all the time. Hell, if you come in or harass me, and especially if you say terrible stuff about, my looks or whatever, I don't want to see it in my chat, I will block you. I block all day long if you're going to troll me. And that's not canceling free speech. You still have the right to say it. You still have the right to go anywhere. I just don't have to read it. That's freedom. And you can do the same thing. If you don't like me, if you don't like what I have to say, hit that block button. You'll never see me again. I've blocked a certain person that I won't name on every platform there is. This person was a real pain in my ass for many years. I finally went and blocked this person on every single platform there is. Guess what? That person doesn't exist anymore in my world.
Yeah,
Not
right.
at all. Can't email me, can't tweet me, can't do anything to me. Don't have to hear this person ever again. And it's funny because other people I know who are still in contact with this person are like, God damn, how do I get rid of this? And I'm like, it's easy. You just block this person. But, I just did it.
And I think that it's the most annoying thing is that none of these articles that we've seen yet are making any arguments to Amber's claims. Their only argument is that people shouldn't be arguing in favor of Johnny Depp, but they're not saying why. Just saying because it's bad,
Yeah, there's a lot.
But no.
There's a lot of, well, this makes it harder on victims. This makes it hard on victims. So you can't criticize her because victims then are hurt. But I disagree. I think if we do not criticize her, if we do not expose her, that hurts victims.
Yes. And even saying that it hurts victims is still, that's not an argument that her claim is true. That's just
No.
saying it for saying it. Like, what do you mean? Like we
They're
have
just
so many
trying to
clips.
shame us into stopping. And I'm never going to stop. You'll never shame me. I have the biggest mouth on the planet. It's never going to happen. You're never going to shame me into not saying what I think, because I think I come from a place of honesty. I come from a place of sincerity. I never say things that I don't believe. If I make a mistake, I repair it immediately. I say that I made a mistake. Like I made a correction the other day. I actually thought I heard the succubus vampire say they casted a circle, but she didn't say that. I went back and listened. She actually said that Josh Drew was a grounding energy for the circle of women and he was their protection. And I heard circle, grounding energy, women, and I heard casting circle.
Still sounds weird to me.
It still does. But I mean, I will admit when I make a mistake. I mean, it still make the witch jokes are still just as funny. And then we saw there were pictures of her with tarot cards and stuff, so it totally fits. And and I think the universe was trying to tell me what was coming through that woman. The vampire coffin jokes are still funny. But I will say when I make a mistake, but I'm not coming from a place to hurt anybody. I'm coming from a place where I want the truth to come out. That's it. Just tell the truth.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. It's
All right,
weird
I'm
to
checking the
start.
stream. Still nothing. Oh, 3 minutes. Yeah, we're down to 3 minutes now. As soon as the stream's, oh, wait a minute. No, the stream hasn't stopped. Let me check YouTube. Hold on. I'm checking YouTube. It's still going. So
Yeah, I
it could
think
be
it's
your
fine.
Wi-Fi. Could be your Wi-Fi. Somebody in the chat says they're having trouble. Okay, so remember, if you are on Facebook, the stream is going to stop when we hit 8 hours. Once we hit 8 hours, I'm going to restart it, but just in case, if you want to go to where you're not going to be interrupted, you can join me over on YouTube where you should be, really, because Facebook is lame. Mark Zuckerberg sucks. He doesn't let me make any money on Facebook at all. And so let me drop the YouTube stream for you in the chat. You should bookmark it so that you can go over there if you're on Facebook and then come into the stream on YouTube. And also, YouTube is just better. It just is. It's just
Yeah. I'll say I have a lot of complaints about YouTube and about what they do and their demonetization stuff and all that. But overall, YouTube is one of the best websites to ever exist on the planet.
It totally is.
And without it, I don't know where we'd be.
I don't either. I love YouTube. I love the creators. I pretty much have quit watching streaming networks and I just watch YouTube now. It's incredible. I love the YouTubers. Tina says circle of protection, grounding energy. Doesn't take much to come to that conclusion. It was fun and didn't harm anyone. That's right.
True.
That's right. It's right. But I mean, I'm just saying I'm not above saying I made a mistake. If I made a mistake, I will own up to it and I will definitely point it out because I'm interested in the truth. I still think that woman has weird bat ears and there's something going on. She's super,
Uh-huh.
super white. And that makes me think vampire, sleeping
Yeah.
upside down, and blood drinker.
I'm
That's
gonna say
just
just from looking at her face, I was like, you are a life stealer. I can
well,
tell.
we know she's a freeloader.
Mhm.
So that for sure is true.
I think she
Very,
was the
very
least
true.
freeloader of them all, though.
Because she
I
was
think,
only there for 2 weeks.
yeah. So that's not
And she
too
was hiding
bad.
in a closet, so they had to like sneak the wine to her, like under the door somehow through a straw, so that no one would know she was there.
Yeah. She like, oh my god. Yeah.
All right, Kayla says, as a domestic violence victim survivor, I think the most frustrating part about this is the real victims who go to court and are not taken seriously, especially in probate family court dealing with children being involved or getting a restraining order. I feel that Amber should really apologize. I do think Johnny's the true victim here. It's bad enough DV victims are gaslighted and manipulated in these courts. And yes, Kayla, that's absolutely what my investigations have found. I have seen it with my own eyes. I have seen the evidence that they are ignored and not taken seriously, while false allegations are given more credence. I don't know why that happens, and it sucks. We need a real overhaul in family court. All right, we're going back to the stream now. It's got to be back by now. There was like 1 minute left. It's just I hate turning it. It's 3 seconds left. So here we go. Now my camera's going to stop working. So I'm going to have to turn it off.
I love that
But
Depp
this
gets to finish up with this great witness so far, and then see what Amber's
These
team is
dudes
gonna
again?
say.
Seriously, these dudes again? I can't with that. Okay, I'm going to turn off. I'm monitoring it though in my stream. Like what happened in the stream? Am I still live? Am I watching it live? Because it said 3 seconds. So now what? No, I guess not. What time is it? 1:30? What time did they say they were coming back? Do you remember?
Nope.
Oh, well, it'll be soon. They're not back yet. Oh, what about now? No, this is still the
This
lunch
is
show.
yesterday, because
Oh, that guy. Let's look at him again. Remember when they said splitting hairs while he was on the
Yeah.
stand?
He was like, I think we're splitting hairs.
Sir, don't talk to me about split hairs until you fix that thing on your head.
Sir, how many rats did you have for lunch? Well.
Girl by the numbers, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. If you guys want to support the show, you can go and if you're on YouTube, you can send super chats and super stickers. And if you send me a super chat, I will see it right away and I will read it out loud. I do miss so many of your chats, which I wish I didn't, because you're so funny. And if you don't know how to do it, you just go down to the comments, see that little money button right there. You just click on it and you can send $1, send $2. It supports this stream. It is the grift. We got to keep the grift going in order to keep doing this, keep sitting here. And you are shilling on Patreon now, aren't you, Gadfly?
I am. No one's doing it though. No one wants to be my patron. It's fine, guys. I don't need your money.
What are you talking about?
But please, I'm gonna starve.
Where's put it in the private chat and I'll drop it in the chat so people can get onto your Patreon. Personally, I love the idea that we can support these content creators who are just normal people like you and me, and they're not these, big corporate media types. Frankly, I think it's awesome. I think it's so awesome that we can support our creative, just normal people, that are making us laugh. I like that. I like that, the ability to do it. Like Jen at Real Housewives Recaps. Guys, if you are not on that YouTube channel, she's great. If you like entertainment coverage, she does great entertainment coverage of television shows. She and her husband Jay, and Jay is a comic book reviewer as well, and he's so funny. CDC Dog says, AH abused Johnny. She abused the legal process. She abused her parents, and she's done extreme harm to the Me Too movement and all the real victims. May she have the life she deserves. I'll drink to that.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
My coffee's getting cold. I need a new drink. I may be moving on to something harder because when court comes back, I may start playing the drinking game.
Oh no.
I think we may have to. Oh,
What's
there.
up?
Okay, the
Elaine?
Patreon. If you guys want to go to Patreon and support Gadfly, he has a Patreon. And here it is. I'm going to stick it in the chat for you guys. Check it out. Become a member. And yeah, I think it's time for a mega-pint. I am feeling like coffee's not quite doing it for me. These guys are killing me. How long is this lunch stream? This is going on forever.
It is going on for a while. I'm wondering, has it been a full hour already?
Well, I don't remember what time we went to lunch, though. Does
Are they
anybody
trying
remember?
to settle?
Oh my God, would that be amazing or what?
I'm making assumptions. No one take me at that.
OMG. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to check a different stream just in case. So let me go do that. Hold on.
I was going to check to see when we went on lunch.
How could we tell when we went on lunch?
I can tell when I'm looking at your stream. I'm just going back.
Oh, that was smart.
I'm about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's
we're
about.
still not back. It's still not back.
It was an hour and 1 minute ago when they broke.
Oh,
the
okay. So it should be coming back soon.
Hour and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I'll be exact.
Mary, thank you for the super sticker. You're awesome. I appreciate you here. I'll tell you what, you guys, when I start the stream in the morning and you guys are like, you're popped into the stream already, like 20 minutes before it even starts, and you start with your chatting, that makes me so happy. I can't even tell you. It's so funny. Court not back. Yeah, no, it's not back. I've got it. I'm looking at it. It's not back. So, boy, it would be something if they decided to settle. She really should. She really should. But I don't see that happening. I think her narcissism will keep her from being able to admit ever that she's wrong. It's like a Jussie Smollett situation. You know, Jussie got caught red-handed. He got caught, but he will still never admit to what he did. He still says that he is a victim of some kind of conspiracy in Chicago. Well, by the way, our police chief in Chicago was black at the time of that happening. And the police chief was the one who was like, this dude is lying. This dude lied big time. And they caught him. They have all the evidence. And yet, even still, after being found guilty, after being sentenced to jail, Jussie Smollett still is appealing. At that point, I mean, I got to listen, guys, if you ever get yourself in a situation where you've lied, because it happens, people lie, and you get caught in a web that you can't get out of, don't go that far. Don't ruin your life. Throw yourself on the mercy of the people who you have wronged. They're not back, though. Look, this is Law and Crime. They're not back. How are they back? What streams are other people watching? Am I on the wrong stream? What is happening? It's back. Okay, so everyone here is like, it's back on. Where's court? So maybe Sky News. Like, why aren't they? So I guess they're not paying attention.
No.
All right, here we
Oh
go.
yeah, they're sidebarring.
You know what, though? I'm going to have to stop sharing and share this again because I know that the volume isn't working. I can just tell. If I ever go to another tab, the volume stops working. So I need to reset it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, never lie. If you do lie, you know, but if you if you did lie and you need to repair it. Just say you're sorry and throw yourself on the mercy of at the court or your family or your friends or whoever, and just say, I don't know why I lied, or I lied because I was scared, or I lied because I didn't think you would like me, or whatever it is. Just be honest.
Yeah.
And come clean, because people will forgive. People will forgive. I think that this country would forgive Amber Heard if she stood up and said, I'm sorry, I went too far. Johnny, you never did anything to me. I hope you can forgive me someday. Please don't make me pay $50 million. I don't have it, and I'll go get help, and you won't hear from me again. I think people would forgive her.
I'd forgive her. I'll tell you right now.
I
I'd
would
be like, all right, I don't like what you did, but if Johnny's okay with that, then so am I. You know what I
I
mean?
would still tell jokes about it, though.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I would
make fun of her for
reserve.
it the rest of the time.
I would reserve my right to make jokes about Amber Heard.
Same with Jussie Smollett, though. If he was like, yeah, I lied, to get, some clout online
Yeah.
and in this, media and everything, then I'd be like, all right, well, that's dumb of you to do that, but hey, at least you admitted it. And then I
Right.
would continue to make fun of him as well.
Right. But it would kind of like dissipate after a while. Like no one would feel like they needed to make fun of him after a few months because it would be over. But the fact that everyone, when you're an unrepentant liar and everybody knows it, the
Mhm.
jokes are going to last forever. The memes are going to last forever. And the chat is saying, no, I would not forgive her at this point. I think we need another poll. We need a poll. And I'm going to encourage forgiveness, you people. Forgiveness is important. It's an important thing. You know why? Because none of us are perfect. Not one of us is a perfect person. And one day you will require forgiveness. And I hope to God that you are forgiven by the people you love and the people you care about. That's why I hope that you have forgiveness in your heart, even for someone who lies like this, who has tried to harm someone, because it does you no good to hold on to bitterness. No good at all. But I'm going to put the poll up and see how much of the audience would forgive her if she came clean, apologized, and threw herself on the mercy of the public in the court.
Yeah. It has to be a real apology, obviously. It can't just be like, yeah, I did that, whatever, stupid. You know what I mean? Like, she has to
Yeah.
really admit to everything and then apologize and beg Johnny that he doesn't, make her pay. The stream was frozen, by the way. The
Oh,
live stream.
The live stream. All right, let me check. All right, I just put the poll up. Let me check the live stream. Why is it frozen? You're right. Oh, it paused for some reason, and I didn't do that. Resetting. Okay, here we go.
Is Law and Crime back up, or are we still on just this one?
We are on Sky News now. I'll let me check. I'll check Law and Crime because that usually is the better stream.
Yeah, their split screen is cool.
Yeah, it is. So I'll go back to Law and Crime. Let's
You
see.
need to approach for a moment. Okay.
Oh, good. They're going to go on a sidebar anyway. It gives me time to get it back up.
Okay.
So let's see.
But yeah, guys, to actually plug myself for a second. patreon.com/thetruegadfly.
How are they
Be
not?
there or be square.
They're not back. They're playing. What are they doing? It's a totally different stream. What's his name? Banya's back on the stand.
What? On Law and Crime?
Yes. All right, hold on. Maybe this is behind. You know what? Skynet, I think, is behind. Or whatever. Sky News is behind. Here we go.
Although she stated that she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. Then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah, again, Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again? All right, thank you.
All right, so far the chat is split on the forgiveness question. You are 57% of you say no, 42% say yes, but it just got up there. We only have 88 votes, so if you're on YouTube, get on in there and vote. Make me proud,
No objection
chat.
to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll identify plaintiffs
Don't be vindictive.
1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
See more data.
These are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Miss Heard after Aquaman. And remember Aquaman, December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q scores?
Not again.
Scores, and the higher the number, the better.
Well, at least we have subtitles.
As you can see, Miss Godot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Miss Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that.
Oh, man.
And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Malmoa is over here with the lowest at an 8. But you can see Miss Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Malmoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much little. Her positive score is very low, and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
The chat is dead.
What opinions did you form based on that Q score analysis?
I love this.
My opinions as it relates to these Q scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which...
Why would they be negative?
I disagree. First of all, Q scores doesn't work like that. Q scores are available twice a year. So it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q score actors. So I feel that, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q scores, you can get this perfect moment in time. As Miss Heard said, but as Miss Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Miss Heard's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of Q scores that you looked at?
Disgusting Q scores.
I mean, if you really think about what Miss Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q scores could have been a bit lower because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
Good point.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you.
I love
What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So,
And how did you do that?
yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does is it archives
You just watched
the
me
internet.
use it.
So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past. Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a
wait for this.
demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Of course he did. Here comes
Yes,
another
ma'am.
graph. Get wrecked, Amber.
Here comes all the people on Twitter who love Gal Gadot, Malmoa, Zendaya, Chris Pine, and who think Amber is stupid and they hate her.
That's absolutely what's going to happen.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll mark
Thank
it for
you,
notification.
Jennifer.
This
I'm
plaintiff's
happy you're here.
1297 published.
Anya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
let's
what I
see it.
found, again, this
Let's
is
see
prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and Darmus don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look at is you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million. And, the 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 million and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Ms. Gadot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Ms. Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot. People are interested in these actors as opposed to Ms. Heard, more of a following. Q scores, well-liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements in the search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's no causal connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Ms. Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Ms. Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Ms. Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Ms. Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging event, and not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damages because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time. A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think damages is an appropriate approach in this case.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Hi.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman-Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman-Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
Now it's the
No,
Waldman
if you
Depp
looked at my
statement.
analysis, I did pick
Not
the three
Waldman.
themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence, and you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound. Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted misheard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay. And if they use 2 spaces between abuse and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay.
1.2 million people use 2 spaces.
A tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So certain of the Waldman-Depp statements
Now it's Waldman Depp.
could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
Did you make any determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I didn't look into any online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Ms. Heard's op-ed?
No, my assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell provided. I was rebutting him.
And in your analysis of when you testified before, you never looked to see if the op-ed was quoted anywhere, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
What does that have to do with anything? We're talking about the Waldman statements, not the
All right,
Washington
questions
op-ed.
withdrawn. Next question.
You didn't
Now-
want to approach. I'll withdraw it. I'm sorry.
You have no objection to Ms. Arnold's
Oh,
use
that's
of
a stupid
comparables,
question.
correct? Just the use of comparables in general.
I listened to her testimony and my understanding that she abandoned that approach. But as it relates to my testimony today, my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion as to who the appropriate comparables should be to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified just before about the Q scores of Ms. Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Malmoa's was from the summer of 2020?
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is to get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out, that the field work dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to February 7th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
So that would be so the field work would be starting almost immediately after Aquaman just came out, correct?
Yeah, and her Star is Born moment, yes.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
Well, actually, if I use Miss Arnold's suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film. So I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as it relates to when I use them.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Mr. Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
No, the popularity of the movie
I don't
goes
know
down.
if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I
He's
did
reaching.
measure
This
Miss
is not
Heard.
hitting home. It's
All
not.
right. Do you
It's
show?
just arguing back and forth about nothing.
All right.
Yeah, you're wrong. Sorry, you lose, dude.
This is not like the bloodbath we saw yesterday with Schmeagol. This is boring the jury to death again.
Yeah, this guy's obviously right. What are we doing right now? Oh, we're gonna bring up
If
Miss
you look
Arnold.
on page 177 of your deposition transcript, you see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see page 177? At the 4 pages? 4 pages per.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And I asked you at lines 6 through 10, you'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Jason Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Miss Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
You didn't look at Miss Heard's Q score for summer of 2020, correct?
She doesn't have any.
And Miss De Armas had a lower familiarity score than Miss Heard, correct?
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Miss De Armas's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
She's a better actor.
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay. Could you put
This
up
case is not
plans,
about her.
Trial exhibit 1297. That was the demonstrative. Miss De Armas has less Instagram followers than Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of Miss De Armas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Looky loos. Those are
Not
people who just want to
necessarily.
see the
It
shit
doesn't
show.
work that way. It depends on
Yeah,
many
no, it
other
works.
factors.
So Miss De Armas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Miss Heard?
That's correct.
Right, she has less.
And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
Please take it down, please.
Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
Oh, for God's
I
sake, that's not
don't know
why they did
but
that.
if that's the case,
And
Waldman
you
doesn't
understand
know
that
that
Mr.
either.
Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter, and they have confirmed his
It
ban
wasn't for
life?
harassment. It was for
Objection, Your Honor. May
They
we approach
claimed
on
it
this?
was-
Okay, sure.
they claimed it was for some kind of like what YouTube flagged me for the other day.
Like
bots.
botting kind of stuff.
Yeah, spam or something like that. It was not about harassment, and that's what this objection is about. That is not what he was told. He already testified about that.
Yeah, I thought he testified that they didn't give him a straight answer.
They did not give him a straight answer, and he was never told that he was harassing anyone.
Classic Twitter.
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's data, 65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
but not the highest.
where you talked about the February
And not directly
2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294? Number one.
Yeah, that spike happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay. And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
He talked about what the number one related to.
What's the objection? Sorry, lack of foundation and.
I'm asking if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, we'll rule.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements.
Do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020. You don't know one way or the other.
It's irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches?
Yes.
You did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements, correct?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified before that you eliminated shares and likes of the Depp Waldman statements from your analysis, right?
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
That's quite possible.
Okay.
But, oh my God.
And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldmanian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative
should have included the shares and
toward Ms. Heard from
and
April
likes.
2020 through January 2021,
Just
correct?
because I'd like to see it.
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what
Like
Mr.
the
Schnell
retweets?
You
says.
don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldmanian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags about Amber Heard, it's your testimony that they have nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's name and Waldmanian, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements?
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman statements. Waldman himself has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. We're talking about the Waldman statements here. Waldmanian I don't even know what that is, but again, it has nothing to do with this case, and it's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
And the reason you're saying they're not related to the Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said in the Daily Mail and tweet it out?
Well, I looked at enough tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statement.
No, they must have,
had
had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard. He wasn't looking, it was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that justice for Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag towards Amber Heard. So listen, the assignment was to determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented were related or included the Waldman statements.
In your review of the tweets related to Ms. Heard, you cannot point to any that were positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard.
I did not look into anything as it relates to anything other than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statement's impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
You did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers here, those you said are related to Google searches?
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiffs 888? And we could just start at 1. Do you understand that your, okay. Oh, thanks.
I welcome Carter Laren to the Stream from Unsafe Space podcast. Thanks for being here.
Page 76. These are
Megan, thanks.
The documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
Yes.
And are these the search, where it has the different letters? These are the searches that you ran for the various time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No, I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this case.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to let's see. Hold on 1 second. Can you just scroll down? Yeah, keep scrolling. Just keep going.
This is riveting, I gotta say. Thank you for inviting me.
Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell. We live here now.
Okay, stop. This was the chart you provided with your designation for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman.
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I might be heard.
All right, you want to come forward? Page 99. All right. Carter, Thanks for being here. You're from the Unsafe Space, Unsafe Podcast, Unsafe Space Podcast. We need to drop a link in the chat so people can find your YouTube channel and go subscribe. What are you thinking about this trial so far, Carter?
I'm trying not to. Look, I've been intentionally not been paying attention, but it does seem like it's just kind of a cluster B circus. So, men, be careful who you date.
Right.
That's the summary. By the way, unsafespace.com is the easiest way to find me. You can just drop that. I should find
unsafespace.com. Okay, I'll put that in the link. This is the crazy hot matrix illustrated for you live and in color is what we're looking at here.
Yes. Yeah, but it's gotten worse. I think that was like when the 80s when that came out.
Maybe
now it's like every woman above a 5 is suspect.
I don't know though. I think that Amber is very high up on that. She's a 10 out of 10. This is a woman who will poop in your bed.
Yeah, she's definitely high. I guess that she can get away with pooping.
The reason my camera's off, by the way, is that it's not syncing up because of StreamYard. So every time I turn it on, I just look like Max Headroom. But for some reason, the sound works, but just not the camera.
So, what's going on? Like, what am I watching today? This looks like we're having an argument about hashtags.
Yeah, Doug Banya is the litigation support person for infringement and defamation. He's an internet and social media and analytics expert. He is a rebuttal witness for Depp, and he is basically wrecking Amber's witness testimony about the hashtags and how her reputation was in the shitter to begin with.
I've never heard of it. I gotta say, look, I'm not a big Hollywood person. This is the first time I've heard of this chick. So this is good for her. This whole thing is great for her. I have no idea who Amber Heard is. I would never have any idea. If she hadn't shit in Johnny Depp's bed and gotten involved in this whole trial, I would still not know who she is.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I didn't know who she was either. And I had even seen Aquaman with her in it. I didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
I would never remember her because she's just not a memorable actress. Gadfly, do you remember the percentages that he showed in that first chart that was so good?
Mm-hmm.
What were they again? Remind everyone.
35% of the negative comments were before Adam Waldman had released any statements. 2% were related to it. Were related to Waldman after the fact, and then there was only like 0.06% that even mentioned Waldman, and only 5 tweets total that used the same verbiage
out of
as Waldman
1.2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our reaction too. I was laughing my ass off at these stats. It's like, come on.
There's 5 tweets that hurt her feelings, so she's suing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Warner Brothers looked at
exactly
those 5 tweets and went, "We can't use her, guys."
No.
Mr. Banya. Other than
Anytime now, sir.
so as I understand it, the way you determined that the tweets were not related to the Waldman statements was that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Correct.
And then the top 3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
So as it relates to any trending event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the spikes in time and going back in time to see what was happening on those top 3 sites will give you an indication of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3 results.
And just so the record's clear, if we could go back to page 76 of this document. numbers 6A through
This is boring
6N,
the fuck
going
out of
to
the
the next
jury.
page.
I'm sorry, but it just
Those
is.
are the headlines of the searches that you found?
Correct.
How about them Lakers guys?
And you don't disagree that that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Right, okay, and you have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman
Yeah,
statements.
the lawyer sounds beaten.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Wow. Wow. Good job, idiot.
I have no further
Nothing
questions
on
of
that.
this witness,
They
Your Honor.
should've
Thank
just
you, Ms.
said no
Vine.
questions because they just ran down their
Thank you.
time on that. Yeah, why are they wasting precious time on this? Kate Moss is taking the stand tomorrow. Maybe they should hold on to their fire for her.
Recess for you at this point. Hopefully the 15 minutes will get right back to you, okay? Do not discuss the case.
Oh, are they taking another break? This
Sorry,
is
do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Sorry, we'll just take
I
a
feel like we
short
just
break.
were at lunch.
Me too.
Yeah, but
All the-
everyone's energy was killed from that. I mean, I was here for 5 minutes and I'm tired.
How are we already on an afternoon break? Lunch literally just resumed.
It's what, 2:25, and they just came
Yeah,
back.
that was. They came back at like 1:05. So the afternoon is going to be really
Right, so
long. Holy
just so
cow.
that we're on the same page, you can have a seat.
Oh boy.
Keep standing the whole time. All right, just so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out? Please.
Oh, it's a man. It's not the woman with the wrist. It's a man.
All right.
He
All
might
right,
be
so
the
we're on the
trailer
same
park
page with Mr. Knight's testimony.
manager.
There's a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness. The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct
Can't he just go
testimony,
live stream from his
you had
phone?
time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it. Also, if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence
Hang on,
that
I'll tell you in a minute, chat.
Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right, now we can have Mr. Knight.
Wait, so they're not taking a
Oh,
break?
so they're not taking a break. Well, what the hell?
Oh,
What
I
was all
think she just
that
wanted the
about?
jury to walk out. And
Oh, because they had to talk about the witness. Oh, okay. All right. So what's happening here is Mr. Knight did not know he was going to be called as a witness. So he,
All right, sir. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward.
like the world,
To be sworn.
has been watching this trial.
and they want to make sure that he doesn't say anything about the outside to the jury.
Testify truthfully in this case in penalty of law.
Well, no, they
Sir,
want
if
to
you
make
just have
sure
a
that he didn't hear anything that shaped his testimony going forward.
Right, but wouldn't even mentioning
Sir,
like while they do this
what we're doing is I'm just going to
probably
ask
don't
you a
want
few
jury
questions outside the
either,
presence of the
right?
jury. Then the
That
attorneys
makes
are going to
sense.
ask you a few questions, okay? Then I'm going to have you step back outside after that, okay?
No problem.
All right, what's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight,
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right.
Oh, boy.
All right, how do you spell your last name?
N-I-G-H-T.
Okay.
Well, I guess
All right,
Amber Heard was
and
telling the truth. He was
sir,
wearing a mesh tank top.
Before I
when
can
he
allow you
went
to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was the security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who
He
was
doesn't even
testifying.
remember. He doesn't
But it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right. And what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care. The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay. And when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Unfortunately,
okay. And
not
then
Camille.
have you seen any other parts of the
It's
trial?
like I was hoping it
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been
since
keeping off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Okay. All right. And questions, Ms. Breder?
So,
certainly possible.
Mr.
I
Knight,
know people that
you
haven't
were
watched anything about it.
contacted by an attorney for Mr.
So
Depp
far, sounds good.
on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Geraldine. Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And
No, he just said Geraldine,
what-
you asshole.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind testifying? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, well then we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she know that you knew something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper, my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email. And
my gosh, the whole
one
staff
of
knows it's a
them,
lie.
Texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see.
Oh boy, he's already testifying to
what
the
I saw.
jury. Or the jury's not in the room.
Who
Damn
was
it.
it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
So explain to me, please,
The
what you
trailer
mean
palace.
by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to
That sounds
Twitter
fun.
and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding
Teaching Elaine
that
how to use
subject
Twitter.
come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So
I'll
that
have to
is
allow
how
this guy,
I
but
found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay.
trailer search.
And how many
Search for
tweets
Hicksville.
did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like 5 or 6. I only replied to one of them.
Okay.
did it
And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that
Are we playing What If
there
Any?
was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny
If
was
we are,
yelling
we've
at
missed 2 drinks
Amber.
already.
And I replied that
Why do you
I
want to
didn't see
die?
that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see
Yeah, I
anything
should be
like
day
that.
drinking for this, shouldn't I?
Yes.
So your best recollection on
We
that
drink
one
when she
was that
says, "What if
somebody
any?"
somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
Listen, you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
I said that's not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was
Did you say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay. So tell me
He
about the
doesn't
other
even know who it
5
is.
And also,
tweets
is
that
she
you
talking about that
seen when you
umbrella
ran
guy?
your
Talking about Tug.
search.
I think they
The
were similar in
umbrella man?
nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
That's a ridiculous name.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
When you said that somebody
Tug.
told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me
Someone
to go
told
on
Amber to
Twitter
dress
and do
like
a
this
search.
and look like that just for this trial. That's an interesting
And
choice.
did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I hadn't talked to them
Why
in
would
years
that
and
matter?
still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had with the innkeepers that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about the Hicksville incident?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night.
They're
Jenna
doing
was the
voir
innkeeper,
dire.
and she was there along with me that night.
This is not
Christy
testimony.
was the one who texted me, and she had come
They're
in the following
deciding
morning
whether
for
or
her
not he
shift.
can
And
testify
I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
because he saw some of the
So,
trial.
I'm
Yeah, what
trying
do
to
you think?
understand. So
Likely
just
to
based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well, it's 2022
Math
right
is
now. and
hard,
that was-
Elaine.
what
Math
year?
is
Oh,
very
that was
hard.
2013.
You're right. Okay.
How do you Twitter search?
So how is it that out of the blue, they remembered 9 years ago
So mad at Elaine right now.
that you worked there that night and that you might have some knowledge?
I mean, to be honest, like we do get celebrities sometimes, but it was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week. So I'm sure they remembered the specifics of that night.
Had Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
No,
Had you ever attempted to contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
no, I had no interest.
All right. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since?
Yes.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation?
That had to
Please
be
describe.
very exciting for him.
I just went through, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure.
You shouldn't get a trial run on his
Um,
testimony.
Yeah, why is that?
I described
allowed?
like them getting to the trailer palace, me showing them around, the interactions I
Ben
had
Chu
when I was
cannot
on
believe that
duty
just
with
happened.
Mr.
Did you
Depp
see his
and
face?
Miss Heard. how
I don't know if
the
you can. I
evening
would still ask to
progressed
approach
throughout the
though.
night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning.
Yeah, this is the guy they talked about who was
basically
the manager.
The details that I had only
he was the night
you know,
manager.
spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events during that time.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire.
No,
which is limited to
whatever
three
she said to
criteria.
him
But
is
may I
very
please finish
critical.
stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire, Your Honor, enumerated
is.
three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important
This is
here
totally
because they
inappropriate.
knew by this time he was
He
going to
better
be a
fight
witness.
back. This judge
So-
listens to
That
whoever
was last
fights
night. So
hardest.
how does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness
Oh,
doesn't?
I have
Okay,
no
that's
idea,
fine.
Your Honor. I need some time to approach the bench to come up with something because I have no idea what I'm talking about. Stephanie.
This is totally not fair. This has nothing to do with whether this witness is biased because he was watching a bunch of the trial. And even so, he was under no order. He was not a witness. So the rule on witnesses did not apply to him. He only became a witness once they're putting on their rebuttal. So he wasn't under an obligation not to know what was going on in court.
Mr. Knight, did
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez provide you with any information that anyone had testified to or said at any point?
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me just tell the truth and let me know, you know.
Do you know what any of the witnesses said in this trial?
About, I mean, outside of what I described earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Do you know whether any of the witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Well, do you have any questions? All right. Sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, now they're going
leave my
to
water?
decide.
Yes, you can
She's
leave your
going to
water.
let him testify.
Yeah. Oh, she just said he could leave his water. Well, if he's not coming back, why can't?
He's
why
coming
shouldn't he
back.
take his water?
She's gonna let him testify.
She has to. She has to. And you know why? Because she denied the motion to dismiss Amber's countersuit. She cannot then deny this witness a rebuttal witness for the other side. She can't.
The most relevant rebuttal witness for the story.
It's relevant,
also.
and he voir dired fine.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it would be completely unfair to say he can't testify. I suppose Elaine's up there arguing vociferously that he shouldn't be allowed to because he heard 5 seconds of testimony, but that's not fair.
Yeah, he said he heard just something about Hicksville, and then he didn't watch anything else.
The thing is he wasn't under an order to be outside the courtroom, and as the judge pointed out, the entire world is the courtroom at this point.
Yeah,
I would argue that if you hear the story about Hicksville, then if anything, you're going to be biased towards Amber because that's the only version of the events that we've heard, really.
Oh, that's kind of a good point. Yeah.
Well, except that it was so obviously fake that his housekeeper and another person who worked there who hasn't worked with him in 9 years or something, had to call him and say, "Did you see that? We know it didn't happen. You should call them." And they called Johnny's team and told them. That's the only reason why this guy is a part of it. Johnny didn't even know that he had seen this.
It's not like Johnny's lawyers drummed this guy up from somewhere. He came forward.
He came forward after the housekeeper came forward saying, "We didn't see that. We saw something totally different. That did not happen." Isn't that interesting?
I think his best answer when they were like, well, were you, did you want to testify or whatever? And he's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't want anything to do with this.
He's like, I don't care about this guy at all.
Oh man. Yeah, we
that
can't do
makes
the
him look like a completely uninterested, non-biased fact witness.
right, which is what he sounds pretty solid. The chat agreed. They think that he's pretty solid. I'm going to go over and look at the most recent poll. 66% of you have decided that no, you cannot forgive Amber even if she apologized. 34% of you have bigger hearts than that.
I'm in the 34%.
I'm in the 34%.
I'm not. I don't think you should forgive Amber.
Even if she
this is how people because this is how people with cluster B operate. They say whatever. They're just moving you. Look up the drama triangle. So they're just moving you into, oh, now I'm the victim. So I'm like, okay.
No,
now
but I mean, if she
okay.
she would have to come clean though. I'm saying
you would never know that she was sincere. She would. There's always there would always be
come
some.
out and say, who would come out and say, I did this, I set it all up, I wanted clout, and be lying about that.
Well, my point is she would have to do more. So when someone wrongs you, they have to do more than apologize. They have to rectify the situation to the best of their ability. So she would have to do more than just say, oops, sorry, I lied. She would have to do a lot to go.
Okay, what would she have to do?
She felt bad about this. I don't know. That's up to Johnny Depp. It's up to the person wronged.
I think she would need to pay the entire divorce settlement to the Children's Hospital because she got them out of
and the cost of all this crap.
Yeah, pay his attorney's fees for all of this, which is considerable. So yeah, restitution, that was something I didn't add in the poll, that if she actually did restitution, that would be a big part of it. So you're saying, Carter, that if she not only apologized, but also then did restitution, then she would be entitled to forgiveness?
I'm just saying, morally, you when someone wrongs you or when you wrong someone else, you can't just apologize and expect that to be over. You have to, if you actually feel bad, if I wrong someone, I want to make restitution and I want to do whatever it is to make them feel good and feel like, whatever hurt I caused them, I have undone or mitigated to the best of my ability. I can't just be like, oops, sorry.
Yeah, and
even
truly,
if I'm sincere about oops, sorry.
That would be up to Johnny too, because he's the one who's been wronged. So actually,
it's up to Johnny.
We can't really forgive her on his behalf. He would have to do that. Iron Man wants to know, Carter, what are the triangles you mentioned?
I'm talking about the drama triangle. If you look up how borderline personality disorder operates, the people with BPD move from oppressor to victim to rescuer, basically in this little triangle, and they maintain relationships in that triangle all the time. So they'll shift roles really quickly just to kind of keep you in their, in relation with them. It doesn't have to be good relation. It can be in animosity, but they need that. They're BPD people are very, really bad at just letting go and like, you live your life, I'm going to live mine, and we're not going to interact. They have to have some kind of interaction, even if it's I hate you or you hate me, or I'm oppressing you or you're oppressing me, or I'm rescuing you or I'm a victim. So if you look up the drama triangle, you'll see that's how they operate, and that's why I'm saying you can't really trust if she just is like, oh,
trust
oops,
their
sorry.
apology, because it could be part of keeping you in the triangle. I get it. I get it.
Yes.
The stream froze. It's not me. Gosh darn it. Come on, Law and Crime. Get your act together. We're going to miss it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I am so tired of this live streaming nonsense, because none of them work properly, and it's always at the worst times, right when we're getting somewhere. Gosh darn it. Hold on. We're totally going to miss it.
I disagree with all of you. I'm going to be the true gadfly now.
All right.
You think the stream is great?
Yep. He's testifying.
Yeah, I think the stream's awesome.
She let him testify. He's back in the room. They're doing it now. Hold on. I'm going to stop sharing. We're going to put up a new one. He's coming to testify. The jury's coming in. He's in. We didn't miss anything. We didn't miss his testimony. Hold on. I can't believe Law and Crime is still frozen. Now, I don't like this volume, though. It's not good. I can barely hear it. So as soon as Law and Crime comes back up, we're probably going to switch over.
All right. It looks like Elaine's going to be doing the objections, which means she's going to be doing the talking, which means
oh gosh,
I'm going to have to go get a beer.
Are we doing that?
I should start drinking.
What if any game?
Law and Crime is Law and Crime is back. Let's move over there. Because the volume is so much better.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Sir, if you have a seat.
It'd be great for someone to just be like, no, I don't.
Did they freeze again? OMG! All right, that's it. We're leaving. We're gonna stand. We'll go to WGN. They usually are loud.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed at Law and Crime. I cannot anymore. Enough.
All right. Well, while they ask him what his name is and what he does for the millionth time.
Right. All right. Here we go. Share.
Emil.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Mr. Knight, where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currentally own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast is up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful snow town above Palm Springs. And all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area. The rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
And just for my sake, how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So it started out as a artist retreat. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there's an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create create whatever they were working on. Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no USPS. So sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out.
It's a really cool park, you guys. We saw it, the website.
Also just do.
It's neat. I'll find pictures.
Constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
Well,
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with Girl Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and
to the Viper Room
and the Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
And what do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got lost. So his security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary, just had a lot of questions and just seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
There was people that were arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12 people total ended up staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard first came onto the property?
So I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds and show them around the, when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff. And some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
A bar trailer.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
On a bar penthouse.
From a time when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went to the bar trailer.
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area. So they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire in the early evening. There was another instance where Mr. Depp, the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Miss Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
I like books.
What about
That was
Miss
her interjection.
Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she hard. Like I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening?
That's not impressive, that answer.
I was probably 40, mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with his security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Ms. Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening? She seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire. And yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood. Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
Yes. I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and Ms. Heard came over and she said that, I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really, they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up. Maybe reproach.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, what is the objection?
Yeah, what's the objection?
Objection.
It's not relevant. He just started going in about, I've been involved in emotionally abusive relationships before. We don't care about his emotionally abusive.
Well, he didn't want to hear her yelling, and that's why he didn't want to hear it. Okay, explain why you think his answer was bad.
His answer was bad because he had the opportunity to say why he felt that she was annoyed. He felt like she was being excluded. She felt like she was being excluded or something, and she seemed annoyed. Okay, well, what was it about her that you observed that made her seem that way to you? And he just was like,
Mr. Knight, can you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him and she was yelling at him. And I personally had been in...
Objection. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't
Objection to what he did.
All right, I'll sustain us to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to to your house on site?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction. It's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's fine.
Just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he
was a lot more outgoing and extroverted. And throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer.
Yeah, I don't know how it's hearsay either.
Physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
He should be able to say it.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Miss Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Did you observe anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
What?
Sustained.
What did you observe that involved Mr. Depp?
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
What, if anything?
The next morning, we have checkout at noon at the time, before COVID.
I love that you
And
gave us this meme.
so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Wait a minute.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this
Okay,
topic?
sure.
Thank you.
Stephanie, how is it that he's not allowed to testify to what someone said to him directly?
Because it's an out-of-court statement, but if it's not offered for the truth, which in this case it isn't, it's offered to show why he went to their trailer.
But what about Johnny saying to him, "I'm sorry" afterwards? He's not allowed to say what.
Well, I mean, that also would not have been offered for its truth, and Camille missed that. She should have said that. But if it were offered for its truth, it would still be hearsay because you can't present your own out-of-court statements as a general rule. You can present the out-of-court statements of the party opponent, but not your own.
What, if anything, happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style, and so I was very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right,
like-
foundation, also seen as a foundation, how you knew.
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
This is insane. How
How
is he
often do
supposed to
light
get
fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers. And I would say as much as every couple weeks, there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looks fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee.
That's not what the covenant
But they
said.
did not receive one of those because everything outside of light fixture looks fine.
Wow.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
That's big.
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. I just tucked, there was already another light in the room. So I just tucked the wires in the wall
She's caught
until I
lying.
had a
She
few
knows
months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there. And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your
She'll pay
understanding
for the
of
light.
who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay.
One
And what did you
broken light.
charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
$62 for the damage. That's this horrific fight that she
Look
wants us
at
to
her
believe. Look at her face.
While you were on site,
Right.
Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
What?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
I don't know about
At
that
any
one.
time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Ooh, he got it in. He got it in.
I'm sorry, that answer was
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
is absolutely, look at that witness
Mr.
smile.
Knight, you are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
Oh,
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney and I wanted to, they asked me and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw
Objection.
testimony,
Stupid
did you
words.
not in this case? And you
Objection, lack of
seized the moment and
foundation.
responded
Yeah,
to
lack
the
of
umbrella
foundation.
guy, the lead person
The
for
umbrella
Mr. Depp's
guy.
Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Lacks foundation.
I love that he's laughing.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead
You
what?
know that he
lead
leads one
what?
of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact,
I love
you
this guy.
do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp fan, don't you?
Oh,
Absolutely
we all follow
not.
him.
You
He's
don't?
hilarious.
That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April
I follow that guy.
21st,
He's
Mr.
funny.
Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
We know that's always been
And in
that
fact,
Twitter user's
you
name, even if he does follow it.
tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April
That's
21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night." Amber was the one acting all jealous
Look
and
at his voice,
crazy.
so angry right now.
Do you
Yes, I-
recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can you
Well,
bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants
Talk
1903.
about cutting off your nose to spite your face, Elaine. Here she goes. This
Yeah,
is
for
ridiculous.
real.
This is just going to make him look like he's telling the truth.
Yeah. Because why wouldn't you say in a public place
And
if you
I'm
knew
gonna
something
go
was
ahead
false,
and
that was
ask you to
false? Why wouldn't
redact.
you?
Exactly.
Leaving
This
the
is
umbrella
ridiculous.
guy.
She just told the jury
You did.
Amber was the jealous one.
Look at Tug all
And
in the
bringing in the
trial.
Hicksville. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Go,
guess Tug is
Tug.
in there, or whoever the umbrella guy is. Never heard of that person.
What does the T stand for?
It's that umbrella guy, which keeps saying
That's
the.
right. That umbrella guy. You know, I have a hard time listening to his streams because his voice kind of gets on my nerves.
Oh, I
it's
didn't
the-
want to say anything, but I agree with you.
It's the cadence of it. It just sounds
Well,
too
she's working on
scripted,
that.
and I can't get into it.
Did you
Love you, Tug,
write
though.
and direct a piece
But I love
called
Tug. I love it.
Matters of
It's doing good.
Consequence back in 1999?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that,
What if
4
any mesh
days
shirts do you own?
after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
the Umbrella Guy.
She can't get his
Okay.
name right.
Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look
Umbrella
what is
Man.
Defendant's Exhibit 1903. Do you see that?
I do.
Somebody called
Okay, and
Umbrella Man.
that's from that
it's
umbrella
gonna be
guy
going
on
crazy right now.
4/21/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1903.
Poor
Any
Rackets.
objection?
No mentions for Rackets.
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that umbrella guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
Oh, well,
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your Honor.
is not necessary.
here you go, approach.
Oh, here we go.
You have to know what the guy was responding to. I agree
Yeah.
with that,
Yeah,
right?
you have to know what he was responding to for sure.
Context matters.
Yeah, it does matter. Stephanie, take over. I gotta do something. Where are you?
Sorry, I was on a call with the lawyer. What
All right,
happened?
take over.
What's the question?
Fill her in.
Fill me in, guys. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know this trial very much, but they're asking this guy about his response to that umbrella guy's tweet, and now there's an argument over whether the tweet itself that he was responding to can be redacted because it seems like context matters, but apparently Amber's attorney is like, context doesn't matter. We don't need to see that.
Oh, brother.
All
Let's
right.
see what the judge says.
Can make that redaction. With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, 1903 will be in evidence with as redacted.
Wow.
Now, so you reached out to the umbrella guy in this
The
text,
umbrella
this
guy.
Twitter, right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
Did he what? He talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Objection.
You
What
don't
is
like
the
Elon
relevance?
Musk,
What?
right?
Objection,
Well,
relevance.
Relevance.
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled. Thank you.
So that was
Overruled?
the context of that is that he
I
had,
didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Well,
Okay. But
Why
you
was that
texted something
overruled.
that had swear words in it. Would you agree
cares?
about Elon Musk?
What the
Yes.
heck?
Objection.
Why is this
Now,
relevant?
let's talk about
I guess this guy
your
doesn't like Elon Musk. So
Well,
recollections
he's a total
here.
Amber simp. You
45
gotta-
minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that
Simply
Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes,
What type of car was he driving?
an old one that was a convertible.
An
It
old
was 9
convertible?
years ago,
I'm not a
Ryan.
car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right, and your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes,
Okay, do you recall when in May?
late May.
Okay. Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
After that, mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay. So you don't recall seeing how much anybody had to drink that night, correct?
I did not witness that.
And do you recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
And when you said that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer?
Yes.
Approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
Yeah, right.
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went
Mr. Heard earlier.
last to their trailer? Everybody else went before them?
The rest of the
Mr.
people, I think
Heard.
about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went, it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay, now how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
She didn't lay much of a hand on him, I would say.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I didn't talk to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
Don't tell us what the text said, just how did you
Okay.
get involved?
I got a text from, I got a,
I'd still hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was,
no.
Objection, hearsay?
apologize.
What did you,
I got a
what did
text,
you receive a text? Okay.
yes,
From
and
Offered
from a former employee.
to show how he
And
got.
how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, shut up,
That's
Elaine.
okay. I don't have an objection right now.
Thank you.
Only if he talks more.
Oh my God.
Next question.
Only if he talks.
And how do you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance?
Oh my
Extremely
God.
relevant considering that they have accused him of being.
Overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
Hold her in
I'm happy to
already.
tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
All right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right.
Great
So you're free to go.
witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't really give it.
All right. Your next witness. Or is it going to be a deposition, or is it?
Apologies.
As fun as this is, I'm going to take
Dr.
off,
Shaw.
guys. Thank
Okay,
you.
Dr. Shaw.
Maybe I'll
Shaw.
come back
Okay.
later. but,
Dr. Shaw.
Here, sorry you can't stay.
Nice meeting you.
I'm not. This was extremely painful to watch, but it was good to meet you all. So,
All
Later,
right, I
guys.
guess you won't be back.
no, I'll try and stop back later in the week if I can. So.
All right, good. I'll send
Later.
you a link. Bye.
Bye.
Guys, who's the doctor they're calling?
Hey, John, I didn't see you sitting there. Did you just pop in? Or have you been
Not
there
in
for a
about
while?
10 minutes.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't see
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Objection.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Hearsay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Oh my God, I love this guy.
Dr. Shaw, can you please describe your educational background?
Richard Jones.
I'm a psychiatrist.
He's not
I
on
went to
my
medical school
list.
at the University of London
yes, he
in
is.
England. I went straight after high school. That's actually the system in the British medical system.
Right off the
I
bat.
did 2 years of preclinical training and then 3 years of clinical work with patients. Following that, I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship in neurology, medicine, surgery, and psychiatry. I spent 3 years in New Zealand, and I did a year of psychiatry residency training. Excuse me. And following that, excuse me. Following that, I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx. And I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy as in my fourth year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work. So it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
A lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those books were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the US. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the US, but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms. I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important institution.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our think our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many of the therapists involved in this case, including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy.
Psychologists or psychiatrists to look at
I've
her
also
records?
reviewed
Wow.
the medical
Big
records
money.
of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
Okay. They're going to object to this guy's qualifications. Come on. The reason why the
Dr.
chat
Shaw.
is loving this man so much, by the way, is because he has a British accent, and Americans love a British accent. Really
I love
love
it.
one.
You can say
Makes you
anything and sound smart.
Oh, you can sound anything and just sound amazingly smart. Yes, we believe that your IQ is 180 if you have a British accent. That is just how Americans are.
Mm-hmm.
So I should go for the like
higher than mine.
Cheerio, old mate. Cheerio.
Yes, it's never too late to put on a British accent if you want to be taken more seriously in America. I don't know why that is. We rejected the crown, we reject the monarchy, but we love the accent. We all wish we had one. Don't lie, you know you do.
I
Yes,
accept him as an expert just because of the accent. Yeah.
that's
I don't
right.
care what he said. I don't care if he went up there and went, no, I have no idea about any of this.
Yes,
He
we
sounds
do.
classy and European to me.
Very classy. Okay, Scottish accents we like, but we can't understand them, so you might as well be speaking Chinese. But we liked the sound of it, but we can't understand you, not at all.
All right. So
Who's
any
this lawyer, by the way?
Which one?
All right. So
The blonde?
Yeah.
remove as an expert. Thank you.
I don't know if we've seen her before.
I think so.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which
that guy
Dr.
was
Spiegel
nuts.
testified?
Yes, he.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his opinion?
All right. Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the
That was our
Goldwater
opinion,
Rule
too.
when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
If you're approached.
Yeah.
They're just going to object to everything now. They're totally desperate. They're so desperate to just interrupt testimony now.
Yeah, this is like the other team is watching another team score a touchdown.
Yeah.
They're still running after them for some reason.
Yes. That was a very good analogy.
That's what it feels like.
That was very good. And now I'm laughing at the mental picture of Elaine running after Ben Chu with her papers flying.
Objection.
Objection. I object to this touchdown.
What if any touchdowns did you get?
What if any?
I mean, she kind of gave it away when she said, I have no objections, not until he talks.
Yeah, right? What was that?
She is the worst.
Let me wait till he talks more.
Is that Noodle Nuts? No, Noodle Nuts. Noodle Nuts is the other guy on Amber's team. Noodle Nut. His name is something very similar to Noodle Nuts. I can't remember what it actually is. It's like Newton something. Anyway, we call him Noodle Nuts. That's the other attorney that objected to his own question.
Her entire legal team is going to sue everyone on the internet for defamation.
Hold on. Daisy Nimbus says her parrot is laughing at me laughing. Come on. I need video of this.
Yeah, record
Daisy,
that.
You have to record that, and then you have to send it to me on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer, because I've got to see a parrot laughing at my laughing. Come on. That's too much.
I gotta say, my favorite were the questions about the umbrella guy, though. I actually was talking to the umbrella guy personally, so he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. Yeah.
He does seem like a good guy, and I didn't mean to say anything poorly about him. It's just that I find
You
his
didn't.
videos hard to. I find them hard to follow, because I always find it hard to follow people who are reading a script. I like to listen to people just talking in their normal conversational tone, and if it's too scripted, I can't follow it. I don't know what that is. Maybe the natural pauses aren't there, and it could be my ADD though. But it has nothing to do with his content. His content is very good.
He doesn't like me, and I love him. I don't know if he doesn't like me.
John, he's your friend. You need to tell him that Gadfly did not copyright strike him. He thought that he did, but he didn't.
Okay.
It is the
I'll let him know.
It is the publisher, right?
Yeah, it was done automatically through the website I use. So I've made sure that none of my stuff is on YouTube Content ID after that. So actually, you could tell him thank you for bringing it to my attention that it was there. But my own videos got copyright claimed as well to myself.
He gets hit a lot. He's got a lot of enemies over covering this trial. It's very bizarre that people go crazy at him over that. Same thing. I've been getting notices that I'm getting reported on all my platforms today too. So it's just, gosh, these people are insufferable.
But Tug got upset, and he sent Gadfly a message saying, "Why did you copyright me? I'm putting out your stuff to millions of people." And then when he said, "No, I didn't," he didn't respond. So we just want him to know that did not happen. That's Gadfly's a fan, and yeah,
I gotcha. We'll do.
Hang out with you, Tug. It's all right. He did send me a couple hundred followers, and I appreciate it.
So let me get this straight. Megan laughs at the parrot laughing at Megan laughing.
Are you the Gadfly who does like the parody songs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Yes, you are in the President Superstar. Yes.
I've been hanging with you for like 2 days, and I didn't even know this. This is so exciting.
In the presence of greatness.
Wow.
John, this is such a small world, because I've watched you forever, just because like when I get annoyed at normal board game YouTube, I go over to your videos to cleanse my palate.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. He wrote Objection Hearsay. He wrote Camille. He wrote Amber's song.
Wow.
He wrote all of those things and performed them, by the way. Have you heard Camille?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, it's so good.
It's amazing stuff. Dude, you are amazing.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
He
it.
really is. He's really good.
Both fans of each other. I love it.
And I just got lucky. I invited him to come talk about one of his songs, and then he just stayed. He's been here for like 2 weeks.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously. And the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yes, since 1973, which is when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came up with their own statements about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice. The expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And specifically, what opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that, well, there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. We've heard from him.
Okay. Yeah, Elaine has been eerily quiet, which makes me a little nervous. Why isn't she objecting every 5 seconds? Going over to the chat, I starred some things to read. Let's see. Allison says, can I also just add, I've loved this chat for the last couple weeks too. Everyone's been great. And Megan, you're just great. If you all give me compliments, I'll read those all day long. I like this one. CDC dogs. Megan, you should hear us all laughing at you laughing, at the parrot laughing, and now we're all laughing. I want to see this parrot do this. Oh, John, what are we going to do when this trial is over? I'm already depressed.
Well, I actually haven't been watching it all that much. And I made a mistake because I've been trying to grow my YouTube and I'm watching everybody's YouTubes explode as they are covering this constantly.
Yeah, you're making a
But
total mistake.
yeah, I made a huge mistake. But you know what? I'm just going to roll over here and then not talk about it on my channel. So it'll be great.
Well, thanks for providing me with some more numbers. That's terrific.
That's
I
the goal.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Stephanie,
You
are you
deserve
back?
all the numbers.
We lost
I'm
your
back.
screen.
I keep having to hang up today. I'm trying to settle a case that's supposed to go to court tomorrow.
Go ahead,
so-
Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Okay.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's
Sounds like Amber.
demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria. And for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion, is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel
Objection, Your
bad.
Honor. I think this is going beyond his
All right.
qualification.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned two major examples. What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned two major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word-finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination. This is a brief screen for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his designation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is, it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes. And he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse. And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam it's like taking someone's temperature. If it's elevated...
Objection, Your Honor, and I think it's going beyond.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Oh, we finally
stay
got
right
to the
there,
break.
Doctor.
Okay, we thought they did a break earlier, but
break
they were
time,
just
finally.
It's finally break time. Yes. All right, I'll kill the volume. We're not going to hear anything interesting, and we'll just let that play. All right. Is everybody still here? I see John's here. Is Gadfly? Gadfly was eating, so he might have a mouthful. Stephanie,
I'm
are you
actually
here?
streaming your stream to my stream, so say hi to my chat, Megan.
Oh,
I'm here.
This is so funny. Okay, great, perfect. Hello, John Della Rosa's stream. I'm Megan Fox with pjmedia.com. Please find my articles every day. John is hijacking the stream, and that's fine. We're good friends here. We don't care about that. I'm so happy to have him. I was wondering why the hell I got a notification from you on YouTube. I'm like, he's not live streaming right now. He's with me.
The worst part is I have to play the audio from your YouTube, which actually has like a half a second lag. So I actually hear you twice, like in stereo.
Oh no, we'll just mute your
I can't.
your side. You can't do it?
I can't do it in order to play it. Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
I'm sure there's a way to
for
do
you.
it, but
There must be a way to do that. Anyway, okay. Wow. I am so this guy, he is putting me to sleep a little bit. He's
I'm
very
here. Sorry.
that's fine. You have a mouth. It's fine if your mouth is full. Guys, on Facebook, 30 minutes until they kill the stream. I will restart it, but if you don't want to have an interruption, just pop on over to YouTube. You should be there anyway because Facebook is lame and stupid, and you shouldn't be there. I shouldn't be there. I don't know why I'm still there, but
'Cause you're a
that's the way it
boomer.
goes. Yeah, I'm not a boomer. Damn it. Hey, guess what? Guess what?
What?
I'm going to go on a Ricada stream again tonight. I just got the invite.
Oh, I'm jealous.
I know, right? Well, here's what we're going to be talking about. Let's stop this screen and let's go over to the new one because I got a new article on pjmedia.com and everybody wants to talk about it. You know why? Because Amber Heard's litigious PR guru gets hammered by Me Too allegations and threatens to sue PJ Media. Yes, he did.
Wow.
I got a 3-page letter and I can finally talk about it. I got it sometime last week and they let me talk about it. So tonight on Ricada Law stream on the late night overnight, Nick Ricada and I are going to go over this letter that I got line for bloody line and tear it to pieces and laugh our asses off. Bring the whiskey. You're going to want it and it's going to be fun.
I can't wait.
Isn't that going to be fun?
I'll be drinking brandy though. I'm not a whiskey guy.
You're not a whiskey guy. I like whiskey. I'm not
No.
big into brandy myself. If you guys want to read this article before the stream tonight, where I will be going over it with rackets, I will put it in the chat. Face Uncommon Sense says Facebook is still a thing. I know it doesn't seem like it would be. Oh yeah, Iron Dog, it's going to be amazing, because I have been waiting for Ricada to be able to go over this letter. I sent it to him last week when I got it, and I said, hang on to this one because I want to go over it with actual lawyers and tear these shitty lawyers apart. It's going to be so much fun. One of my favorite things to do is make fun of bad lawyers. I do it all the time. And I love it when they threaten to sue me because it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's
cool.
not the guy threatened to sue me for defending him against Me Too allegations. I literally said, let's look at what I literally said. And this is what he thinks he can sue me for over defamation. Here's what I said. There's no way to confirm if random allegations are true, and the timing of this is a little too on the nose. One text message screenshot in someone's anonymous story shouldn't be a basis to destroy anyone's reputation, including Shane's. These could both be faked, but considering that Shane is repping Heard, a notorious liar, who used her story of dubious domestic violence to bolster her career while destroying her ex-husband's, it's at least a little ironic, if not hilarious. The phrase hoisted on his own petard comes to mind. Shane's website is not working properly. The contact information and all menu items have disappeared. His social media accounts also appear to be inactive. It should be noted that I am a great defender of due process, and Shane deserves the presumption of innocence like all people caught up in the Me Too hysteria, including Johnny Depp. No one should ever take internet rumors or one-sided accusations as truth, but it's still a little funny that it happened to Heard's crisis manager. That's what he wants to sue me over.
That's pretty nice of you.
I know. I'm the only one who defended him. And then do you know what happened after that? After that, since the initial scuffle with Shane and his lawyer, the anonymous accuser has come forward and has been named as 32-year-old Holly Doker. Another accuser, a New York Post reporter who says she was on the receiving end of Shane's creep show while inside the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, has also come forward. Hello.
Wow.
He has 2 accusers now, including, I see a typo here I need to get fixed. This is wrong. There's a comma problem here.
Isn't that the worst when you see that?
Yeah,
That happens to me too.
I'm going to send this to the editor. Like, how did you miss this? This is, well, it's not, you know what? Yeah, I know how they missed it. They missed it because this one had to have been gone over like 800 times before we could print it. And they just got tired. Their eyes got tired. So yeah, anyway.
My eyes are tired of looking at the Johnny Depp trial, and I haven't even been here all day. I've been popping in and out.
And then, so this New York Post reporter says he tried to get her into a hotel room in exchange for a meeting with Amber Heard. And when she turned him down, the interview fell apart. Then the Daily Mail reported that he was called a walking Me Too case. His alleged transgressions are so well known in PR circles that he is nicknamed Hurricane Shane and the walking Me Too case of the PR world, industry insiders claim.
Wow.
According to his former colleagues, they spoke anonymously for fear of reprisals from the litigious Shane. You don't say. I have proof of that.
You were way nicer to him than these other sites were. Jeez.
I was actually the first person to break the story, but I said, we shouldn't believe this. I said, no, don't believe
I've
it.
noticed that about you, by the way. And I'm going to give Megan some props here because if you guys are new to this channel, you don't know her. She actually is a person who breaks stories. She doesn't just steal them from other websites like a lot of these lazy journalists do. Megan's the real deal. You should be subscribing to her. You should be reading her PJ Media articles every single day. And there's your plug. There you go.
Thank you. I do break stories, and I broke this one. I broke it, and then guess what? Then The Guardian picked it up. The Daily Mail picked it up. The New York Post picked it up, and they went and found even more people. They went and found all this stuff. No, I said nothing untrue about Shane. That's absolutely correct. Hurricane Shane. Right. Hurricane Shane. And, Rekieta's been calling him David Grab-Ass Shane. And I can't disagree at this point because he has a lot of people coming forward. And that's not even it. If you want to read the rest of the allegations against him, he's had 2 DUIs that he went to jail for 2 days. Former colleagues told the Daily Mail that he left his job as vice president of communications at Silicon Valley tech firm following a slew of complaints. In one of the incidents, Shane allegedly used company funds to pay women to improve the gender balance and create a club feel at a conference in Hong Kong attended by Al Gore. He had them dressed, well, allegedly scantily clad hostesses for hire working the room. How do you like that?
Sounds like a Democrat fundraiser to me.
Actually, Al Gore's people told them allegedly to keep the girls away from him. How do you like that? That's how uncomfortable everyone was with it.
Wow.
It was so inappropriate that Al Gore's people were like, keep those people away from Gore. Keep them away. Right?
Don't want to get any of those incriminating photos.
Interesting stuff. I'm going to pop over to my stream and sell comic books real quick, and I'll be right back. Gadfly can take over for me as a co-host right now. I know. Right. I appreciate that, but it's really hard to listen to you on repeat.
All right.
But that's okay. So thanks, guys. I'll be back soon. And John Delarose, and thank you. And thanks, Megan, for dealing with me being annoying and going back and forth all day.
You're not annoying. I will also drop his Kickstarter in the comments again for those of you who missed it the first time. We will get his Kickstarter in for his new project that's happening. And also, where did it go? There it is. All right. It's coming to the stream right now. And I will be, please go over there and support John. He's a great content creator. We love him. Thank you, John.
Thanks, my friends. I'll be back later.
Okay. See ya. All right. So Rekieta tonight. That's happening.
I'm excited. I'm going to watch.
Starts at midnight. This time, I'm not going to throw you under the bus. This time, I'm going to make him play one of your songs. Yes, I am.
You do not have to do that.
I'm totally doing it because I forgot to do it last time. I'm doing it.
Well, if you do it, even though I know you're going to forget again, but if you do it, then make sure it's not Amber's song or Johnny Depp's rap.
Yeah,
I don't want him to. I can't have any more bad blood. Okay.
Don't worry. I wouldn't. I'll have him play Objection Hearsay because he hasn't heard it yet, and I know he will love it.
Okay.
So we will
double check right now. Make sure that one's not.
It's not. I've played it a million times. I've never got a copyright strike. I did get a copyright strike for playing Johnny's rap and Amber's song. However, I have faith that they're gonna let me use it. I mean,
I'm waiting for emails for it because you said
I said they should contact you, and then I just figured you would say okay. And I even said, I'm like, he was literally on the stream when I played it. So I have video evidence that I got permission. So it'll be fine. What time you have? You want to know what time it is? Oh, you want to know what time the stream is tonight? Rekieta usually starts at midnight. And so, yeah, but if you miss it tonight, if you fall asleep or something, it's okay. You can just watch it in the morning because the replay will be there. I'm so excited. I can't wait for him to go over that letter from Shane's lawyer. It was so bad, by the way. In fact, let me go over to this part of my article where I talk about how bad it was. It says, in a follow-up article in Newsweek titled, "Why Amber Heard's Spin Doctor is Facing His Own Nightmare," Kaufman said, Mr. Shane denied acting inappropriately with a New York Post reporter who was hoping to get an exclusive interview with his client, Amber Heard. Then Kaufman threatened to see the reporter in court. Shane will clear his name in court by showing screenshots of his full text exchange with the reporter. If her threat letter was anything like mine, it was riddled with court cases that don't support Shane's claim of defamation, like Cianci versus New York Times publication, which was dismissed in favor of the defendant. The court, in deciding the present motion, finds nothing in the New York Times article which can be the basis for this libel action. I'm sure the Post lawyers read Shane's histrionic letter while choking on laughter, much like I did. Yeah.
That's so silly. That's amazing that I mean, it's trying to like prey on people that wouldn't know, and they want you to be scared by some dumb letter. But you're smart. You know that that's not the case.
I've seen enough of these letters to know that people who sue don't send cease and desist letters. They just sue you. Okay. If you ever get a cease and desist letter, ain't nobody planning on suing you. They just want to scare you. Those letters, when lawyers are actually going to sue, they just put together a lawsuit and they file it, and you get it dropped on your head. When we sued the people in the library debacle, our lawyer, in fact, we had this whole conversation about how fun it is to have the piano swinging over their head by he calls it the piano is hanging. He says every time he files paperwork on somebody, a lawsuit, he likes to picture a grand piano hanging over their head all day, and they have no idea. And then when it's served, he texts me and says the piano has dropped. You don't let them know ahead of time that you're filing a lawsuit against them. You want that impact. You want that oh shit moment. You don't want to know. I don't know what we're watching on this video. It's just the outside of the courtroom, I guess. I don't know. What am I watching?
A lot of geared up people there.
It's just the worst episode of Cops you've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey guys, we're gonna just sit around a tent. Cool.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? I don't know. What am I watching now? I've been watching WGN. I hesitate to go back to Law and Crime because they have been so bad with their stream the last couple days. I feel like we should just stick with what's working, and WGN appears to be working. What do you think?
It's true. I mean, I got to give Law and Crime their credit for the split screen. I think it's a very I love when anyone tries to do something better than everybody else is doing. I think that's cool. But
I like the split screen, but why can't they get their stream working so that it's not cutting out the volume and stuff? Like that just sucks. I'm not sure what we're watching. So for right now, I'll just take it out of there so it's not distracting everyone. We're waiting for Court to come back. Court is on a 15-minute afternoon break. Which is funny. When they get a break to go to the bathroom is when I don't get a break to go to the bathroom. And I should have taken my break before the break. And now I have to wait till the break is over before I can go to the bathroom.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I always time these things really poorly. Stephanie, are you still there? Are you working and trying to, she's probably working on a deal. Here we go. Where she's trying to settle a case that she's doing right now. So I'll tell you what, Stephanie, when you're ready to talk, just put your camera back on and I'll put you back in the stream.
I have an issue with something that Johnny Depp's lawyer said.
Yeah, what was that?
Bothering me. It's very small.
Okay.
But they said that Ana de Armas, I might not be pronouncing her name right, but they said that she plays a giant naked billboard in Blade Runner 2049. I mean, that's just untrue.
I thought they were talking about Amber. Why did I always think that was about Amber?
Oh, were they?
I thought that was about Amber. I didn't think it was about anybody else, but I could be wrong. Maybe I heard it wrong.
I thought that Ana played all the. Well, her name is Joy in the movie. Her name is Joi. For anyone who gets that joke, but
I don't.
Good.
Oh wait, Iron Dog, you're saying that something's happening in Chicago? That's Chicago we're looking at? Yeah, I am watching WGN. So I better go check the stream. I better go look, because if something's breaking in Chicago, like some shooting or something, then they will break away to that. So I better go somewhere else. It's probably a shooting, of course, at Chicago. Go ahead. Continue. With
okay, so if they were talking about Amber in the movie, then that's fine. I was hearing it as they were phrasing it as that's what Ana does in the movie. And I was like, she's a significant part of that movie. But okay, I was just probably mistaken then. Never mind.
Well, I don't know. Oh, shit. Court's back. Of course. We got screwed by WGN. It's all right. They're just now filing in. Hold on. Jury's just now coming in, so no big deal. It's a good thing I checked. Thank you, chat, for pointing out that we were literally watching something happening in Chicago and not Virginia. We have now moved over to Fox News, or one of the Fox affiliates. So let's hope that the volume is good. Whoa, what was that? I'm still thinking about that laughing parrot.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what was that? That was a weird.
That was a
port
weird noise.
Next question.
Thank you.
Let me check the volume. I feel
Dr.
like it's
Shaw,
a
is
little
the
low.
Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to.
Oh my God, that was a shooting at a Texas elementary school. There are at least 2 children dead.
What school is
I
that?
personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his
somewhere in San
cognitive
Antonio.
state or
I'll check.
ability to,
That's horrible.
to function cognitively.
It is horrible. Pray for the
However,
families.
It is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. Is now going past.
Jesus, 13 children taken to a hospital.
Or is responding to Dr. Spiegel.
2 people dead, more than a dozen children hospitalized. Shooters in custody, Texas elementary school.
If we can move on.
Okay.
Jesus.
In custody.
Who is qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone
that's
who
awful.
could conduct the type of neuropsychological
Forget you, Amber.
testing
No one
that
cares
I
about
was
you now.
mentioning. You can't
Yeah.
establish the presence of cognitive deficits without
Objection,
a
Your Honor.
battery of tests.
Objection again. This is beyond the Goldwater.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater rule. So for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent. And there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not
I'm smiling
statements about
because someone
what
sent me a
other
meme.
additional information he would have wanted to
It's really
opinion.
funny.
So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Check your Twitter DMs.
Dr. Shah, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections, it's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
All right. Okay, I'll see if I can upload the meme that I just got.
Oh, yeah.
Someone made me. Did you see it? It's David Shane. Do you see it?
Oh, no.
It's David Crab Ass Shane. And someone made his hands so large. Hold on, I'm getting it so I can share it with you guys. This is Amber Heard's PR guru, David Shane. No, you guys, there's no way to turn up the court volume. I'm really sorry. It's just that we keep having to change streams.
Yeah, so the difference between
Yeah, we changed streams like
correlation and
3 times already.
causation,
We'll just be quiet.
Correlation is a statistical analysis of
And put your
the
headphones in,
relationship
it helps.
between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about, there being a correlation between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically is, well, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had
I'm taking a bathroom break.
all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV.
Exactly.
So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
His measles example was even better than Johnny's lawyer saying cigarettes, because that made it works in what he's saying. He's basically saying that
Good afternoon.
measles isn't caused by being
You're not
young.
offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's
I liked it.
psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases that's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904? Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and/or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, Thank you, nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you. Your next witness. All right. Get the TV.
Sore throat. Unacceptable. Jennifer Howell. Now, I don't know who that is, Megan, but you'll have to inform me if that is who this person is. Oh, it's going to be deposition. Oh, no. Don't allow it, Judge Penny. Don't allow any more depositions.
Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. And what is your current occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium. Let me just go back. Now, you've indicated that
Whitney's ex-boss. Got it.
with you from January 2015 to, I'm sorry, May 2015 to April 2016. Are you absolutely certain about those dates? I'm certain. Yes, she came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016. And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Ms. Hall, could you answer my question? Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, that she was still living with me during that time. The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time Ms. Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
All right.
That was it?
Well, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
Are you kidding? Did they have
And are you
technical
still
problems?
currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
No, that was the whole Amber Heard's side video.
Art of Elysium.
I am the founder of the organization. So
what?
We did our first workshop in August of 1997.
Well, wait, she's still there.
The legal paperwork.
Yeah, but this is Johnny's team now, apparently.
Of 98 to set up a 501c3.
Oh,
So I
gotcha.
guess it's the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
Yeah, that's coming on.
At the Pineapple Express premiere is where I met she and her sister Whitney.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008.
Yeah, the audio is pretty bad. If there's another stream that's louder.
Multiple premieres, but
I'm
it was
looking
the
for
Los
one right
Angeles
now.
Premiere of Pineapple Express.
Was Ms. Heard there with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, maybe they cut that video short to save time.
Movie. And so I met she and her sister at the, I mean, to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Did Ms. Enriquez end up working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Ms. Enriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
And what was Ms. Enriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Does Ms. Enriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
Oh, 2015, I believe.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol? Judge? Never. Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
No.
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you've provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Ms. Heard?
None at all.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize
She looks so annoyed.
this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
Yes. Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
If I could please have Exhibit 4 brought up. And for the record, it's base stamp JH 22 through 29.
What for?
The Facebook feed should be back up now, folks. It dropped off there 9 minutes ago, and I totally didn't even notice.
Do you recognize
But it's back
this
up now.
document, Ms. Howell? And if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
Can you scroll down?
This is Jennifer Howell. She's Whitney's ex-boss. Whitney used to work for her. Boy, that
Yeah,
noise
I
from
recognize
behind her
that.
is terrible.
And what is this?
That is an email, I believe, I sent to Whitney.
Scrolling up to the first page of this attachment, who is Marcel
Paraso?
Sure, Paraso.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA, kind of for the course of my career.
And going down to the third page of this exhibit. Thank you.
Whitney is Amber's sister. For those of you who don't know who Whitney is, she's Amber's sister. Her last name is not Heard, though. It's something else.
This is
I
an
don't know what it
email,
is.
Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez
Listen.
on about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez.
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Parasau?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled
Henriquez, that's what it is.
very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Whoa.
Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And at the first page, do you see a date on this document?
January 13th, 2021.
And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it, yes.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was Depp Exhibit 9. It's been marked as Depp Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9.
So, Ms. Howell, earlier you were shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Can you go? I don't, okay.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Waldman assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No, I did that on my own accord.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
I do not recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right. What an ending.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
All right, and that's by deposition, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I kind of wanted to hear more about what was in that email.
You're here to testify today on behalf of Children's Hospital?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So as of June 2018, had any payments been made by Ms. Heard to the Children's Hospital in connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from Mr. White in August of 2016?
Yes, there was an email, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what amount is that gift that you're referring to?
$250,000.
Okay, and was that gift made
They are counting
by
it.
Ms. Heard or on Ms. Heard's behalf?
By Ms. Heard.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity. Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
Amber just let out the
What is
biggest
this
sigh. Oh my lord.
The letter to Mr. White from myself inquiring about further installments on the pledge that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming from Mr. White to fulfill the pledge, because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
And what is this document?
It is a letter to Ms. Gottlieb from myself on behalf of Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional pledge payment installments.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles record, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Ms. Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and Ms. Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous donors when making donations to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Between June 2018 and the dates on which you sent the letters to Ms. Heard and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021, how much in total has Ms. Heard donated to the Children's Hospital?
For this particular gift? In her lifetime?
From 2016 to present.
$250,000.
Ms. Goldburn, do you recall we were speaking about this letter a few minutes ago?
Correct.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized. You said October 2018?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. $250,000.
Okay. As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Heard pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
What, if anything?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Heard to have this pledge paid off at a particular time.
If Ms. Heard were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation that comes its way.
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5 million to Children's Hospital expired, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of, no, it has not expired.
All right, thank you. Your next witness, or?
Your Honor, I think we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the end of your day for today. Again, do not do any outside research, do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., okay? Thank you.
I still say that Whitney changes her last name to Listened, and then they can be heard and listened, and they can start a little cover band.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have to read Jennifer Howell's email because it's available and it's out there. And I wanted to know what it said, and I'm not sure why she wasn't allowed. I guess our statements to yourself are I think statements, even if you write them, and we would need Stephanie to confirm, but I think if you wrote something to someone, it's still considered a hearsay. So that's probably why the email didn't come in. But let's see. Jennifer Howell email to Whitney because it's online. Okay, let's see if we can pull this up. Here it is. All right, gonna share this.
Oh, sorry, the stream was saying something, but I don't know if it was anything important.
They're just gonna say stop looking at things online. I don't care. Do you care at this point? I'm so exhausted by this
I wanted to know how much
trial.
time they had left if they said that, but that's all
Maybe.
I would
All right, hold on.
Because they go, and Amber, you have
Oh,
10 minutes left.
okay. It's Noodle Nuts. He's doing something. Hold on. He's pulling out papers and
Explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies.
oh, he's putting in more evidence
which I'll provide to you. We can
today.
we'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit D. Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email, Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C.
Yeah, they have already rested. That's
Mr.
correct.
Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection
I
on the
think the
ground that the
jury
testimony and
left.
exhibits
Yes,
were
they
hearsay.
wouldn't be allowing this if the jury was still there.
Deborah Lloyd, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd,
to go home.
Ms. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment.
Yeah, it's
The
the
court
binder of
sustained the
lies.
objection on the
He's
ground
gonna
that the
read
testimony
whole
and portions
thing.
of the nursing notes were hearsay. Aaron Borum-Filati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms.
They're just
Filati,
trying to get this
Ms.
out to the
Heard, and
public.
Ms.
They know she's
Depp's
gonna say
nurse.
no.
Ms. Filati testified that Ms. Heard reported to her on December 16th, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard, where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Filati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with I.O. Tillett-Wright. Ms. Filati testified to text messages
Filati
reporting
wasn't
this as
there.
well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Filati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O.
She wasn't there.
Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Filati's testimony, portions
she
of the nursing
wasn't
notes, and the
there.
text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including
was
statements for
hearsay.
purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony
Yeah, he's going
and
through
portions of the
everything that
nursing
the
notes
court
and the text
denied just
messages
for
were
the
hearsay.
cameras.
Amy
Lies,
Banks,
lies, and
Dr. Amy
more
Banks. On
lies.
April 29th, 2022,
How long
the
is this gonna
defendant
take
attempted
him?
to designate certain portions
I
of the
don't know why
deposition
she's
testimony
allowing
for
it.
trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand.
Look, he has to sit
Dr.
through
Banks
this
also
again.
testified that
Poor
Ms. Heard
Johnny.
reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr.
Yeah, that
Banks
sounds-
also reported
that
that
tracks.
Ms. Heard
That sounds
told
legit.
her
I
that
believe it.
Mr. Depp initiated
what?
the violence
My
while in a
mind's made
session
up.
with Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I'm
I believe her
Mr.
now.
Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence.
I stand with
Finally,
Amber
Dr.
Heard
Banks
now.
testified that she believed Ms.
This
Heard's
convinced
accounts of the
me.
violence and that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse.
Hashtag.
This testimony is
Come
contained
on,
in
noodle
Dr.
nuts.
Banks's
Hurry
deposition
it up.
transcript, which is Exhibit
So that
P.
the judge can say denied.
Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks's testimony, stating
up.
it was hearsay. It
Objection,
did not
noodle
fall
nuts.
into any
Shut up.
exceptions, including
Yeah, it was
statements for
long enough
purposes
the
of medical
first time,
treatment
Renee.
and for
you.
providing improper expert
The
opinion.
jury's not
The
there,
court
right?
sustained the objections
No.
on the grounds that
This
the
is all for the
testimony about the
cameras.
abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks's testimony that
What
Ms.
was
Heard was a victim of domestic
Evidence
abuse
put back
was
on the
improper
record
expert
that
opinion.
the judge
Connell Cowan.
has
On April 29th,
denied.
2022, the defendant attempted to
Which
designate
judge?
certain portions of the deposition
Penny.
testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms.
Catherine.
Heard. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy session, Ms. Heard reported abuse by Mr. Depp, including text messages and medical notes, where Ms. Heard reported in December 2015 that, quote, "Johnny did a number on me," end quote. This testimony is contained in Dr. Cowan's deposition
That could be about
transcript,
anything.
which is Exhibit Q. It is also contained in Dr. Cowan's
There was
medical
a
notes
reason
in
why this
Exhibit
testimony
R
was kept
at
out of
Depp
trial.
9122 through 23 and is contained in text messages that are
Does
exhibits
Johnny
S and
get to
T.
name all the things
Mr.
they
Depp
wouldn't let
objected to
him put
Dr.
on the
Cowan's
record?
testimony, stating it was
What?
hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein. On April 29th, 2022, the
jeez.
defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for
see what
trial
okay
of
to
Dr.
say.
Alan Blaustein, a clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy sessions, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes. Dr. Blaustein also testified about the drugs that Mr. Depp was on, as reported to him by Ms. Lloyd. This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit U. This information was also contained in emails, which are Exhibits V, W, and X. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Blaustein's testimony regarding the cutting and burning himself as speculation, and the testimony regarding the drugs Mr. Depp was taking as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on these grounds. Bonnie Jacobs. On May 4th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. The treatment notes show Ms. Heard reporting abuse by Mr. Depp, including sexual violence. The treatment notes are Exhibit Y. And based on the court's ruling, the defendant did not call Bonnie Jacobs as a witness. Mr. Depp objected Dr. Jacobs' notes as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on those grounds. I have some more.
We don't.
As long as you don't just keep turning every page in that book.
No, it
I'm
is
not
not.
staying for that.
What? What is he doing?
As long as you don't read
Stephanie,
every
what
page
is he
in that book.
doing? Stephanie, why is this allowed? She's not answering me. She's working. Dang it. When
I
we
love what
need
the
you,
judge
you know.
said.
What'd you
Unless
say?
The UK
judge said,
judgment
as long as
on
you don't
April
read every
29th,
page in that book.
2022, Ms. Heard moved to allow evidence and questioning regarding the UK judgment and for admission of the judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for her motion, Ms. Heard argued that Mr. Depp had opened the door to the admission of the judgment by presenting evidence of
Stephanie's
damages
sleeping too.
after the date of the judgment on November 2nd, 2020. For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that's not yet been made. Ms. Heard further observed that Mr. Depp testified that the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm, thereby suggesting that his reputational harm had continued
God, he can
to the
do this
present.
till
Ms. Heard
5:30.
noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael Spindler relied on Mr. Depp's earnings from 2019 to 2021 when reaching his opinion,
He's
which resulted in an
filibustering.
amendment
This
to the
is a
designation.
filibuster.
Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with
I hope the
Mr.
judge's
Banya's,
face looks like this right now.
opinions. Finally,
Like, when are you going to be done?
Adam Bercovici, on May 19th,
It should go on their
2022,
time.
Ms.
I don't
Heard
know if
attempted
it
to
does
call
or not.
Adam Bercovici, who is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service. Mr. Bercovici would have testified to his qualifications in the field of policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows.
He doesn't
and further
read real
outlined in
good.
Ms. Heard's fourth
He needs
supplemental
to go
and
to that
rebuttal
school for kids who can't
disclosures
read
dated
good.
March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD, retiring in 2012 at the rank of lieutenant. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer, field supervisor, uniformed watch commander, both as Sergeant Second and Lieutenant One, along with multiple assignments as an officer in
Read
charge,
the ticker if you
Lieutenant
don't know
Second of
what's going
Specialized
on.
Detective
Read the
Units.
ticker.
During his tenure with the LAPD, Mr. Bercovici held numerous positions directly responding to and overseeing subordinate officers' responses to the domestic violence calls for service, including as a patrol officer, supervisor, watch commander, and assistant watch commander. And actually, this, Your Honor, is the person who prepared this prepared
No, all of Amber's
a
fans right
longer
now are
brief of
thinking,
what he was going to
see,
say. I
this
can-
is why no one
is it
believes her,
okay to
because all of her
to submit it
evidence
rather
wasn't
than
allowed.
Hearing me read it all.
Any objection to that? No objection. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
And with that, that's
Okay.
proper.
You just scared me with the size of that.
No,
picture.
I
just wanted to-
I understand.
Okay.
Scared us all.
All right, that's fine. If you can get Jamie our copy of it, we'll make sure it becomes
course,
part
sir.
of the record as well,
Thank
okay?
you.
Why?
All right.
Why?
Do you have
Why
any
does he get
proffers,
to make
Mr.
this
Chu,
part
that
of
you
the
need to?
record right now?
At this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Then
Oh, no,
I think there's
Stephanie's
just a
out
couple
again.
things I need from you, like tomorrow, let me, by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well, if that's been worked out, okay?
Your Honor, we sent revised jury instructions to them yesterday morning and a revised verdict form today, so just waiting to get
Okay,
back. We'll
sure.
coordinate.
All right, thank you. And you're working with Jamie about some exhibits. There's some that were, both sides noted that were in evidence that are not. So I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up? Okay, good. All right, just keep that going so we can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today, I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do. So I just did a rough estimate and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate.
Oh, boy.
But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about 1 hour and 15 minutes. is what
So
I
you've
have.
got 45
Okay?
minutes left.
Again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same, but Sammy's going to get to it this evening and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate times, okay? Anything else?
Please, God.
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
You
So
too. Thank you.
Amber's team has about 3 hours at most.
Okay. Stephanie, is Stephanie still here or did she go? She keeps losing her her connection, unfortunately. So Stephanie, if you're listening and you can get back in here, try, because we don't understand what just happened. I think what he said was he wanted to get evidence on the record that was denied. And it sounded like the judge said okay to all that new shit we haven't heard. Now, they do not have the time to introduce all of that stuff to the jury. So I don't understand.
I think she's the term propers. I don't know what that means.
Please, God, tell me the jury was not there for that. Were they? No, they're just waiting for the judge to walk off, and now they're leaving. So the jury had already walked out. Thank God. Because that would be insane. My eyes are itching. That noodle nuts just gave me an allergy attack. My face is now itching. Man, I don't know what that was about, but I'm guessing it was about getting more stuff into the record, and it sounded like she allowed it. So I'm gonna have to do some digging to find out what really happened. But okay, before we were looking at that, we were going to read Jennifer Howell's email. So let's do that, okay? Let's read Jennifer Howell's email because we didn't get to hear that on the record, and I think the jury should have heard it, because for those of you who haven't read it, and I'm one of them, let's just read it, shall we? All right. Dear Whitney, this is one of the most important letters that I have ever written in my life. I asked to write a letter to you in my own words after receiving 2 subpoenas yesterday to give testimony of my knowledge of what happened to lead you to stay with me after leaving the Eastern Columbia building and the penthouses of Amber and Johnny. The reason this letter is so important to me is that you, my chosen sister, are so important to me, and I am hoping that the truth will set you free from a lifetime of abuse and being forced to live someone else's life, instead of given the freedom to live your own. I feel that I'm writing this on behalf of everyone who loves you and wants to help save you from yet again fighting a battle that is not yours to fight. Outside of Google alerts for the charity and what is the media circus going on right now, I have been unaware of the ins and outs of what's happening between Amber and Johnny. It was brought to my attention that you made reference to Amber kicking you out of the penthouses and went to live on your boss's floor. I don't think it took them too long to connect the dots and figure out who your boss was at the time. I have been trying to catch myself up to speed on everything, and I am afraid that there are different storylines between what I shared and what you shared. I spoke with Adam Waldman this morning and was asked some questions and answered honestly with my account of the situation. Just so you know, Adam was respectful, kind, and understood my allegiance in all of this is to you and you alone. I have never been more upset during any of this drama than I am right now at the thought of Amber asking you to leave Gavin and Hunter to go to London and entangle you in all of this. If you feel that you have been asked or compromised in any way to do anything that might perjure yourself, I beg you to recant, and for once in your life, think of yourself first. You have found an incredible man and have this beautiful and amazing child, and if anyone would ever put you in a position to risk that, they do not love you. Wow. I have shared the names of the other staff at the Art of Elysium who were on the board while you were there and heard your accounts of these situations. I am not sure if they will be subpoenaed, but their names have been submitted to the record. I hope you know that the little family created during your time at the Art of Elysium all love you very, very, very much. It crushes my soul knowing that you may hate me for the rest of your life and never speak to me again. Losing your friendship is something that I am willing to risk if it frees you, Hunter and Gavin, from all of this and allows you to build your family and your life for you and you alone. You have been my every prayer, every thought, and every consideration. I stated while being questioned that I do not have dates nor a timeline because when you showed up to stay with me, I never thought twice about giving you a home and was happy to provide you with my guest room and have you in the safety of my place. I never wrote down when you moved in nor when you left because my home was and will always be your home. I have entered into the record that I am happy to share any text messages, emails, or anything that they need from that time to help appropriately piece together specific dates and an accurate timeline. I have offered anything that I have to help shed light on the absolute truth and put an end to all of this to move on with this next chapter of your life. I promise you that the next chapter will be your best yet. The things that came up during the deposition with Adam are as follows. The incident on the stairs that was one of the inciting events that led you to ask to move in with me. You told me and others on staff that you tried to stop Amber from attacking Johnny and nearly got thrown down the stairs. At no point in time was it ever said to me that Johnny had hit Amber nor abused her in any way. Had you ever expressed concern that Johnny was abusing Amber, I would have gotten a social worker or someone to help you to remove your sister from that situation. I would have done anything to help you in any way. My father reminded me this morning that I told him that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. While you were living with me, you told me Johnny kept checking in to see how you were doing, and that he called you sis and you called him brother. You said to me on multiple occasions that you did not know why he was staying in it, nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. You shared with me the damage endured by both of you as children, and the injury you had suffered from Amber's both psychologically and physically. You were devastated during this time, and my heart broke for you. My heart still breaks for you right now. When you came back from New York, I believe it was for the Tribeca Film Festival, the Adderall Diaries premiere, or both, you shared with me and everyone in the office that Amber freaked out, attacked you, and threw a wine glass full of red wine at you in the elevator. Again, my dates are uncertain, but I am 100% certain of what you shared and have asked a few others who heard it in the office to make sure my facts are more accurate. While Amber and Johnny were in Australia, you were in the office sitting in the back and sitting in the black and white chairs near the kitchen and loudly proclaimed, "Oh my God, she has done it now. She has cut off his fucking finger." I'm not sure if this was before or after Boo and Pistol were back in the U.S. and coming into the office. Other staff was in the office at the time and might have had a better grasp of the date. In regards to the extramarital affairs, I only have information you and others shared with me. It is my understanding all of that is completely irrelevant other than James giving sworn testimony to what he did or did not see on Amber's face in the day of the elevator. I told Adam that if James were asked anything at all, that I know without a shadow of doubt that he would speak to the truth, because I know his heart and his conscience and the spiritual journey that he is on to be accountable for anything he has ever done that might have inadvertently hurt anyone and go to great lengths to make amends and do what is right truly. I encouraged him to speak to James directly. When Elon came up in the deposition, I shared only what I know from you and Paige. February 9, 2019, when I came to see you and meet Hunter, is when this conversation with you and your mom took place. I told them I had been told that Elon had gifted Teslas, but Amber found out that they were bugged. Oh my. This is interesting.
Well, bugged. I mean, every
Okay.
Tesla has like,
Well, a GPS thing.
yeah.
But what she's saying is that Elon was listening to her. I was told that
Oh,
Amber
bugged like that.
said, I was told that Amber said he was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created together. He wanted to destroy them, and Amber tried to keep them to have a baby.
It sounds like a science fiction movie.
Wow. That is the day that your mother told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon. And she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. I was indeed taken aback because this was after the divorce, and when Hunter was under a year old and I was at your house, she told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and they were each other's true loves or something to that exact sentiment. You were still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all of those ups and downs, and I could not believe that Amber and Johnny's relationship was being discussed while you were the one who needed to be the focal point and needed our support. I think I called Tosh when I left your house, but need to look at my phone records to be sure whom I called. It was someone who knew everything from you, and I confided in them how concerned I was after visiting you. The other things that were discussed were the character reference letters that I wrote on behalf of Amber for her volunteering with the charity, the $250,000 donation that came as an anonymous donation on behalf of Amber Heard. I shared that I had believed that the contribution was from Elon, but have absolutely no recollection of you telling me that, but for some reason, that was put in my head by something either you or someone else on the staff said. Your thoughts on Rocky freeloading off Amber and then freeloading off Johnny, and your overall thoughts on Rocky. I let them know that I did not think there would ever be a work in which you would conspire with Rocky to do a cover-up for Amber given your feelings about her. And after the Art of Elysium had been used in the press during the divorce, and I had been... The other things that were discussed were the character reference letters that I wrote on behalf of Amber for her volunteering with the charity. Oh, I already did that. Wait, I already read that. Hold on. Freeloading, the Art of Elysium had been used in the divorce, and I had been asked on multiple occasions to write letters regarding Amber's volunteering with the charity, and no donation came into the Art of Elysium but went to Children's Hospital Los Angeles and the ACLU that Amber's publicist told me that they were more prominent charities with a more significant press reach and got international press. You were aware of all that already, but just want to share everything that was discussed. I asked if it were okay to write to you in my own words because I know how easily things can get distorted or twisted. You know me and know that if I subpoenaed or brought into this anything else, that I would always be honest. I love Amber and I have compassion for her because she is your sister, and I know what you went through as kids. The two of you have literally been through hell together, and I know you would do anything in the world for her. She is your older sister. You just lost your mother, and you are a mom for the first time. It is time she thought of you and your needs and put them above her own needs. Asking you or even agreeing to have you leave your husband and child and involve you in all of this is selfish beyond comprehension. You, Whitney, are worthy of love, worthy of being seen for all of your light and beauty, and worthy of not having to clean up another mess that is not yours. During this time of social change and movements, Me Too, Time's Up, Black Lives Matter, and all of the actions working to set the scales of justice back to being, well, just people have to be willing to come forward with the truth. It took 2 subpoenas to get me to be forthcoming with what I have been told, but I do believe in people and feel others who have bear witness to all, and that's where it's cut off. Thoughts?
Pretty bad for Ambi.
How do we have now over 1,000 people in the chat? How did that happen?
I don't
You
know.
guys, stop doing this to me. Do not run in here at the end of the show when I'm dying and trying to go to sleep. Like my eyes are watering. Hit the like button while you're here, though. Slap that like Amber slapped Whitney. Slap that like button, just like Amber slapped Whitney. Why do you guys do this after the trial is over, and then I have to say goodbye and kick you all out?
Well, I do want to ask you, like,
Yeah.
So this isn't admitted.
No.
All right. As
It's
far as we
also a
know,
lot of. It could be bullshit.
it could be. It's all hearsay, pretty much.
Yeah.
Someone saying you said all these things to me. I get why it's not admitted.
Yeah, me too.
Pretty bad, though.
Yeah, and I think, though, the most important part about this that I read anyway would be back a couple pages back, which is don't lie, tell the truth. Don't fabricate any evidence for her. This is not, and that's really that's so sad to hear that Whitney is just being allegedly used to protect her sister, and it appears to be something that has been going on for a long time.
I mean, she basically said that in the deposition, and that's what I thought was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
That she was like, I told her to stop lying for Amber, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and that was probably the most important thing, and she got it out. But I
Yeah.
mean, wow. And that stuff about Elon and the embryos, oh my God. If
Yeah,
that
I don't
is
know about
true,
that.
if that's true, that means that that baby is his. That's what everybody's been saying.
Yeah.
And of course, it's just rumors. It's rumors. It's not, we don't know. And Elon
No.
hasn't claimed this kid, but you know, that would be the coup. That would be the coup. She'll be taken care of for life. It won't matter if she never works again. It just will not matter. If she's
Yeah.
got Elon's DNA, it's over. Ooh, his mother must be so upset. I know if I were his mother, I would be, if this is true.
Well, I'd be upset with him just even entertaining and paying all this money for this crazy person.
Yeah, right? Over
But
$500,000 for her
look,
pet causes and to let her get out of paying it.
from a
Mm-mm-mm.
lizard brain guy's perspective, I don't blame him and Johnny that much. I got to be honest with you.
What?
I get it. It's a cliche of like, oh,
Men are so
whipped,
dumb.
yeah, whipped guys and all that. Yeah, I get it.
Why are
I
you
don't
so dumb?
agree
Why are you like this? Why are you
because
like this?
because women are cool sometimes, you know. That's about it. That's about the reason.
There's just nothing cool about her though. Like she's just
Yeah.
she's crazed.
Yeah, but see, there's also, you know, I mean, she's actually crazy, but if it's just a couple red flags, then I mean, there's some guys that are like, this girl's crazy, isn't that dope? And it's dope until it's not anymore.
Yeah, it's dope until it's not, is exactly it. That's exactly it. Oh, I chased
Yeah.
off a bunch of people when I said, "Get out of here." I am so tired though, but why does the stream always get so huge when it's about to be done? I will
I don't
never
know.
understand. I will never understand. I guess maybe they wanna hear me chat about it instead of watch the boring stuff on the which makes sense. That makes sense, actually. So, I understand. I see. I'm so tired, though. Dang. Dang, da dang, da dang. I'm tired. The poll that we had, Hicksville Trailer Park Palace, it looks cool AF or no thanks, keep looking. It ended with 70% saying cool AF. So, book your vacation right now at the Hicksville Trailer Palace because it looks pretty cool. That guy's testimony was good.
Yeah.
Let's run down which testimonies we thought actually worked for people, worked for Johnny today. And I'm gonna say Hicksville guy was pretty good.
Mhm.
He made her look stupid.
Yeah.
Who else?
I think statistic guy was probably the best, honestly.
Oh yeah, the guy that looked like Cameron from from what's that show? What's that movie? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Everybody said he looked like
Oh,
Cameron. Yeah, his testimony was good.
yeah.
His testimony was good, especially showing that 35%. Well, now I don't remember the percentages because my brain's not working.
35% was before Adam Wellman said anything, and showing how unliked Amber was after Aquaman.
Right, and how they weren't comparable. She's not comparable to any of those movie stars that were brought up. Yeah, no, not at all. Not comparable.
No.
So Ricada has not tweeted anything about this, and it turns out he may be going to sleep tonight, so I might not be on the stream tonight. There might not be one, which is fine because I'm so tired too that we can wait another day. It doesn't have to be tonight. I don't know how he does these 10 hours a day and then he's up from midnight to 5. Like I don't know how he does it. He has to be on some serious Adderall to get through that.
He's a streaming machine.
A streaming machine. Yeah. All right, guys. So here's what's going to happen. My eye will not stop watering. Seriously, it's so bad. I need to go take an allergy pill. Tomorrow we will be back, and I will be here right around 8:30 a.m. Court starts at 9. Tomorrow we are going to see Kate Moss right away in the morning. So if you want to see Kate Moss's testimony, you better be here right at 9 a.m. I would suggest you get here at 8:30 because you'll want to hear what I learned overnight, because I'm going to go now and listen and catch up to all the stuff I probably missed while I was reading your comments, because those are always fun and I enjoy doing that. But then I miss what's going on in the courtroom because I'm too busy reading and sharing jokes with you guys. Whoever said their parrot was laughing at me, I really do want video of that. So if you can get that and send it to me, you can always get me at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter. Also, you can find Gadfly at The True Gadfly on Twitter, and it's scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. And we will take your memes. We will take any clips from the trial today that you found interesting that you want to hear us talk about tomorrow. And guess what? My little bruise kit from China just arrived today.
Yay.
So tomorrow I'm going to see if I can create something that looks like that bruise on her cheek with this. If I can do it any better than my other bruise the day I created bruises, which actually turned out really good. And all I used on those were contour, blush, a little lipstick, and eyeshadow. And look at this. I
I think
mean,
that's pretty good, actually. I really do.
yeah, me too. I mean, I look beat the hell up. And that
More
was just makeup.
convincing than Amber's photos.
For sure. My problem is that I need to make it smaller. I don't seem to be able to make a small little thing. I'm always like, hey, let's make a huge black eye, which is not what we're going for. So tomorrow I'm going to try just to do a little small one. Do one on my arm. Okay, I'll try one on my arm. I'll try one on my arm tonight, see if I can perfect it before I try doing it on my face. Jody says, my husband hears you as I watch and he busts out laughing randomly. Well, good. I'm glad. There should be more laughter in this world. We are living through some really scary, terrible times, and I prefer to laugh.
Yeah.
Prayers for the children in Texas and for their families going through this horrific shooting, another one. And now I did find out that they're now reporting that the shooter's dead and not in custody. This is another reason why you can't trust the mainstream press. You just cannot trust. I have a 24-hour rule. I don't like talking about anything that's happening that's breaking news, because everything coming out of the news media is probably garbage. So I like to wait 24 hours before I really look into, okay, what really happened here. And that's always a good thing for you guys to do, is to wait 24 hours before coming to any conclusion, sometimes 48, especially when you're dealing with a situation as horrific and breaking as like an active shooting. You're never going to get accurate information during an active shooting. It's just never going to happen. But what we can do is pray. So if you're a praying person, please do. For those families and the parents are going to really need it, and they're going to need, if you don't pray, well, then send good energy towards them, because we're all energetic beings and we can feel it and they will feel it. So just push it out their direction, because they're going to need support and love after this terrible day.
Yeah, definitely.
Alrighty, everybody, that's it for us. To play us out of this, I'm going to do it again, Gadfly. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to play Camille, because everybody needs to hear it. I don't care if you're tired of it. I'm going to do it anyway, because it's a great song. It makes everybody happy. And on a day when, it's been shitty with bad news in the news, that's what we need. So good night, everybody. Please enjoy this amazing song that Gadfly wrote and recorded and put out there for the universe for free. You can download it on iTunes and Spotify just for you. See you tomorrow, everybody.
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in her sides that was spewing lies. But don't look at his eyes. I know that this is the end. The money ran out, so did all the friends. And right down there, you're lying on the stand, legend after saying you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what do you give me? You just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well, think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all out of fire. You put the while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Count the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Count the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up